have put everything into this election campaign. They've fought very hard. They've moved up and down the country, but the polls have not shifted barely an iota all the way through. It is now 10 o'clock, and here's our exit poll. We're predicting the Tories on 316, Labour on 239, the Liberal Democrats on 10. If we're on the nose about that, an absolutely staggeringly bad night for the Liberal Democrat Party and for Nick Clegg. UKIP on 2. The Greens on 2, the SNP on 58. Again, if this is absolutely correct to the figure, an astonishing night in Scotland, a story all of its own, really. Plaid Cymru on 4 and the others on 19. Now, our exit poll numbers are going to sit there at the bottom of your screens all night. We will update the prediction once enough actual results are in. It is worth saying that the constitutional position is clear enough. David Cameron is still the Prime Minister and will remain so as long as he can win a confidence vote in the House of Commons. And we are clearly in hung Parliament territory. But the question is, on those numbers we've just seen, can he? Here's Julie with the Commons calculator.
Yes, it's our first visit to the Commons calculator for some of those startling figures tonight. We can start having a look at how the mathematics might head up. We're looking, of course, at the exit poll figures that we've just seen. And let's see, you can see in the corner of our cube on that part of the screen, the magic number to get up to is 326. Now, on our exit poll predictions and assessment, let's put in the Conservative figure from our exit poll of 316, and you can see within that cube they are short by 10. Let's have a look then at how the figures then might up, and this is simply a matter of the mathematics. At this stage, of course, we've just got these figures in, and we would go perhaps then to the Liberal Democrats, and automatically you see that cube up to that number of 326. This is our exit poll assessment, of course. Let's reset the cube and see how else the figures might add up for others. And, of course, the first people we turn to are Labour with that figure from our exit poll of 239. That leaves them short by the figure that you can see there of 87. Let's have a look then at that astonishing figure that we're seeing from the exit poll for the SNP, and that is one of 58. If there were a deal of any shape to be done, we could put that into our figures there. We see we're then getting up to 297, but not the sort of numbers that we saw in our previous calculation. We could then perhaps look at the other of those who've spoken up as a form of the anti-austerity alliance. Plaid Cymru, 4. You can see we're edging, but not quite there yet. The Greens could go in if they get those 2 seats. We're up to 303, but it is quite startling to see how these mathematics are shaping just on this very first glimpse of our exit poll tonight. Tom, there's so much politics to unpack. It's sort of staggering, really.
Startling is the word, really, because, I mean, I guess it is worth saying when we look at this, of course, that if the Liberal Democrats really are on only 10 MPs, are they going to be in a position to? Are they going to want to support the Conservative Party? So there's going to be a great deal to unpick as the course of this evening goes through. And predictions are one thing, but it is the results that matter, and we should get the first in about 40 minutes' time. The race is on in Houghton and Sunderland South to deliver this election's first MP. These are live pictures of the count where they're trying to beat their record, which stands at 43 minutes, achieved in 2001. Now, as we said, a huge amount to unpick, really, so let's find out what the guests, in our opinion, room make of it. Nina.
Tom, well, I have to say there were gasps in this room when news of that opinion, the exit poll broke. Team Facebook is analysing your reaction to it right now. I've got The Guardian's Owen Jones. He's doing a Twitter Q&A, #OpinionRoom. Let me introduce you to my first guest, Daniel Finkelstein, the Tory peer and Times columnist. Philip Collins, his Times colleague, who was, of course, Tony Blair's speechwriter. And Miranda Green, who was Paddy Ashdown's press secretary. Well, when I turned to look at your reaction...
My mouth fell open.
Your mouth fell... And it's only just closed,
okay,
Daniel Finkelstein.
So it's like... it's a short... It fell open in the short term rather than the long term. Over the long term, you would anticipate that a party that was ahead on leader and a party that was ahead on the economy would win elections. And I did think that Ed Miliband wasn't successful as a political leader and was too far behind on the economy, hadn't sorted out that problem. So I thought that the Conservative Party would do better in the election campaign than it seemed as though it had. But obviously, during the election campaign, I'm data-driven. You see what the data is. Mm-hmm. And I should still say that Liberal Democrat figure looks very low. The Conservative figure looks very high. internal forecasts in the Conservative Party, the most punchy was saying 302, and I found that very optimistic. So these are very high. One other point. Nobody should assume that if you score 316, you automatically gain government. You still, obviously, even if the Conservative Party got this incredibly optimistic figure, it still hasn't got a majority with that.
Philip Collins, let's just digest that number for Labour.
It's very low. A bit like Danny, I wonder if it can really be that low. I'm not surprised to see Labour lose seats. I actually expected that they might lose seats because Scotland is so awful. But nevertheless, that seems very low. But even if it's close to being right, then obviously that means David Cameron will probably end up as Prime Minister. The gap between Labour and the Conservatives is so large that it makes coming from second place to have any kind of rolling government very, very difficult.
Even if the SNP figures are right with those predictions in the exit poll, 58 seats, Labour wasn't expecting anything like this in terms of the damage.
No, on the contrary, all today has been a story of Labour optimism. Anyone who's talked to people in politics today has been thinking it's moving towards Labour, not away from Labour. So it just shows how much everybody knows. Out there in the field, they're all thinking they're going to win, and clearly a lot of them have not.
Shy Tories?
I think there's a very good reason to be not shy enough, in my view, most of them. But clearly, if this is at all right, this exit poll, then the opinion polls that we've all been following for weeks have been horribly wrong.
What about reluctant Tories? Tories who never voted Tory before, but this time, perhaps the polling showed, didn't it, that people were keen to see this coalition continue. Is that part of this
picture? Not so keen if they've only voted for 10 Liberal Democrats. I mean, funnily enough, the Tories and the Liberal Democrats on the exit poll come to exactly 326, although it's hard to see membership of a coalition with 10 members of Parliament if you're absolutely wiped out like that.
Miranda. If the predictions are correct, I mean, Nick Clegg was saying we will be surprised positively by the results, but this exit poll, what is he doing right now? How's he going to react to that figure of 10?
It's a terrible figure. I mean, if that turns out to be the result, it'll be an absolute Lib Dem massacre. But I, like my colleagues here, think that I believe the underlying story of the exit poll, in that I believe the Tories squeaking home and Labour not doing as well as people have expected today in the last 24 hours of the campaign when there was all this Labour optimism. But I think that story is right. Lib Dem losses, Tories' largest party, but I don't think the scale of it feels quite right, so we'll have to see. But of course, that final Lib Dem tally, whether it's a total disaster or a respectable showing, somewhere in the mid to high 20s, will make a big difference to what sort of government we might be able to see.
Yeah, it's crucial, actually. I think it's crucial. The Lib Dem number is crucial, because if that is significantly wrong, it will change the nature of the government.
Because if it's that low, it's quite difficult for the Lib Dems not to just try and regroup, lick their wounds and recover.
Yeah.
But if they have a respectable showing, they can be a part of government again.
And real damage to the smaller party in a coalition, clearly, if those numbers are right. Well, the other key question tonight, of course, is the Scottish question. There was talk of them getting a clean sweep, the SNP in Scotland. The numbers are saying 58, which is as near as you can possibly get. David Torrance is with me. He is the biographer of both Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond. Look, Nicola Sturgeon has had a remarkable campaign, but if those figures are correct, the SNP has overturned some massive majorities in Scotland.
Absolutely. I mean, one poll showed them having a clean sweep. If this exit poll is correct, then that has actually happened. But it represents, if it's correct, both a triumph and a disaster for the SNP. A triumph because they've swept everything before it in Scotland. But on those numbers, even the anti-Tory alliance, as Nicola Sturgeon spoke about, Labour, SNP, Lib Dems, Plaid and Greens combined wouldn't be enough for a majority. And the figures for the Conservatives put them well in front and a strong moral authority, if nothing else, for a minority government.
It looks like north of the border Labour have been really punished. Why do you think that punishment has come? Do you think it's to do with the referendum, or is it more long-term than that?
There's been a long-term trend from the moment the Scottish Parliament was set up in 1999. Labour started losing support, not as obviously in Westminster elections. Remember, in 2010, their vote went up by 3%. It went down in England. So it's more recent. The more recent phenomenon would be the referendum, and also personnel. Alex Salmond and now Nicola Sturgeon have simply been much more effective leaders of their party than anything Labour has had in Scotland, including Gordon Brown.
OK, David Torrance, thank you. Well, clearly there's lots more to talk about in terms of the SNP numbers and those numbers in general. Lots to digest as people are just taking on board what the figures we've just seen are.
Well, to call this exit poll startling would perhaps be the understatement of the year to date. Colin, you better help us unpick it. You were involved in preparing it. What's the margin of error for a start? Let's begin with that.
There isn't a margin of error as such. What you try to do is you give a probability for any one party winning any one seat. Many of those seats are, of course, clear-cut. Many others are very narrow between the various parties. And the more parties there are in the picture, the more narrow those gaps can sometimes become. But what's more important is across the day we've been looking at different parts of the country and different types of seats, and I think that begins to reveal some things about what may be happening. For example, the Conservatives are doing basically as well as they did in 2010, and Labour no better than they did in 2010 across the south of England and into the Midlands. Labour's doing a little bit better when you go further into the northwest, and better too in London and the far north, if I can call it that, the northeast and Yorkshire and the Humber. And Conservatives who won in 2010, who've therefore built up some kind of reputation in their constituency, are clearly benefiting from that. So they've helped the Conservatives by perhaps 1 or 2 percentage points in those constituencies. So that's the Conservatives. The SNP simply a tsunami across the country. There's no way you can get out of that. I mean, everywhere the SNP have stood, swings look as if they're going to be in the 20 up to 30%.
I suspect we'll have exhausted the clichés before midnight, won't we?
First use, Tom. Yes, not a cliche. It'll be a cliche from now
onwards. I'll be clichéing.
And then if I can say just a word or two about the Liberal Democrats, who've also done very badly. If it's anything like this, they're back to where they were in 1970, 45 years ago. And again, they'd hoped that their incumbents could hang on. It's certainly true that where their sitting MPs have stood down, which has been the case in a number of areas, David Heath in Somerton and Frome, Alan Beath in Berwick-upon-Tweed, for example, in those kinds of areas, it looks as if they've done particularly badly, but they haven't held on at all against Labour in the seats that they won from Labour in 2010, and it also looks that in parts of the southwest, the Liberal Democrat heartlands, also the Conservatives have benefited from the fall in Lib Dem support.
Well, you're just looking at a tweet from Nicola Sturgeon there on the screen. I'd treat the exit poll with huge caution. I'm hoping for a good night, but I think 58 seats is unlikely. We'll be going up to Scotland shortly. Jane, I'll come back to you in a second, if I might, but the Home Secretary, Theresa May, joins me here in the studio. Clearly a very good night for you on any analysis, but unpick the politics of it for a moment. You don't look as if you're going to get over the line. Do you think that's right?
Well, first of all, Tom, I mean, it is an exit poll, and as it stands, it looks like a good result for us, but it is only a poll. The votes have yet to be counted. So I don't think anybody can actually say what's going to be happening until we see those votes counted and those results coming in.
Sure, but were that to be the result, this would be an extraordinarily devastating night for the Liberal Democrats. They've been in a coalition with you, and even if the exit poll is way off, it looks like they're going to have a terrible night. I mean, that poses lots of problems. Number one, how do you get over the line and form a majority?
Well, I think the first thing is, I mean, if those figures are anything like correct, I mean, it'll be clear that Labour will have lost. They will have, in fact, got fewer seats on that basis than they did at the 2010 election. And I think that's the very clear picture that will come out. But as I say, this is, this is early days. It's we're only just after the polls have closed. This is an exit poll. We've got to see all those seats being counted yet, the votes coming in and actually seeing what the results are.
OK, well, tell me this. If this exit poll is even vaguely in the right ballpark, this is an absolute revolution in Scotland, is it not? I mean, would you accept that is what appears to be happening in Scotland?
Well, I think all the suggestions, obviously all the opinion polls that we've been seeing throughout the campaign have suggested that the SNP was going to do well in Scotland. What we've
just seen, and then there's revolution, and this looks like revolution.
Yes. But I'm tempted to say you've just read Nicola Sturgeon's own tweet there, where she has talked about caution. I think from all of us politicians, our message is obviously you can look at those exit poll results, but the votes have yet to be counted. If that exit poll does come close to the result, of course, clearly the SNP will have taken a significant number of seats, but clearly also Labour will have come second.
I completely understand that we need to be very cautious about the exit poll, and this is a conversation we will be having through the night, no doubt, as the results come in. Nevertheless, the poll in Scotland does fit with a bit of a trend. You'd have to acknowledge that. All the polls have tended to suggest a direction of travel. we may have the prospect of a Conservative government again in Westminster, but Scotland going almost completely SNP. Do you think under those circumstances another referendum would be inevitable?
Well, when the referendum was held in Scotland, I mean, it came out with a very clear result of keeping the United Kingdom. I very much want to keep the United Kingdom. The Conservative Party wants the United Kingdom to remain. And there were those in Scotland, including the SNP, who talked about it as being a once-in-a-generation referendum. So a clear decision was given by the people of Scotland in terms of the referendum, where they wanted to be. They wanted to remain part of the United Kingdom.
And we're just seeing pictures of Sunderland. We mentioned, I don't know whether you were actually in the studio when we were talking about the tours, but of course Houghton and Sunderland South is usually the first seat to declare, and they're running to try and beat their record there tonight. I never thought that counting could be exciting, but they seem to be doing a good job of it up there. Just going back to the question of whether or not you're going to form a government, you will obviously say that you'd like to form a majority, and indeed the figures may move that way over the course of this evening. If they don't, are you reasonably confident that you will have other allies, the DUP, the Liberal Democrats, even in their very benighted state, potentially?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to point out, as I already have done to you, Tom, that we want to wait and see what the votes being counted, see what happens in terms of the number of seats. And then, obviously, I mean, the Prime Minister has been clear that whatever the result is, we will do the right thing for the country. And he'll obviously have something more to say about that tomorrow.
Let me ask you this. You have a very sophisticated operation yourselves, as you and I both well know. Do you think we're right? Do you think this exit poll is right? In the right ballpark? I mean, you've got all your MPs out there, they're all feeding stuff back. Do you think this is way off, or do you think this is about how well you've done?
What I think is that what I've certainly seen is that I think will have been a high turnout. I don't know what the exit poll is suggesting in terms of turnout. I suspect we're going to see, you know, for election after election, people have been bemoaning how low turnouts have been at the general election. I think this is going to be a real change. I think we are going to see a high turnout tonight.
What do you think, then, brought you home, if that is what ends up happening, or gave you what may be a good night? Do you think it was the economy in the end? Do you, I know I'm not accepting your refusal to discuss my hypotheticals, but clearly, unless, as we've said, the exit poll is enormously wrong, and who knows how it pans out, but assuming it's in the right ballpark and you've had a good night, let's make that assumption, do you think that it was the fear of the SNP that eventually pushed a lot of people in England back to you? Was it the economy? What do you think may have played in your favour?
Well, I think if you look at the opinion polls through the campaign in terms of issues and leadership, what they've shown is actually the Conservatives gaining, particularly on issues around the economy, and David Cameron gaining on sort of, I think, every measure in terms of leadership, including being in touch with people, decision-taking, and all of those issues. So I think what our campaign has shown through those figures is it has shown movement through the period of the campaign. And the message on the economy has been a very simple one. It has been about a choice for people. When they went into the polling stations today, when they were considering their vote, as to whether they did want to build on the growing recovery that we have developed over the last 5 years, or fall back into the sort of chaos that they had seen previously under Labour. Some
people said your campaign was very negative. You yourself, you know, you're a potential leadership candidate for the party one day. You have talked about the party's image in the past. Do you think there is still work to be done in turning around your image? Yes, you were ahead on the economy. Yes, you were ahead on the leadership. But do you think your party still has an image problem with the British public at large? No, I don't. And I would challenge the comment that we ran a negative campaign. I don't think we did run a negative campaign. I think we ran a very positive campaign. You know, if we'd been running a negative campaign, we wouldn't have been out there talking about the policies such as cutting income tax for 30 million people, such as giving the right to buy a housing association. Accusing the Labour leader of stabbing his brother in the back wasn't the nicest thing I've ever heard said, to be fair, as Michael Fallon did in the Times. And there were moments of the campaign that weren't particularly elevated. You'd surely acknowledge that. Well, I mean, first of all, I think everybody knows exactly what Ed Miliband did to David Miliband during the Labour leadership campaign, so they won't have been surprised. He stood against him, right? They won't have been surprised by that comment. But no, we did. We were setting out very clearly for people what our vision of the future was. And if you looked at our manifesto, if you looked at, you know, I was there as part of the manifesto launch, the speech that David Cameron gave at the manifesto launch, it was very much about how we wanted to secure people's future, secure the future of the country, and secure people's future at every stage of their life. Hence the positive policies that we set out for people, and the very positive message about future growth of the economy, which would
only come under the Conservative government and the ability to actually maintain the progress that we've started.
Final question. Give us a sense. I mean, you know what it's like on election day. Everyone is phoning everyone saying, what have you heard? What do you know? And the usual answer is, I don't know anything. Well, the only thing we've got to go on is the exit poll. So do you think, is the mood in Tory headquarters reasonably positive? You give us an indication of what your sense of things and how they went today is.
Well, my sense is, and I've been out and about today, so, and as everybody else will have been, out and about, knocking on doors, talking to voters, reminding people about voting, encouraging them to go to the polls. And my sense is just a very purposeful feeling about the party, a very positive feeling around the party, but actually very purposeful in terms of that very clear message for people about the choice that was being faced at the election. We will see when the votes are counted whether the exit poll is accurate or not. But I think there has been, I feel, a real positive momentum in terms of people actively wanting to go out and vote, which is why I think high turnout could be one of the issues, one of the stories that we see from tonight.
Theresa May, you've got a long time to wait for your own count,
Yes.
but thank you. 7:15 in the morning, we're told, but thank you very much for coming in to join us. Well, as you saw, counting is underway in Sunderland and right across the UK. So when will we have an idea of what is actually happening for sure? We're expecting our first results from Scotland at about 1 a.m. This is the scene in Edinburgh at the moment. Northern Ireland's first results are next, with Belfast declaring at around 2 o'clock in the morning. In Wales, seats here in Cardiff are due about half an hour later at around 2:30. The pace then picks up dramatically after that, with a rush of English seats. Here in Sheffield, we should learn Nick Clegg's fate in Hallam at around 3 a.m. And given that exit poll we've just seen, that looks more interesting than ever. We're expecting Ed Miliband's result in Doncaster at about 3:30 in the morning. David Cameron will be at Witney in Oxfordshire to hear his result around 4:30. Will either of them be giving what sounds like a victory speech, or will they be holding their fire? And there will still be many more important seats to declare, including the result in Thanet South, where UKIP's leader, Nigel Farage, is hoping to become an MP for the first time. We should know that at about 6 a.m. Now, if our exit poll is right, there is an astonishing night in store in Scotland. Julie will be charting it all on our battleground. Julie.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, so we've got a special battleground just for Scotland tonight, because we've seen how the polls were going over the last few months, and the exit poll figures clearly astonishing tonight. And it is how Scotland ultimately votes which could determine this big battle that we see unfold over the coming hours. Now, if, as predicted, the SNP makes sweeping gains, it is clearly going to be one of the stories of the night. And our SNP battleground is going to help you understand why. Well, here are all of Scotland's 59 seats arranged in order of how easy they are for the SNP to win. In these mostly Labour-held seats, the majorities being defended are so large, we've had to group them together to get them on our battleground. So let's start off on this far end of the battleground. The 6 seats already held by the SNP in the last Parliament, with that bright yellow SNP coloured icon next to the names there. They are pretty safe tonight. The rest are now all SNP targets. Ochil and South Perthshire is the easiest one to take. Labour's majority there, let's just take you in so you can see it clearly, is more than 5,000 by normal measures. It is by no means a marginal, but tonight is clearly no normal night. Now, one of the Lib Dem's most senior MPs, Danny Alexander, is in a fight to hold Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey. There he is in Inverness on that list there. And the Conservatives have only one seat in Scotland, and that is in Dumfriesshire, but may follow the way of many other constituencies if that exit poll is right and elect a nationalist MP. And with Douglas Alexander down there in Paisley and Renfrewshire South may be getting pretty twitchy if that exit poll proves correct. Let's take you on to the outer reaches of the targets on the battleboard, and we can see Jim Murphy's seat in East Renfrewshire up at the top of that column there. Labour's historic bond with Scotland, if he loses that seat, could be pretty much utterly broken. By the end of the night, there may not be many other seats here coloured other than bright yellow. It is set to be quite a night.
Well, that is quite an extraordinary board to be looking at. We've been expecting a political earthquake in Scotland, and it looks like we really are getting one tonight. Martin Geisler is in Edinburgh. Martin, we've just seen Nicola Sturgeon's tweet there telling us not to get carried away. What's your sense of how things are going?
Well, you know, Tom, there was a poll done up here last week that suggested the SNP would have a clean sweep across Scotland, all 59 seats. I went on News at 10 and fairly robustly knocked that down. If our opinion, our exit poll is correct, and that's a fairly well-worn caveat already, but I'm going to give it another bit of a kicking. If it is correct, then they're not far off that. But I'm still fairly confident that I was right in knocking that down, because not only did Nicola Sturgeon tweet that she's cautious about it tonight, she told me that herself last week. I had a trip on her helicopter across Scotland last week and we were discussing it, and she said, look, there's no way we're going to win them all, but we will probably win most of them. If it is right, let's assume that the one seat they don't win is Orkney and Shetland. That is a Lib Dem held seat by Alistair Carmichael, the current Scottish Secretary, and that is pretty safe territory up there. That would mean that all those names Julie told you about, Jim Murphy, the Scottish Secretary, Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Douglas Alexander, Shadow Foreign Secretary, all gone. Charles Kennedy, gone. He's been in control of Skye in the northwest of Scotland since he was 23, and that's not yesterday. Everything else would be SNP controlled. I'm not sure that will happen. It would be astonishing if it did. The SNP would be reaching for the champagne, clearly. Scottish Labour would be reaching for the whiskey and a revolver, I think. I mean, they would be wiped out completely, as would the Tories. One Lib Dem, everybody else SNP.
Martin, this is a question we're going to come back to, I suspect, tonight and tomorrow. Do you think another independence referendum... I mean, a lot of English people, and perhaps Welsh and Northern Irish people, may wake up, look at this tomorrow and say, is that really Scotland gone?
Well, I'm not sure. You know, when you come to ask that question, the more interesting figure, I think, will be the percentage support for the SNP. I don't think they are interested in going anywhere near another referendum until they get 2 or 3 results from their own polling that shows support for independence at over 60% across Scotland. They want to be on absolutely safe territory before they even start pushing for this. I think that's perhaps a long way off. Let's see what share of the vote they get tonight. If they lost another referendum, that really would be it gone. We've heard them talking about a once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity before the last one. I think they would probably forget those promises if they got over 60%, but let's see what that figure is at the end of the night.
Martin, I've got a hunch we'll be talking to you rather a lot in the course of this evening, but there's lots to chew over there. Let's go up to Nina in the opinion room.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go back to the two main parties now. Daniel Finkelstein is still here, as is Philip Collins. I'm joined by Matthew Parris, the former Tory MP and Times writer, and by The Guardian writer Owen Jones. Matthew Parris, at 10 to 10, you were not confident. Now you've seen those numbers. What's your reaction?
I don't quite believe them. Any response to this exit poll involves believing that the polling industry could get something completely wrong. We either believe the exit poll has got it wrong, or we believe the polls that preceded it have got it wrong. I had put about 300 seats at the top level of my expectations, hopes, for the Conservative Party. I still do. I think it'll be closer to 300, and that'll still be a surprisingly good result for the Tories.
Yeah, you called for a Tory minority. You thought it would go that way.
I did, and I was expecting to have a lot of egg on my face by tomorrow morning. Maybe not quite so much egg.
And Owen, you said that you might go a little bit green if it was bad numbers for Labour. Bit queasy looking.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I thought you meant I was going to defect to the Green Party.
No. I don't know. Is it that bad a night? I'm not sure. But in terms of the numbers, when we've been mulling over these numbers and the possible combinations, it was never going to be that bad if the exit poll...
if the exit poll is correct, and I'll work on the assumption it is, then it's a catastrophe first for the polling industry, which might as well pack its bags and go home. But obviously a catastrophe for the Labour Party, and what it would show is that Labour has been consumed by Scotland, by what happened in Scotland. You can't underestimate the bitterness and the anger of ex-Labour voters in Scotland. They have the bitterness of ex-lovers and the zealotry of the convert. They regard Labour as akin to the Red Tories. And what has happened in England is the backlash to that, in terms of the so-called threat of the SNP, the whipping up of English nationalism, the playing of England against Scotland, and that was always the game plan, to pick off in key English marginals people worried by the prospect of the SNP propping up a Labour government. So if this exit poll is correct, and again, I'm just going to work on the assumption it is, then the actions of Labour in Scotland forming an alliance with the Conservatives, which alienated their own support base, has consumed the entire National Labour Party, and there has to be a very, very drastic response to those who were responsible for that catastrophic strategy.
Philip Collins, is it just about Scotland? What about the campaign itself and also 5 years of Labour being in opposition?
Yeah, it's not just about Scotland. I mean, Owen's right. It is a catastrophe in Scotland for Labour, if the numbers are correct. But even if you add back all the Scottish seats to that Labour total of 239, you don't get anywhere close to the projected Conservative number. So they've obviously done quite badly in the south of England and the Midlands as well on those numbers. So it's more than that. But there's another interesting aspect to those numbers. If Matthew is right that Tory number is inflated, if it comes down to around 300, it's quite difficult to see where a government comes. It's quite possible out of these numbers that there's no government, because the Conservatives at 300 are still 23 short. The Liberals have collapsed. The DUP are only 8 or 9. So it's quite possible, as the numbers come down, that we're getting into the territory where there's no government. There's no Labour bloc that can do it either. So it's possible, we're not here at the moment on those numbers, but we're not very far away from being in the territory where there isn't a government to be had out of these numbers.
Daniel, you've advised William Hay, you've advised John Major. What would you be advising David Cameron right now? Because as Philip says, it's not that straightforward.
The first thing is to wait. Because we don't know whether the numbers are correct, and it's very important not to get ahead of ourselves. And Phil makes, I think, the absolutely critical point. 316 with the Liberal Democrats at 10 only gets you 326. With the DUP, that's only another 8 or 9. In other words, you don't need to come back very much before they actually don't have the bloc to form a government, because although it's true that Tories are much higher, one of the reasons is because the Liberal Democrats are much lower than people anticipate, 15 lower. I think it is actually too early to reach conclusions, even though these are incredibly striking, and your first conclusion is, well, David Cameron is back, he's won the election. Actually, things could still be quite difficult because the Conservatives, that number is not a majority. A long-term issue for the Conservatives is to consider why that isn't the case. If you've got a very popular leader and Ed Miliband is an unpopular leader of the Labour Party, why doesn't the Conservative Party get a majority? But that's for another time. The most important thing David Cameron has to do now is wait to see what the numbers are, and also to remember that 316 isn't a majority.
And Owen Jones, you talked a lot about Scotland, but what about the Kinnock factor? What about Ed Miliband himself? In the end, did it come down to people agonising in the polling booth, perhaps wanting to vote Labour, but not quite convinced that he was prime ministerial material?
Well, there's always a twofold problem in terms of the Ed Miliband fact, if you like. I mean, firstly, of course, the total failure of his team as a whole to communicate a clear, coherent message. The Tories always had a clear, sharp narrative, which people like me objected to, but it was clear, it was succinct, it was always repeated. The myth of overspending, which caused the idea it caused this crisis. The Tories backed Labour spending plans pound for pound until the end of 2008. But the myth that overspending caused this crisis was never rebutted and always hung over the Labour leadership's neck. But the failure to communicate was one factor. But of course, at the same time, the total outright vilification of Ed Miliband in the most intense, personal, venomous attack on any leader in modern history, eclipsing even what was directed at Neil Kinnock.
Can I deal though with that issue? The problem for Ed Miliband wasn't the attack on him. The reason that the attack came to Ed Miliband is because he didn't convince people. Right from the beginning, that was obviously a political weakness for Labour. Now, if you were running Labour's campaign, you saw the Conservative leader was obviously a weakness, like you possibly did during the period when Ian Duncan Smith was a leader, you go for the weakness. And naturally speaking, people tried to highlight the fact that Ed Miliband would be Prime Minister if you elected Labour. That was going to be a weakness.
Look, as I've said, that failure to communicate properly was always there from the very start with Ed Miliband. It was all over the place, it was incoherent often, and it was only during this campaign it actually sharpened up. That's a bit too late, but nonetheless, don't let off the hook the behaviour of the British media, including often the Times itself, all of which have acted effectively as the media campaign of the Conservative Party. This idea of, he'd stabbed the nation in the back.
I want to mediate a bit, because I slightly agree with you on the British press. However, I think there's a real danger that the Labour Party uses this as its get-out clause, its excuse. No, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I think there will be an analysis in the Labour Party that we've been in some way victimised, and that this is a principal cause of a poor performance.
Gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there for now. We'll come on to the presser's role in this campaign. We've also got Adam Dant here, the election sketch writer, who's only got about probably 10 hours left of your whole campaign shift. But
trying to make an exit poll look visually interesting.
Good luck with that. And just a reminder that if you want to join in any of the debate that you're hearing here tonight, we're on #OpinionRoom. Tom.
Well, listen, we're waiting for the result in Houghton and Sunderland South. The clock says 10:34, so they've got 9 minutes or so to beat their record, and we'll go there as soon as we get that. It's a safe Labour seat, but it may give us some sense of how things are going in terms of the votes beginning to divide. Let's remind ourselves, too, of our exit poll. We are predicting the Tories on 316, Labour on 239, the Liberal Democrats on a potentially disastrous 10, UKIP on 2, the Greens on 2, the SNP on a staggering 58, Plaid Cymru on 4. Labour's Deputy Leader, Harriet Harman, is joining us. Harriet?
Good evening.
Not going to good evening. It's hard to know what to throw at you here because this is a very complex scenario to unpick.
Well, I think it's going to be a long night is my conclusion here. I mean, we've always known that it was going to be very close in a great many seats across England, Wales and Scotland. We've always thought it was going to be close. And that being the case, it's quite difficult to be certain whether the exit polls are right. So that's why I say it's going to be a long night. We're going to have to wait and see result by result. But if the exit poll is right, if the exit polls are right, then what it shows is that the coalition led by David Cameron has more or less lost its majority, in which case we'll have to see whether the new House of Commons that's been newly elected will give David Cameron a majority. The exit polls are saying that that's not potentially the case, but I think it is much too early to say. So we'll have to see result by result.
You probably didn't hear, but we had Phil Collins from The Times just saying just a few moments ago that it is more than plausible that we'll end up with no government by the end of tonight, or theoretically nobody obviously able to get a majority. As you've pointed out, David Cameron would need possibly the Liberal Democrats and the DUP. The Liberal Democrats on 10, I mean, who knows? We're about to talk to Ming Campbell, but I don't know whether they're going to want to be in a position to work with anyone. Clearly, though, you've had a very bad night, and it's not realistic for Ed Miliband to be Prime Minister, is it, if the poll is correct?
Well, I don't think that is clear, because we don't know whether the polls are correct, and we will have to see them result by result. I was interested to see earlier on that Paddy Ashdown said that he was going to eat his hat if the polls were right. He obviously thinks they're completely wrong. I think we know that the result was going to be close in a number of seats. That being the case, we can't be certain that the exit polls are right, but if they are right, they do show that the coalition does not appear to have had backing for another 5 years.
What they show is that even allowing for a huge margin of error, you are a very long way behind the Tories, suggesting that David Cameron is the logical next Prime Minister when all is said and done. Surely.
Well, we'll see. The logic of who's the next Prime Minister is who actually the country has elected in terms of MPs to get a majority for a Prime Minister. So really it's about the composition of the House of Commons and where a majority lies for a particular Prime Minister. So we'll just have to see that. And, yes, we can obviously see what the polls are saying, including in Scotland, but we'll have to see whether they're right to the extent that they're predicting. So it's a long night, I'm afraid. We'll have to come back in a few hours
Well, we'll
when
see
more
you later.
science is around.
Thank you for joining us for now. We're just about 5 or 6 minutes, if they're on their record, from a result in Houghton and Sunderland South. Geraint Vincent is there.
You know what, Tom? I don't think I've ever been in a room where there's been quite so much group focus. Talk about democracy in action. We've seen dozens of teenagers wearing T-shirts and trainers, legging it from one end of this hall to the other, carrying boxfuls of votes. Local sixth formers who've been recruited by the council to get the ballot boxes off the trucks outside and in here to the counting hall, where they are emptied by these people, the counters at the desk. Now, these are no ordinary counters. They work in groups of 2 and 3. They each have a supervisor, and in their day jobs, they're tellers at banks and building societies. So they're used to counting large numbers of pieces of paper. And there's no ordinary pieces of paper here in Sunderland either. The ballot papers are made of a slightly more lightweight paper because they've done tests here, and it's much easier for the counters to get their fingers through these ballot papers. And they're also, the voters at the polling stations are asked to, once they've cast their vote, to fold the ballot paper north to south, so that again it makes it easier for the counters to count them. Now, there are a number of Labour Party officials around the place looking extremely pleased with themselves, and well they might. All 3 seats in Sunderland are very safe Labour seats. The record, it's not really so much the result that's important, though, of course, here in Sunderland South. It's the speed with which it arrives. The record is 43 minutes past 10. I was told earlier by the man in charge here that I should put my mortgage on them beating that record tonight. Well, we're about 2 minutes from finding out whether or not that was a good or a bad decision by me. Tom.
Right, we'll be back to you in 2 minutes or not, as the case may be, depending on whether the mortgage is safe. I'm joined here by Ming Campbell, former leader of the Liberal Democrats. Ming, I'm just going to apologise in advance if we suddenly interrupt you and go back to Houghton and Sunderland South. This is absolutely, unless we're way off, a disastrous night, a catastrophic night for your party.
Well, I think it's very early to make judgments of that kind, not least, of course, because, as we heard in the opinion room, people were saying, look, there have been mistakes in the past, 1992 in particular. Everyone thought Neil Kinnock had won, and in effect, John Major had won. So I think one has to wait. But on the other hand, I would certainly agree that on the figures that we've got, this is very disappointing. I may say I've been on to High Command, to the Central Office, and I've been told it's not consistent with the kind of intelligence they were getting back in the course of the day. So we'll have to wait and see.
So tell us what the intelligence was that they were getting back on the course of the day. What is their prediction if it's so at odds with this one?
Well, they weren't predicting numbers, but if you remember, Bob Worcester, who's a very famous pollster, has been saying Lib Dem's 26 to 28 for the last 8 or 9 months. And of course, these figures are right out of balance, out of synchronisation with the figures which the pollsters have been predicting in the course of the last 48 hours, or indeed over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
We absolutely, I completely understand, have to approach this with some humility. We don't know if these results are absolutely right. However, I do remember 5 years ago, we had exactly the same conversation about the Liberal Democrats would surely have done better than the polls suggested. What doesn't seem in doubt is that you have paid a very heavy price for being in coalition. Is there any possibility of you supporting the Tories again in any arrangement, do you think?
Well, you need to sit back and digest. I mean, there are 2 possibilities. For example, one that David Cameron and Nick Clegg are able to put together an agreement like they did the last time. The other is that the Liberal Democrats might say, well, we want to go back and into retreat, as it were, and steady our nerves and rebuild from the bottom again, if these figures are right. But it's much too early to determine which of these is the more likely. The interesting thing is, and I've been saying this throughout the campaign, if I might just finish this point, which is, don't forget, there are about 650 by-elections taking place, because this has been a general election like none I've known, and I've fought everyone since 1974, with the exception of this. And therefore, one could well see regional and local variations, which, of course, an exit poll never picks up.
OK, we could be seeing those things. But if you're on 10 or you're on 12 or you're on 15 or even if you're on 20, for a party that was at 57 after the last election, you'd agree with me that is an absolute disaster. It's a disaster from the days when you were leader. Is it really conceivable that you would want another go round helping the Tories, coalition with the Tories, whatever you want to call it? And surely that seems impossible on these numbers.
Well, it's above my pay grade, because I'm not even a member of the parliamentary
Nothing's above
party.
your pay grade, Ming.
You don't know how low my pay grade is.
Anyway.
But the point is, of course, I mean, you asked me to agree this is disappointing. Of course it's disappointing. We hope to do very much better than that exit poll suggests.
I suppose what I'm really saying is if this is even vaguely in the right ballpark, it's surely politically impossible for your party to realistically consider supporting the Tories again. I mean, maybe you could abstain or something, but supporting them, is that realistic?
Well, the last time we went into coalition was because the national interest required it. In particular, the need to stabilise the economy and the parlous circumstances in which it was left by the outgoing Labour government. That job has not yet been finished. There's still work to be done in order to eliminate the deficit. And of course, we have argued that certainly deficit elimination should be a priority, but not at the expense of fairness. And in eliminating the deficit, we should be asking those who've done best, those with the broadest shoulders, to pay a little bit more. Now, that's a very strong Liberal Democrat position. It's the one that Nick Clegg argued for throughout this campaign. If I may say so, just in parentheses, I think he's been extraordinarily resilient throughout the course of this campaign. People are talking about the monstering of Ed Miliband. Some of the monstering of Nick Clegg has been just as bad, if not worse. But it's sensible. I know the immediacy of television requires immediate answers to all hypothetical questions. In politics, it's not quite like that. We'll have to wait and digest.
Well, let's just bring Jane and Colin in here. Jane, maybe you first. Are you surprised if this figure turns out to be accurate, or does it fit with how you've seen the movement of votes over the past few months?
So the question for the Liberal Democrats has been particularly interesting over the past few months because so many people have been arguing that the Liberal Democrats would be saved by this incumbency effect. And in the British election study, we've been looking at all kinds of seats and many tens of thousands of voters, and we've seen that in many cases, incumbents are actually not benefiting, that people are really wanting to punish in some of those Liberal Democrat seats. So in that sense, I think, obviously we have to stand back, we have to wait for the results, and we'll see in seats like Devon North whether the incumbency effect is actually, turning into something that's actually going to help the Liberal Democrats as we see throughout the night. But I'm not entirely surprised that this result is lower than many of the pollsters have been talking about for some time, precisely because we've been seeing those trends in our data.
Colin, your exit poll, with others, has been taking a bit of a pounding the last half hour. It always does. I seem to remember
it usually does, Tom,
and it's
not, of course, my exit poll.
No, I know. I'm saying rather grandly.
But what we have been seeing, and as I said, it's been modelled every which way statistically across the day, as you would imagine. But in every region, in every kind of seat circumstance, the Liberal Democrats have been suffering really very badly, double-figure swings against them in most cases. And, of course, one of the things that people thought about the Liberal Democrats is that in Scotland, as Ming knows only too well, they had a number of very safe seats, which they thought they could also count on, a bit like Labour, 6 or 7 seats which you could put in the column straight away. And so the Liberal Democrats' projective seat share has also been affected by this tide towards the SNP in Scotland, which people are not talking about in quite such sceptical terms. It's interesting to hear.
I mean, interesting. That's happened to Labour as well, of course. Because you've got the position of Douglas Alexander. He's been an outstanding shadow Foreign Secretary who is being opposed by a 20-year-old SNP student. With opinion polls suggesting...
Well, and may well lose. I mean...
Exactly. So, I mean...
We due his result about 2.
Yeah. Scotland is, if I may say so, quite different. I mean, there's a kind of tsunami effect, which... It's impossible to imagine how that could have been prevented. I mean,
let's just explore that, right?
In the seat I used to represent, we've had more than 300 people out helping. We've knocked on 16,000 doors. We've done absolutely everything by the book. And we don't know that result, but if that result's part of if it's not the one that these opinion polls suggest, then that does suggest to me that no matter what you do, in some circumstances, it doesn't work. But again, caution till we get the right results.
Let's pick up. We're still watching Houghton, Sunderland South, where I have to say they've missed their record, so that someone's mortgage may not be safe. But just let's talk about Scotland, because what is happening in Scotland is a revolution. What do you think that is being driven by more than anything? And does it make... You maybe didn't hear Martin Geiser earlier saying he didn't think it made another independence referendum inevitable. What's your judgment on that?
Well, it was a question which Nicola Sturgeon refused to answer. And in fact, one of the leadership debates, she got booed because she obviously tried to dodge the question. And what she said is, this election is about the Westminster Parliament and Scotland being better represented and the case for anti-austerity being firmly advocated. But the truth of the matter is, on the doorstep, a lot of our candidates have been saying, if we do well tonight, then we want to have another referendum. And of course, 2016 is the next set of elections for the Scottish Parliament. So it's not difficult to understand or to anticipate that in the event that they have a result of the kind we're discussing, subject to caveat, and they do well in the Scottish parliamentary elections, then she will find it very hard to hold back the tide of opinion within her own party.
Do you think it's inevitable, if it happened again, that Scotland would decide to go? I mean, if this poll is right, that is an absolutely startling, a staggering sweep of Scotland. Scotland effectively becomes, if that's correct, a one-party state.
Well, I mean, that's an expression I was told not to use, but I agree with you.
Well, I mean, factually correct, isn't it?
Exactly,
if there's only one party at Westminster, and does that...
Well, but it does open up a whole raft of possibilities which have not been considered in this election. For example, on health and education, the Scottish Government's performance has been very, very poor. In the course of the election campaign, a number of reports came out making exactly that point. They've not had to defend a record in this election. And one thing is certain, if it becomes wholly dominated by the SNP, then there will be examination of their policies and their decision-making to an extent that has not previously been the case.
Ming Campbell, thank you very much. Now, we are hearing some news from Sunderland. The seat isn't ready to declare yet, but we are calling it now as a Labour hold. On your screen is a headline result, Houghton and Sunderland South, a Labour hold. And we can see someone who appears to be talking there, so let's go and listen to him.
I, Dave Smith, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Elvin, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 8,280. Stuart Thomas Hay, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,105. Jim Murray, Liberal Democrat, 791. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, Labour Party, 21,000. $21,218. Alan Michael David Robinson, the Green Party, 1,095.
OK, that is a Labour hold, not in the least surprising, but what we seem to be seeing is a massive increase in the UKIP vote in that seat. Now, we will unpick that. I don't know if we can actually just take a look at the change in the share of the vote there, where we've got a minute. A huge increase in the UKIP vote there, as you can see. Now, we'll unpick that in a moment with Colin and Jane, but I am joined in the studio here by Lord Mandelson.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Well.
Not a brilliant night for your party, if the polls are correct.
Well, if the exit poll is correct, it would seem that all the three main parties have lost this election. I mean, some lost it more than others, Liberal Democrats in particular. But there are many seats where the result will be very close indeed. And so I would just put a health warning on this exit poll. There has already, as you may know, been an alternative exit poll published by YouGov that gives a completely different set of numbers. So I think this
really
is
helpfully at this point in the evening.
not very helpfully for you.
Well, not very helpful for anyone, one might say.
I think it's going to be a real cliffhanger right till the very end.
Just supposing, for the sake of argument, that the exit poll is correct, just for a minute, as a veteran observer of the political scene in this country, unpick it for us. What happens? Phil Collins from The Times, you may have heard him earlier, suggesting that it's quite possible that you almost get to the position where nobody can sensibly form a majority.
Well, David Cameron and the Conservatives have yet again failed to win the general election. Mr Cameron lost the one in 2010. He seems to have lost this one again. Indeed, the Conservatives haven't actually won a general election outright for 23 odd years. So if they want to form a government and to get a majority, they have to get that from other parties. Now, it remains to be seen whether the Liberal Democrats will either have the numbers to supply them with that majority or the inclination. And I think at the moment, both things are in considerable doubt.
So put your analyst hat on for me. What happens next if these figures are even vaguely correct? David Cameron continues to stay. He waits to see if he can test it. Do you think the Liberal Democrats would support him? What happens next?
I think the Liberal Democrats will be very severely divided. For this reason, they have paid, on the basis of this exit poll, a colossal price for serving in this coalition with the Conservatives. I mean, a price from which it will take them a very long time to recover. Now, what do they do in the circumstances? Do they do, as Ming Campbell was suggesting, you know, retreat, regroup and rebuild their party almost from scratch? Or do they throw their lot in again with the Conservatives, who in many parts of the country have been rejected, and what they're proposing to do over the next 5 years, rejected very, very severely. And if they do that, if they do go back in, I mean, it is difficult to see, I mean, how they will end up as anything like a sort of viable political party at all. And I think so, quite apart from the policy differences that they have with the Conservatives, not just with the severity of the further austerity that the Conservatives are proposing, but of course also particularly with Europe, where the Liberal Democrats do not support a referendum, and Nick Clegg has said this week he will not be part of any government that proposes or anticipates withdrawing from the European Union. So both the sort of both the numbers and the political reality, the divisions within their party, the lack of any sort of serious overlap between themselves and the Conservatives on key policies like Europe will make it very difficult indeed for the Liberal Democrats, I think, to go back with the Conservatives.
In blunt terms, and on anything like these numbers, is it really conceivable, in your view, that Ed Miliband could be Prime Minister?
On these numbers, on the exit poll, very difficult indeed. I don't really see that, just as I don't see it being straightforward for David Cameron to head up a majority government either with another party.
If the gap were that big, however the figures pan out, is it conceivable that... I mean, we've talked a lot about legitimacy, and everyone has said, listen, forget legitimacy, it's a numbers game, whoever has the majority... But when the gap between the two major parties could be this big, does that effectively rule Ed Miliband out of being Prime Minister, more or less, whatever happens?
The numbers in themselves, you know, do not rule out his becoming Prime Minister. But what Britain is looking for and what the parties have to provide is a stable and durable government. Now, that will not come necessarily from the party that is first, that has the greatest number of seats. I mean, that is very clear from our president, from convention, from any interpretation of how we apply our unwritten constitution in this country. It's not the party who comes first and its leader who becomes the government or the Prime Minister. It's that combination of parties in these circumstances who can create a stable and durable administration.
We're just looking at pictures of Doncaster. Speaking of Ed Miliband, do you think he'll survive as Labour leader if, for example, David Cameron does walk into Downing Street at the end of all this? Somehow the maths adds up. Is that the end of Ed Miliband as leader, and should it be?
No, I don't think it should for this reason. He has performed magnificently during this campaign.
You haven't always been his biggest fan, to be fair.
I voted for his brother.
Well, I think that's a reasonable summary of not being his biggest fan.
And therefore, coming from me, I think it means something. Look, I think the Tories made a mistake in driving down expectations of Ed Miliband to the extent they did. They and their supporters in the press set out to trash him. Now, actually, they lowered the bar of expectation so far that actually Ed Miliband rather sort of neatly and easily stepped over it and surprised people by his performance. He's come across as a very passionate man, a very committed man, a highly intelligent politician.
So you would want to see him fight another election even if he doesn't become Prime Minister in this one?
What I would like to do is to get this election done with and the results clear before we start talking about the next one. And what we have to do from this election is find a government for our country which, as I say, provides that stability, that durability that we need from any administration.
Finally, on the question of Scotland, one thing that our exit poll is consistent with other polls on is enormously impressive SNP performance in Scotland. Do you think Scotland is effectively on its way out of the Union, or is that totally not what we should read in tonight? And it looks like a devastating night for your party in Scotland.
Something akin to an earthquake has taken place in Scotland if this exit poll is correct. So, you know, politics will not be the same. That's clear. Now, whether that leads to Scotland's exit from the United Kingdom, far too early to say. I very sincerely hope not. But one thing that is clear is this, that the Labour Party has effectively been squeezed by two nationalisms in the UK. Obviously by Scottish nationalism, with the result of this loss of seats, if the exit poll is right, but also by the English nationalism, the frenzy that has been whipped up by David Cameron and his party deliberately in order to make it harder for the Labour Party to win votes in England. And that has been a very painful squeeze for the Labour Party. And there are many, many, many Labour Party activists and candidates and members across England who have worked so hard in this election, and I've seen it in many constituencies, and very well led by an excellent party organisation as well, who will feel quite sorely cheated out of the result that they worked for and expected by what's happened in Scotland.
Lord Mandelson, I've got a feeling this is a conversation that may continue for some weeks on the numbers that we have. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going up to rejoin Nina Hussain in our opinion room now. But first, let me just tell you about what's happening at the bottom of the screen. As well as the exit poll prediction, you can now see seats so far with a 1 next to Labour. It will update as we get more results. Nina.
Thank you, Tom. I'm joined by Twitter's global head of politics, Adam Sharp. Fascinating night thus far. What's it doing online?
Yes, it is. Well, the conversation today has been phenomenal. More people tweeting about the election than tweeted about the royal baby last Saturday. But when that exit poll came out... Good news for democracy. Yes, but when that exit poll came out, the conversation had changed. For all the hours we've been tracking today, Labour had been driving that conversation in red. Now, Conservatives in blue driving that conversation. Right after that release, nearly half of all the tweets about the campaign were about the Conservatives and David Cameron.
And we don't know what they're saying, whether it's negative or positive in the way they're reacting to the exit poll, but at the moment the Tories are driving the conversation online.
Exactly. We've also seen another interesting shift. For most of the day, the Lib Dems, 2-3% of the conversation, behind UKIP and SNP all day. In the last hour, more talk about coalition, more than double, pulling ahead of UKIP and closing in on SNP as being the third in line to drive that conversation into tomorrow.
All right, Adam, thank you for flying in from Washington to join us here. I'm also joined by Graham Sharp from William Hill. How's it looking in your world tonight?
Bit of a seismic shift in the betting. What was previously the favourite up to the exit poll was a Labour minority at 7-4. That's drifted right out to 10-1 now. The new favourite is at 5-6, Conservative Lib Dem coalition again. Second favourite, 15-8, Conservative minority. David Cameron is now 1-10 to remain as Prime Minister, and Ed Miliband 6-4 to resign before midnight tomorrow.
Great debate about whether the polls that we've seen throughout this campaign are less or more accurate than the betting markets. What's your reaction to that, given what we've seen in the exit poll numbers?
Well, we really need to see the results when they come in to determine who's won and who's lost. But at the moment, we're feeling quite happy because a lot of people base their bets on the opinion polls. OK,
Graham, thank you. Joining me now is Miranda Green. You saw her earlier, of course, and Jenny Russell and Isabel Hardman from The Spectator. Jenny Russell, you are a friend of Ed Miliband's. What do you think he's thinking right now, looking at those numbers?
I'm sure he's looking at them and thinking, well, I'm not going to believe anything until I get the results in. The thing is that these results are so much at odds with the hundreds of polls he had during the campaign. Somebody's got something badly wrong.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that tonight YouGov has called back the people that it spoke to earlier, and it hasn't changed its predictions. YouGov is thinking that the Tories are going to end up at about 284, Labour on about 260 or so. So one way or another, somebody tonight has got their predictions way out of line. And if you were Labour, all that you could possibly do at this moment is to hold tight and not start giving anything away or giving up the game until you know what the number of seats actually is.
Lord Mandelson said that all the parties have lost this evening. Is that great spin? He said that it's not all over for Ed Miliband, and do you agree with that analysis at this point?
I think it's impossible to tell. I think if this poll was right and it was 239 to 316, I think that would be a very, very bad result. I think there'd be a lot of unhappiness within the party. And I think that is certainly spin from Lord Mandelson. 316 for the Tories would be an unprecedented move for a governing party which has looked very unpopular for a lot of its time in office to suddenly gain seats in that way. And I have to say, I think something else that's very interesting about that is that a lot of people assume that if this poll is right, then the Lib Dems are in a very weak position. Actually, I think the opposite is true, because the Tories will need those 10 Lib Dem votes if they are to have a majority. It's much better to depend on the Lib Dems, who they know how to work with, than it is to depend on the DUP, who aren't frankly interested in British politics in the same way. And the Lib Dems are the ones who've got most to lose by joining a coalition again. So I actually think that if these results are right, it would have to be the Tories courting the Lib Dems desperately to say, please come back into government again. Even though you've been devastated by this, we can offer you some baubles that make it worth your while.
So, Miranda, if Nick Clegg keeps his seat in Sheffield this evening, how is he going to sell that to the party to say, look, we've got these seats, they've got theirs, we can restart the Rose Garden, we can do it again? How does he sell that to the party members?
Well, I feel quite confident in predicting you won't get another Rose Garden, whatever happens.
Yeah.
Garden of Thorns, exactly. Because, you know, even at the very highest level of the Lib Dems, there's a lot of wariness about doing this again. And you can see why tonight. I mean, we all think that 10 figure is way low, but even so, it's absolutely right that the Lib Dems have paid a very high price for going into coalition. And there is something about the still toxic Tory brand which rubs off on people who work with them. And that's been a real problem for the Lib Dems for the whole 5 years. You know, you've seen their local government base pretty much wiped out. It's a huge decision to go and again. I think that's absolutely right what Jenny says, but I think the practicalities of putting another coalition together we'll just have to see, because of course this time, unlike 2010, the sort of element of surprise is lost of the two leaders, Cameron and Clegg, kind of springing it on their parties. Clegg successfully consulted the party, who democratically approved it. Would that happen this time? Cameron will have to ask his own very bolshy, possibly backbenchers to approve a deal this time. Could Cameron even do a deal with the Lib Dems again?
Isabel?
I think David Cameron could do a deal with the Lib Dems again. I think seeing the government so close for the Tory MPs would be a pretty good incentive to go back in with the Lib Dems. But it would be very interesting, the mechanics of that coalition, because if you only have 10 Lib Dem MPs, they can't all be ministers, because that would look ridiculous, 100% of your party ending up on the government payroll. So it would limit their influence within government, because you'd have fewer ministers. Would Clegg really be able to argue for 50% representation on the Quads, which is the body that makes decisions at the top, it's the highest level of government? So there's all those sort of mechanical questions that have to be answered.
But remember, the YouGov survey, which Jenny referred to, is still putting the Lib Dem seat tally at around 30, so we should wait and see, because as with Labour, the Lib Dems shouldn't sort of be throwing everything up in the air right now.
OK, Miranda, ladies, thank you very much. Well, we'll see if there isn't a reworking of the Rose Garden, whether there is a reworking of the Quad a little later on, and maybe the next few hours and days. Tom?
Ed Balls, the Shadow Chancellor, is waiting to speak to us, I believe. Ed Balls, good evening. Not a brilliant night. Well, good evening to you. Not a very brilliant night for your party, if this poll is correct.
Well, look, there's only been one result so far, Tom. That was a Labour majority which went up. And clearly the exit poll has caught everybody by surprise, because it jars with all of the different opinion polls we've seen in the last few days and today. It's very different from what we've been hearing on the ground right across the country. So it's still very early days. We need to see what happens when the actual results come in. What we do know, even if the exit poll is right, that means that the Conservative Liberal Democrat majority of 73 has been entirely wiped out. But let's wait and see, because as I said, I'm not sure this is going to turn out to be right. I think there's some very, very close constituencies where Labour's fighting hard against the Conservatives. We fought a very close campaign. And if the exit poll is out by 10, 15, 20 seats, suddenly David Cameron is not going to be able to put together a majority for a Queen's speech. So still early days, Tom.
Before we get on to the significant politics of the overall national picture, the Tories tried very hard to take your seat from you at the last election, as you know. You've been very, very confident of holding your seat. Apparently on Twitter, a number of Conservative and Labour sources are suggesting you might have a fight on your hands. How confident are you of holding your seat at this point in the evening?
Well, I've had a fight on my hands in this constituency for the last 8 years. We fought it very hard in 2010 and won with a majority of 1,000. Every week we've been campaigning in my constituency on the issues which matter, from the NHS to tough controls on immigration to jobs for young people, as we've been doing across the whole of the UK. And we fought a great campaign. And the mood on the doorstep today in Morley and Outwood has been very good indeed. And look, in the end, the votes are down here in the ballot boxes. It's only when the votes are counted that we get the result. But we have fought a very, very good campaign in Morley and Outwood against a Conservative campaign which has been a bit desultory, and UKIP, who have been pretty non-existent. So let's wait and see what the result is.
Let's talk big picture then. Even if this poll is significantly out, there does look as if there's going to be a very big gap between you and the Conservative Party. You say the Conservative Party hasn't had a very good evening, but we just heard people in our opinion room there pointing out how unusual it is for a government party to actually push the number of seats it gets up. And who knows, it may be and it may not be that that's happened, but it does seem as if the gap between you is big. You've also got this revolution taking place in Scotland, and now we're not in an election. Perhaps we can talk frankly about it. Is it really conceivable, do you think, that given the gap between you and the Tories, that you could actually be in Downing Street on the basis of this enormous revolution in Scotland and the SNP force it has created, given that I imagine there'll be a fair amount of ill feeling between you and the SNP?
Well, look, there's lots of points in that question, Tom, and let's take them section by section. First of all, David Cameron said the test for him was to win a majority, and even on this exit poll, he fails to deliver that majority. The second thing is, the exit poll is based, first of all, on a complete collapse in the Lib Dem vote and representation. It would show that the Lib Dems have paid a huge price for being in a coalition which has been so unpopular with their voters and many voters across the country. We don't know yet what the exit poll is going to, if it's going to be right. What we've known all along is that what's happened in Scotland has been very challenging indeed since the referendum result. And I'm very much hoping a lot of good colleagues and friends, good MPs in Scotland will be returned. We've been warning all along that a vote for the SNP risks the Conservatives coming back into power, and I fervently hope that isn't going to be the case. But as you know, Tom, the people decide in a general election. They vote, they elect the MPs, and then it's what happens in the House of Commons which makes a difference. And the question for David Cameron is, can he put together a majority to be able to govern and to get a majority for his Queen's speech? And we do not know the answer to that at this point. On the basis of this exit poll is very close indeed. The Tory Liberal Democrat majority disappears. He would have to reach out to other small parties, maybe the 2 UKIP MPs, maybe the smaller parties from Ulster. But if the exit poll is out by even 10 seats, let alone 20 or 30, then suddenly, and of course that would be in line with the YouGov polling this evening, suddenly David Cameron cannot get a majority for a Queen's speech. And if David Cameron cannot get a majority for a Queen's speech, then constitutionally would fall to the Leader of the Opposition to become the Prime Minister, Ed Miliband, and to see that he can get a Queen's speech through the House of Commons. Now, there's a lot of water to flow under the bridge, because so far we've only got 1 MP elected. But you know, Tom, even on the basis of this exit poll, David Cameron's ability to stay in Downing Street is on a knife edge tonight, because the majority for the Tories and the Liberals has collapsed. It's disappeared. It's gone from over 70 to 0.
Ed Balls in Leeds, we'll be back for your constituency in due course and perhaps speak to you then.
Thank you, Tom.
Colin and Jane, I'm sorry, we've been trying to get back to you to unpick Houghton and Sunderland South. Tell us what you read into that.
Well, I think the first thing to note is a really quite modest swing from Conservative to Labour compared with the last election. And we said already that the exit poll suggested that Labour was doing rather better in the northeast of the country than it looked as if it was doing in the south. This swing in the northeast from Conservative to Labour is only 4%. The other thing to note is a complete collapse of the Liberal Democrat vote. They went from a reasonable third place back in 2010 to, frankly, a humiliating fifth place this time round.
Just bringing up the graphic where you speak there, that's the change in share.
They've lost what they've lost. They got 14% down by 12% to just 2. I mean, lost their deposit. Humiliating result for them. And there's a UKIP factor, which Jane's
Yes, I mean, if we look at this graph, the really striking thing here is UKIP just surging ahead. And if the exit poll is right, and there are lots of really interesting reasons, obviously we've been sitting here thinking, actually, you can understand this result if you think about the way that voters are behaving in different ways across the country. And what we're seeing here is that UKIP do really well. Now, of course, there was a strong BNP vote here in this constituency last time, so we'd expect it to go a little bit higher. But UKIP coming in second place in Houghton and Sunderland South. In a constituency, we didn't expect UKIP to come in second place. UKIP look like they've come third in terms of the national share, so that's really significant. And what could be happening tonight is that UKIP voters may be voting against Labour candidates. And so in the south of England, we might see UKIP voters essentially helping the Tories, going back to the Tories, where it's a contest between Conservative and Lib Dems or Conservative and Labour. Because, of course, if UKIP voters recognise that they're not going to get Nigel Farage into number 10, they would rather have a Conservative majority government, and that's certainly what the British election study tells us. Whereas in Labour seats, what could be happening is that UKIP are damaging Labour enough that we get the kind of exit poll prediction that we have.
And of course, seemed there. That was the story, wasn't
it? Exactly. And this is, like I say, it's an area where we didn't expect that kind of surge. And so this could be one of the factors, one of the stories on the night that we'll obviously be following in lots of different counts, lots of different results. But I think that might be a really important part of this picture.
We're just waiting for Sunderland Central, which is, of course, a neighbouring seat. We'll see whether we can test these theories against what happens in Sunderland Central. So let's listen to what's going to happen.
Notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Julie Elliott, Labour Party, 20,959. That's 20,959. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, the Green Party, 1,706. Ryan George Foster, UKIP Independence Party, UKIP, 7,997. Adrian Page, Liberal Democrat, 1,105. Geoffrey Guy Townsend, the Conservative Party candidate, 9,780. Joseph Young, 215. And that Julie Elliott has been duly elected to serve as the member for the said constituency.
So, Julie Elliott is back there, but it looks as though there's been a fairly significant... Colin J, maybe I can bring you in here, but it looks like another fairly significant UKIP vote. So, can we just have a look at change in the share of the vote?
UKIP only coming third here, but still with 19% of the vote, still a little behind the Conservatives. And again, not a staggering swing from Conservative to Labour compared with what perhaps people were expecting, especially in the north of England. And yet again, there are the Liberal Democrats in fifth place behind the Greens, down from 17% in 2010 to just under 3% now. Shocking result for them.
We suspect this is, I mean, it's early days, but this looks like part of the story of the night, doesn't it? Shocking result for the Liberal Democrats and UKIP clearly creeping up.
Indeed, one of the things that I expected to see was lots of shifts from the Liberal Democrats to Labour. Now, if that had been the case, we would have expected those Lib Dem seats to be down, but we wouldn't have expected Labour to be doing as badly as the exit poll looks like it is. And that's what we're seeing a little bit here. These are just hints at this stage of the evening. But we're not seeing that really large shift from the Lib Dems to Labour that, certainly some of our data have been predicting early on. And it's obviously possible that there have been some significant last-minute changes in the kinds of behaviour behaviours, the kinds of indications.
So you think a lot of people have changed their minds on election day, essentially, or close to it?
Well, we knew that in 2010 that about 20% of people said that they made up their minds on election day. But into this campaign, here are the really interesting things. Lots of people had decided how they were going to vote beforehand. We didn't see a really big difference to 2010, but we saw a really significant difference. And I'm really hoping we'll be able to show you some data later, some interesting graphs that really point to this. A really growing sense that people were just seeing just how close this race was going to be and the likelihood that there was going to be a hung parliament. And what we know is that fundamentally can change the voting decision. It can have a really profound impact, in particular, giving a real bonus to some of the minor parties such as UKIP, who we're seeing doing very well in just the 2 seats that we've seen so far.
And I think we also need to... You talked about cliches earlier on. Here's another one for you. Churn.
It's early yet.
Churn, Tom,
yeah,
right?
Churn.
On the face of it,
churn.
looking at the shares of the vote, it looks as though all the Liberal Democrats have gone to UKIP. Now, that's probably pretty unlikely. So what's actually
Seems an
happened
unlikely
is...
concept in some senses.
But so there's a lot of switching around among voters going in within this particular result. But certainly the 2 results we've seen from Sunderland so far suggest, Jane was mentioning this earlier, that the Conservatives are not being hammered by UKIP.
Yeah.
And if that is the case in the south of England, then it certainly is very good news for their prospects of hanging on in many seats where they might have thought they were vulnerable.
Now, we know that the election will be won or lost in seats which are scattered around the country. Some alike, some very different. Julie has our guide to the ones to watch.
Yes, another bit of our graphics toolkit to show you. Over the coming hours, we'll be finding just how accurate that exit poll is, and the evidence will be writ large on this battleground here. Let's take you through it. As those results in the key constituencies come in, this battleground will change colour and chart the successes and failures of the parties to win their target seat. So let's just show you how this will be working tonight. We've got a centre line there that you need to keep your eye on. To the right of that are the Conservative targets. We can have a little scroll through there. Now, most of them, as you can see, voted Labour in 2010, identified there by the red icons next to the name of the seat. But some of these target seats, of course, held by other parties: orange for the Lib Dems, yellow for SNP, dark green for Plaid Cymru, and the Greens 1 seat. Bright green, you can see it down there in Brighton Pavilion. To the left of that dividing line on our battleground are Labour's targets, mostly seats that the Conservatives won in 2010 are marked by the little blue icon, but other parties are in their sights too. Now, all those seats are arranged according to how easy they are supposedly to win this time. So the further away the seat is from that centre line, the harder it is to gain. So let's take you to the top of the Conservative target list tonight, and that is the seat of Hampstead and Kilburn. Labour won that seat last time by just 42 votes. If you cross over that centre line and have a look at the top of Labour's target list, you can see Warwickshire North right up at the top, where the Conservatives won last time by 54 votes. Now, we'll be able to tell just at a glance when these results start rolling in if it's Labour or the Conservatives who are turning their targets into gains, and where it leaves Mr Miliband or Mr Cameron tonight in terms of getting to number 10. So bit by bit, when those results start rolling in, and it'll come thick and fast as we get on later on into the night, this will flood with colour and it will give us a snapshot of how it's going tonight.
Julie, we didn't really have a total Lib Dem wipeout board, did we, though? Possibly we could. It seems obvious to me how many of the seats you're talking about are Lib Dem seats.
Yes, and it's worth... Let's just take a little look in. Perhaps if Matt, who's going to be working hard tonight on our battleground, bring him round and perhaps take him to the top of that Conservative target list tonight. Because if there are going to be losses, there are plenty on that Conservative target end of the battleground. And you can just see in that first column, Solihull, and I think I'm right in saying that Nick Clegg headed there pretty much straight away when the campaign started and was at a hedgehog petting zoo or something. But anyway, but Solihull is held on a tiny margin, 175 votes from last time. Laureley, but we're very, very fortunate, I think, if the exit poll proves correct, to hang on there. A bit further down, Dorset and Midpool Annet Brook is actually standing down there. One would imagine that that would be a reasonably straightforward gain. And Tessamont in Wales, of course. So we're heading down into that sort of southwest heartland of the Liberal Democrats, where many of them on the basis of that exit poll, will be feeling pretty twitchy tonight. And you could go along their target seats. There's another couple look in the southwest, St Austell and Somerton and Frome, where the incumbent is standing down. David Heath's been there since 1997. Standing down automatically makes that seat perhaps more vulnerable. And then we've got other places in that sort of golden area, southwest, in that area around London, Sutton and Cheam, that might be vulnerable too. So there's lots to look out for now in terms of those Liberal Democrat seats on the basis of that exit poll tonight.
Julie, thank you. I'm joined by John Whittingdale now, a key figure in the Tory 1922 Backbench Committee, arguably the most important organisation in the Tory party. Certainly it will be for the next few days. John, tell me how things are going to pan out, do you think?
Well, so far, it appears that the Conservative Party is having a good night. It's obviously very early on, but the exit poll is very encouraging. Obviously, I would like to have seen a Conservative majority, but even to have a result which is just short of that obviously represents an improvement on the position we were in the last Parliament, and plainly means that David Cameron will continue as Prime Minister.
You've been a parliamentarian for a long time. Do you think you can get over the line on the numbers that we're looking at?
Well, I mean, I think if the exit poll is correct, or if it's in the region that it suggests, then in some ways it will be easier. The Conservative Party will be only just a few seats short of an overall majority. The Liberal Democrats have always said that they would want to talk to the party with the most seats in Parliament. That appears that it is going to be the Conservative Party. We also have quite a lot in common with the Democratic Unionist Party, so I think it would be certainly feasible for us to reach an arrangement, but we'll obviously have to wait and see what the numbers suggest.
Do you have some fellow feeling for your Liberal Democrats? They've sat alongside you in government all these past 5 years, taken difficult decisions with you, and it looks like they might have been all but wiped out as a result.
Well, we'll obviously have to wait and see, but the Liberal Democrats have been very clear that they have wanted to put the national interest first. They've said to us in the past that they believe it is right that they should talk to the party which is the biggest in Parliament, the party which has received the most support from the British people. It appears that will be the Conservative Party, and I'd hope they'd take the same attitude in the coming Parliament. But if we are this close to achieving an overall majority, then there are possibly other permutations, or David Cameron can table a Queen's speech, and I would hope that certainly the Liberal Democrats and the DUP might consider supporting it.
You know as well as I do that David Cameron isn't always totally popular with some of his backbenchers. Is he safe as leader, do you think, if this turns out to be the numbers?
Well, if David Cameron is Prime Minister, then obviously we will be celebrating the fact that we have a continuation of Conservative government, and I think all Conservative MPs will support him. And certainly he will have produced a result which exceeds the expectations of most of the commentators and pollsters.
John Whittingdale, thank you very much. A while till your result is announced, but we will be back to you later. Kevin Maguire joins us now from The Mirror. Always a bit of a nightmare putting a newspaper to bed against these kind of deadlines with the results far from clear. Kevin, what are you putting on your front page, and what's your take on what's happening?
Yeah, you're quite right, Tom. And the front page tomorrow, the first edition, is based on the exit poll, and it is 5 more damned years. As you know, the Daily Mirror, like the Guardian, we called for a vote for the Labour Party. A lot of the other papers went with the Conservatives. And you looked at all the other opinion polls, you heard the intelligence coming from the ground from the parties, and you would not have predicted what we have tonight from that exit poll. No reason to doubt it at the moment. I know there's a smaller, different poll from YouGov which is querying it, but if that exit poll is accurate, that is a pretty sensational result.
You must have been speaking to sources high and low in the Labour Party. Is your general sense that their feeling is this might be correct, or does no one know?
I think they're shell-shocked. They don't know. They're querying it, but they're worried it actually is correct. I mean, if it is correct, David Cameron, yes, he hasn't got an overall majority. I heard you talking to John Whittingdale, but he will be the first serving Prime Minister since Margaret Thatcher in 1983 to actually increase the number of seats while they're in power. And that's at 316. You're pretty close to the finishing line, because it is 323, not 325, because the 5 Sinn Féin MPs don't turn up. And that means a lot of huge momentous events for Britain coming along, including that referendum on membership of the European Union.
If these numbers are correct, is that the end of Ed Miliband as leader of the Labour Party, in your view?
I think if they are correct, Tom, yes, it would be the end of Ed Miliband. I think you only get one chance. Remember, Neil Kinnock got 2 chances, 1987, 1992. I think it was a mistake in 1992. If Ed Miliband has failed and Labour has actually fallen back, it's lost more seats in Scotland than it's gained in England and Wales, then it will be curtains. It will just be a matter of when he would go. But, of course, that's if it is accurate. I think he would know himself that he'd failed. He's had a very good campaign, in many ways a better campaign, it felt, than David Cameron. And Labour's campaign was certainly more professional and more disciplined. He's been subject to some real vitriolic, personal, nasty abuse by some of the Tory papers, but nevertheless he would have expected to make gains. If Labour's gone forward with him, he's in a good position.
Kevin, I'm just going to have to interrupt you. I'm very, very sorry, but we're going to go straight to Washington and Sunderland West to see what is happening there.
Smith, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Washington and Sunderland West constituency is as follows. Aileen Casey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 7,321. Bob Dillon, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,033. Gary Stephen Duncan, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 341. Dominic John Haney, Liberal Democrat, 993. Sharon Hodgson, Labour Party, 20,478.
So that is Sharon Hodgson back in Washington and Sunderland West. Quite a similar pattern to those that we've seen in Sunderland Central and Houghton and Sunderland South. Now, I'm joined in the studio here by Gus O'Donnell. We'll come back and look at the exact details of what happened and perhaps unpick it a little more later. But I'm joined by Gus O'Donnell, former Cabinet Secretary. You must slightly pity your successor, Jeremy Hayward, because he's got a potentially quite complicated situation to weave through here.
It's not as complicated as people might have thought before that exit poll. Actually, that exit poll has changed things quite radically. If it turns out that that's correct, we're in a world where the Conservatives are clearly in a dominant position, and David Cameron looks, if that's right, to have won virtually enough seats to get there. Either he could run a minority, or he can think about getting together with what remains of the Liberal Democrats, possibly DUP, in some kind of deals.
This is one of those incredibly difficult nights to unpick, because if the poll is correct and the Liberal Democrats are on 10, don't know, and I don't know, and probably they don't know what on earth they're going to feel when they wake up tomorrow morning. What are they going to want to do? We don't know. Potentially the Tories might be able to get over the line with the DUP and all the rest of it. If it doesn't work out and David Cameron can't get the numbers, or the numbers begin to fall back, but there is still a big gap between the Tories and Labour, but Labour end up forming the government, as Ed Balls was talking about there, with the SNP. That's still presumably perfectly legitimate in your eyes. It's about the numbers.
It's about the numbers, and it's about who commands the confidence of the House of Commons. So who can get a majority, who can get over that 323 number. So if that's the case for Conservatives plus other parties, or if it's the case, and if they can't get there, then we get into a scenario where Labour plus other parties would try and work that through. And if that's the case, then yes, you might get Ed Miliband as Prime Minister. But if those exit poll numbers are correct, that looks like a very unlikely scenario at the moment.
Although, to be fair, it wouldn't take an awful lot of movement in the figures. You push some down and some up, and suddenly it alters the picture quite substantially.
Indeed, it could. And you know, that Lib Dem number is way outside what people were expecting. The SNP number's 58, couldn't have got much higher, only one more. So
yes, we'll be speculating as the evening goes on, if that's correct, about who the sole survivor is. But all Now,
My money's on Orkney.
Yes, I think my money's probably on Orkney as well. Now, you know, I remember you in a different guise, the days of the John Major government coming to an end and only just surviving. What kind of government do you think this is going to feel like? It's complicated, isn't it? Having a small majority or perhaps no majority at all.
And remember the John Major period, you know, that night in '92 was when we had the biggest ever error in exit polls. So that does prove to you they're not always infallible.
Yes, we don't like to be reminded of that, but never mind, that's a different story. But that was a very difficult period for the basic business of getting government done, was it not?
That's right, and I think a world where you don't have single majority and you have various options. Full coalition provided the last government with something which allowed them to carry on for a full 5 years. You know, people didn't expect that. But the coalition, Conservative and Lib Dems, had a clear and large majority in the House of Commons. Now, if you're not in a situation where you've got a large majority, in fact, you're in a minority situation or you've got lots of smaller deals, then it is more difficult. You govern in a different way. You look to try and get the kinds of things you want to do done as far as possible by means other than by passing laws, because getting things through the House of Commons can be very difficult and it can be very expensive, because quite a lot of the requests that come to you are, one way or another, requests that cost you money.
Surely not. We'll come back to that. Let's go up to Nina in the opinion room and see what her guests have got to say about it.
Thank you, Tom. Well, I'm joined now by Facebook's politics specialist, Elizabeth Linder, and we're going to actually focus on that last result that came through in Sunderland West and look behind the headline of the Labour hold and see a bit more about the picture going on in that particular area of the country. What was going on? Because you've been tracking the Facebook conversation from January until yesterday.
That's absolutely right, Nina. So we've been taking a look at the conversations that people are having around the issues and around the political parties since January, and you can see here in the constituency just called 45% of that conversation dominated around UKIP. Now, what's really important to note is that these are the conversations that real people in the UK are having in this constituency, are having at home with their friends, with their families, out at restaurants with colleagues. This is not reflective of what the press is talking about. This is reflective of what people are talking about.
And again, we don't know whether they're talking positively or negatively, but we know they're talking about UKIP. Are they still talking now, or is everyone having Facebook conversations? Have they gone to bed already?
Well, actually, it's funny you should ask. We just looked at that. Within 2 minutes of the polls closing, we saw the conversation on Facebook doubling. Within a minute of the first constituency being announced, that number doubled again. So as far as we can tell, Facebook users are still up and still watching the returns.
All right, Elizabeth, for now, thank you. Well, let's stick with the talk of UKIP in the north right now. I'm joined by the author of the seminal text on the rise of UKIP, the politics professor Matthew Goodwin, and also by the politics professor from King's College London, Vernon Bogdanor. Thank you both for talking to me. It looks like from the results that we've had in from Sunderland that Labour voters are heading to UKIP, which is crucial for UKIP, isn't it, if they want to do well this time and also in 2020?
Well, absolutely. This is what we argued last year, was the risk facing Labour, that it would find itself struggling to get that comeback in key seats where UKIP was emerging as the alternative to Labour and effectively replacing the Conservative Party in some of these seats. Now, we're seeing an increase in UKIP's vote share of over 16%, which would suggest that in some of these other northern seats, like South Yorkshire seats like Rotherham and some northeast seats like Hartlepool, we are likely to see UKIP having a very strong performance at this election. So, you know, this was coming for a long time for the Labour Party.
Vernon, why? Why are we seeing the rise of UKIP?
A large number of people in this country believe themselves to be disfranchised, alienated from politics. They don't think that any of the three major parties represent their views. And this is on particular issues such as Europe, obviously, immigration, to some extent, I think, gay marriage. And from that point of view, I think the UKIP phenomenon bears some relationship to the SNP phenomenon in Scotland. That, too, I think, is a revolt of the disfranchised, of people who don't feel represented by the orthodox parties. In Scotland, they go to the SNP. In England, they go to UKIP.
You predicted a Tory minority. Obviously, we weren't necessarily expecting those numbers that we've seen in the exit poll, but you are treating those with great caution this evening.
Yes, the exit poll would indicate, I think, a Tory minority government, which would be able to last moderately comfortably, I think, for 5 years. Its main problem, which perhaps we could discuss later, would be Europe. But I think the exit poll should be treated with great caution. We've seen a huge amount of speculation, a mountain of speculation, but a very small amount of fact. And the swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the first seat that we saw was around 4%. And if that was so right across England and Wales, and of course we don't know whether it would be, that is slightly better for Labour, I think, than the exit poll would indicate. So we've got to be careful. The exit poll goes against the opinion polls. Someone will have egg on their face, either those who did the opinion polls or those who did the exit poll. We don't yet know which. We don't have enough facts to go on. People are speculating hugely without much fact.
Can we speculate a bit more? Because that's what we're here to do at the moment. You famously taught David Cameron.
Yes.
What do you think he should do in this position if those numbers are correct? Do you think he should go it alone and go with a minority government, or do you think he should try and get some sort of deal again with the Liberal Democrats?
I suspect a deal with the Liberal Democrats isn't on, and I suspect the Liberal Democrats wouldn't be interested in it either. They, if the exit poll is right, they've been so reduced in numbers, they'll want to lick their wounds and reconsider their strategy. My hunch, and of course it's only a guess, is that David Cameron would continue. It would be very difficult for the other parties all to combine together to get rid of him, and he might have some sort of agreement with the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland, who are, of course, as strong unionists as David Cameron, who's the leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party. So I don't think in practice he'd have much difficulty in governing for 5 years. And if this exit poll is right, he's gained seats. He's the first Prime Minister to gain seats since Margaret Thatcher in 1983. And if it's right, it's a big if, it's a great triumph for him.
OK, Vernon and Matthew, I hope to speak to you a little later on as well. Tom.
Well, we're joined by the former Labour Home Secretary, David Blunkett. Gus O'Donnell is still with us. David Blunkett, we're trying to unpick this situation in a sensible way, and it's not particularly easy. What do you make of the figures that the exit poll has produced?
I fear they may be close to being right for several reasons. One, obviously, and my heart goes out to them, the number of colleagues who we've lost in Scotland, and the complete collapse of the Lib Dems. And the two things together, i.e. the Tories winning an avalanche of seats from the Lib Dems and the tsunami against us in Scotland, balance out in a way that I don't think the opinion polls had been showing previously. And the third factor, obviously, UKIP. My own feeling now is that obviously if we were 20 up from the predictions and they were 20 down, we'd be in a totally different ballgame. We'd be back to a minority administration getting the Queen's speech through with the support of other parties. If we're not, then David Cameron may tomorrow morning be looking triumphant, but actually in getting business through the House, he shouldn't be, because they had a working majority of over 70 all the time, even on controversial things like the wretched Health Act that they pushed through. The Lib Dems were with them. Now they've eliminated substantially the Liberal Democrats, but they've ended up without a majority in Parliament. That is going to be both bad in terms of running the country, but it's also going to be, if I wasn't so deeply involved in it and so committed to my colleagues, it would be deeply fascinating.
Well, deeply fascinating it may be. It's hard to imagine a more complex hand the electorate could really have dealt us tonight. Do you think that the Liberal Democrats, you've watched the Liberal Democrats over many years, if they do end up being massacred in this way, do you think it's conceivable they would support the Tory party in a coalition? Is it conceivable they would support them on a vote-by-vote basis? Will they want to abstain? What do you assess their attitude is likely to be to this scenario?
I'm not a good person to second-guess the mind of Liberal Democrats because I've never fully understood them. But I have to say that I think it would be absolutely unthinkable, contrary to one of your previous contributors, for the Liberal Democrats to even think once, never mind twice, about going into coalition with the Conservatives. They've been massacred because they did go into coalition, and they've very cleverly, from the Conservatives' point of view, been blamed for the worst things and got very, very little credit for the effort that they did put in on a more liberal basis. So I think we should forget that. They may, some of them, sit on their hands for a Queen's speech, of course, which would be a kind of, I'm sorry to be unkind about it, but it would be a kind of Lib Dem thing to do. And, of course, we can't be sure what the SNP's turn-up will be. So we're all thinking now, you know, if this is true and the opinion polls were wrong and the exit poll is right, are we in a situation where people panicked, where the politics of fear and grievance shone through, but also the politics of worry about a situation that people thought was going to end up with the SNP holding the ring? That was very clever but very dangerous tactics by David Cameron. And if he now tries to rely on the Democratic Unionist Party from Ireland, he may have this well and truly stuffed down his nose.
So, OK, well, let's just
focus. That's rather graphic language.
Well, it's very graphic, but indeed it's a very complicated position.
I'm not happy, as you will understand, because I see fantastically good, long-standing colleagues losing their seats and people who have worked their guts out not winning because of a whole combination of measures, even though the campaign on the ground was a good one. And it was. It reminded me of 1987, where we ran a very good campaign. You had a contributor earlier who led it, Peter Mandelson, and we were hammered.
Well, let's just ask both of you, maybe Gus, you first. Is there a government here then? At the end of this discussion we've just had, can we wake up tomorrow and think we're going to have a government?
I mean, the Prime Minister remains the Prime Minister constitutionally, so there's a government. Yes, the government will continue. But I think David's...
A realistic government that's going to last more than 5 minutes.
Well, David's absolutely right that what was the strength of last time was a coalition with a very large majority in the House of Commons. This time, you know, given that the Lib Dems have, if the exit poll is right, have come down so much, even if you add them together with the number for the Conservatives, you barely get across the line. And as David said, they may well choose not to go into coalitions, so then David Cameron's looking to see which other groupings can he put together. DUP is the obvious place to look, and some others. And it's a minority government. It might be a vote-by-vote basis. So it is going to be rather more difficult for him, even though, paradoxically, he's got more seats. There are lots and lots of people against him in this House.
Well, David, how do you think it'll last 5 minutes? Of course, the Fixed Term Parliament Act makes having another election a lot more complicated. And as far as I can see, looking at the maths, it basically, I mean, you just get, you know, a majority to even think about going in that direction. The only way, or the obvious way it would probably happen is if Labour and the Tories both got together and said, this is just not working, we need another election. Yeah, how do you think that's going to pan out?
It may be possible after a period of time that would happen, that people would say, we've had enough of this, we're going nowhere in this Parliament, which we weren't in the last year of the last Parliament. And, people were kicking their feet around the place. I would have advocated, had this result been reversed tonight, a very different type of politics where we reached out to people, we engaged, we spoke to people who'd not voted for us. We tried to win what Ed Miliband called 18 months ago a one-nation approach. It may not be possible now to do that, but I do think that if the Conservatives go in for the kind of thing that they were predicting this week, which is change the boundaries, stop people from outside England voting on key bills, in other words, fix the system for your party, I hope there'll be a majority against that in the House of Commons.
Finally, briefly, do you think if these figures are correct, Ed Miliband survives as leader of the Labour Party?
Well, nobody's answered that question for you tonight, and I'm at this point not going to answer it either, because I think, firstly, we need to see the reality on the ground and what we do and don't win, and secondly, we need to breathe. Somebody was talking earlier about predicting that Ed Miliband will have gone within 24 hours. I hope not. I think we should take our time. We should lick our wounds if we have to, and we should think seriously. If we have lost this election, we've lost it from 2010, when in the 6 months after 2010, we failed to nail the lie that the Labour government had been responsible for the global meltdown, and everything that happened in the US, France, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Ireland, everywhere else was the Labour government's fault. It was such a nonsense. But the coalition got away with peddling that, and we've got to think seriously about avoiding a situation where we rush into something that might damage us in the long term.
David Blunkett, Gus O'Donnell, thank you very much for joining us. Now, we've had the exit poll, we've had a few results, and we've had an awful lot of comment. Julie's got a summary.
Tom, thank you very much. Well, it's just gone midnight. The first results, as Tom mentioned there, have gone to Labour, but our exit poll predicts the Conservatives will win the most seats, but won't have enough for a majority. Our poll puts the Tories on 316. Labour will be way behind on 239. The Lib Dems will end the night on 10, according to the exit poll. UKIP and the Green Party will have 2 each. The SNP are forecast to have 58 seats out of 59 in Scotland, and Plaid Cymru will have 4. Well, senior figures have been giving us their reactions to the exit poll. Earlier, the Home Secretary, Theresa May, said that while there may not be an outright winner, in her view, it is clear who has lost.
The first thing is, I mean, if those figures are anything like correct, I mean, it'll be clear that Labour will have lost. They will have, in fact, got fewer seats on that basis than they did at the 2010 election. And I think that's the very clear picture that will come out.
But Labour's Deputy Leader Harriet Harman said the poll suggests a failure for the coalition government.
If the exit poll is right, if the exit polls are right, then what it shows is that the coalition led by David Cameron has more or less lost its majority, in which case we'll have to see whether the new House of Commons that's been newly elected will give David Cameron a majority.
Well, the SNP leader and First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, has reacted cautiously. She tweeted, "I'd treat the exit poll with huge caution. I'm hoping for a good night, but I think 58 seats is unlikely." And the Lib Dems said the predicted figures don't match up with what they've been hearing.
So I think one has to wait. But on the other hand, I would certainly agree that on the figures that we've got, this is very disappointing. I may say I've been on to High Command, to the Central Office, and I've been told it's not consistent with the kind of intelligence they were getting back.
Ming Campbell speaking to us just a few moments ago. Key developments so far, Tom?
We're joined by Mark Mallet from Belfast. Mark, suddenly the DUP is the most important political party in Britain, potentially. What do you think they're going to be the reaction of their MPs to the events that are unfolding?
Well, Tom, they're going to say that this will come as absolutely no surprise. They have fought this election campaign, suggesting throughout that they could be the kingmakers in any future coalition government. The deputy leader of the party, Nigel Dodds, who is the party's leader at Westminster, has just arrived at the count here in Belfast. The party is quietly confident of taking 7 to 9 seats overnight tonight as the counts are completed. And if it really comes down to that handful of seats, as the exit poll is suggesting, then the DUP will find themselves possibly in a position where there will be intense negotiations over the coming days to see exactly what sort of an agreement can be reached there. Now, in terms of what they were looking for throughout this election campaign, they did publish a wish list. They said that if they were going into any coalition government, they were not interested in cabinet positions, but here's what they wanted. They wanted an immediate referendum on Europe. They wanted a minimum 2% GDP spending on defence, and they want the abolition of the bedroom tax. They also want other things like a commission on the union, and they want to see real financial agreements put in place for Northern Ireland. So their wish list is going to become quite the focus as the hours go through the night, Tom.
None of those things on face value would necessarily be a problem for the Tory party. In your view, they've always given the impression to me that they wouldn't be very interested in formal coalition. Do you think they might go into coalition, or it would be a confidence and supply, or a loose understanding? What do you think is the most realistic arrangement that might emerge from any talks?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Tom. It is confidence and supply. They have said they're not interested in cabinet positions. They're not interested necessarily in forming a coalition government. And don't forget, they also said right from the outset that they would be quite happy to work with either David Cameron or the Labour leader, Ed Miliband. They have held their cards very close to their chest in the sort of role that they may play in the coming days and indeed possibly the coming years. They are remaining very tight-lipped this evening, again not giving away too much waiting on those ballots being counted to see how many MPs that they have returned to Westminster. But here on a local level, what they have said throughout is what is most important for them is maintaining the position within the United Kingdom, strengthening the union, but also getting a better deal for Northern Ireland. Of course, much has been said over the last number of weeks, months, and indeed years about the tricky financial position that Northern Ireland finds itself in. They'll probably be pushing for more money, I would imagine, if they go into any sort of government coalition.
Mark, we're expecting results from you in about an hour and a bit, so no doubt we'll be back to you then. Thank you very much for talking to us. Colin and Jane, let's breathe a bit and take stock of where we are. Maybe we can have a look at the overall summary, a prediction of what we think we're heading for, what we've been trying, and I must say only partially successfully, to make sense of in the last hour or two. The maths that doesn't really add up, one feels. Jane?
I think, let's look at this graph for a second, and you think about an anti-austerity kind of voting bloc. I'm not saying an anti-austerity coalition, a rainbow coalition, but let's just look at how difficult it could be for the Conservatives to pass legislation which will run contrary in terms of spending commitments and so on to the wishes of all of those parties on the left of centre. So you've got Labour, you've got the Greens, you've got Plaid, we've got obviously the SNP. The DUP have very publicly said that they wouldn't support an austerity measure because obviously they would like more spending going into Northern Ireland. Now, the interesting thing here is, let's say the Liberal Democrats, as I'm sure has to be likely, don't want to go into another formal coalition agreement and want instead to appeal to those voters they've lost. They could then do so on an anti-austerity platform, which would actually mean the Tories wouldn't pass their legislation on these kinds of measures. So interestingly, the Liberal Democrats have lost so many voters to Labour, and they've done that because they were in coalition with the Tories, obviously tuition fees, but also, being part and parcel of that austerity or those cuts. So we know, for example, that those Liberal Democrats who have moved away from the party really do think the cuts have gone too far. That's the same for SNP voters, it's the same for Plaid, it's the same for the Greens. Interestingly, too, it's also the same for Labour voters, and Ed Miliband has been campaigning very, very strongly, arguing that it was important to bring down the deficit and that there would be some cuts under a Labour government. So actually, in terms of his vote share, in terms of his support in Scotland and also in England and Wales and the support for those other parties, a more anti-austerity message would have cut more, would have cut through more, I think, with the electorate. And, just the maths are just, they're very, very fascinating. But I think, what we have to remember is that there is no clear winner. And so, therefore, the legislative outcomes, just those, some of the difficulties, some of the dilemmas that are going to be facing the parliamentary parties are just going to be absolutely fascinating.
It's worth saying, perhaps, that, as I understand it, the Liberal Democrats have lost their deposit on the first 3 seats announced tonight,
yes,
which is a staggering development. They didn't lose any deposits in the last election.
Down to less than 3% in each case. And we're hoping to get the full results from Newcastle soon. And Newcastle's quite an interesting city because the Liberal Democrats mounted quite a successful campaign there over the past decade or so as the challengers to Labour. The Conservatives nowhere in these northern seats, of course, and will remain nowhere even after tonight. But it's the Liberal Democrats who ran the council for some years in Newcastle. They're second in all of the 3 seats in Newcastle. In one case, they came within 7% of winning it last time, and it'll be interesting to see whether their vote tanks in Newcastle in quite the same way as it's done in Sunderland. And if it does, and if they're scrabbling around for 4th or 5th place with the Greens, with UKIP having comfortably nosed up into 3rd or even in some cases 2nd place, then I think we really can become a little more confident about this terrible, terrible night for Liberal Democrats actually coming to fruition.
Did you see this coming in any way? I mean, are you surprised by it?
Well, if you remember, some weeks ago we had another sceptically received poll. There was a Comres poll done for ITV News of the 14 seats held by the Liberal Democrats in their inverted commas heartland in the southwest of England, and the poll said they were going to lose the lot. And lose the lot by really quite some distance. And, of course, the social media sphere went wild and said how this was couldn't possibly happen because they were so well bedded in. They had incumbent MPs who were respected, all the rest of it. But that's what the poll said, and it could well be the case that turns out to be true.
It's also true, of course, that turnout looks like it's up by about 5 percentage points tonight, or 5 points. And that is probably
what's driven that, do you think?
I think it's inevitably the closeness of the race. We know when there is something really strong at stake, when it's a close race, that people come out in higher numbers to vote. And I suspect what we'll see is in tight races, in marginal races, that we'll see the turnout to be much higher than it is in those other safer seats. And that would, of course, benefit the Tories, which might be one of the reasons why the exit poll may indeed be on the money.
I just want to come to Scotland for a second, because we haven't talked about that much yet. By the way, who's your money on sole survivors? I mean, it may be more than one, of course, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, but one surviving seat that isn't SNP in Scotland? Orkney and Shetland, presumably.
Well, that's yes. I mean, as I said at the top of the night, the exit poll doesn't call individual seats, but if you looked down it, you would think that Alistair Carmichael is pretty safe there, because frankly, huge no vote in Orkney and Shetland. Yeah. What's the cliche? Another cliche. You know, they're nearer geographically to Norway
when they're wedding
than they are to Edinburgh, and they would probably rather be independent themselves than going with an SNP-led independent Scotland. So that, yeah.
Nevertheless, this is the most extraordinary revolution, really.
Let's talk about this for a second. I mean, you know, we're talking about a change in the share of vote for a party that I just can't remember seeing in these sizes. You know, think about, you know, this is probably double the size of the change in share that Tony Blair achieved in 1997, which we all remember as being this huge landslide result. What's happened in Scotland is that those yes voters who started, you know, not necessarily all supporting the SNP, have supported the SNP after the referendum, and just that momentum has grown. And so we've seen that movement from yes voters closer and more towards the SNP. We haven't seen the same shift in those people that voted no. And so what we might even see tonight is a pretty much a share of support for the SNP, which is pretty close to the yes vote.
Just tell me something. What do you think? You've tracked some of these voters and what they think. What do you reckon they're going to think when they wake up tomorrow morning, if these numbers are correct, and we've got a David Cameron potentially heading back to Downing Street, possibly with a very unstable minority? It's hard to imagine there's going to be a coalition. While Scotland has almost completely voted SNP, what do you think all those voters who went out and voted SNP are going to think about that?
I think it's just absolutely extraordinary. I mean, those people we've tracked voters using the British Election Study data, and we've seen that the likelihood that the SNP would have influence over a UK government, would be somehow form part of the UK government, has increased by about 10%. That kind of sense of momentum has been noticed by voters. Now, what we might find, of course, tomorrow is that whilst the SNP has just had this extraordinary result in Scotland, they're still not part of, you know, they don't have influence over the UK government. So that would, of course, be a disappointment. What will be fascinating to see is, of course, how that influences the policy-making process, how that influences the balance of power in the UK Parliament. We still don't know yet for sure how many seats a party like UKIP will win. The exit poll is predicting 2 seats for UKIP. UKIP's doing very well in just the small number of seats that we've seen so far. It could be that number of UKIP seats increases, so then we might have a party on the right, small numbers, but, you know, having more influence than a party that has taken the whole of Scotland. So, you know, huge disappointment. And, of course, what those Scottish voters want is more powers for the Scottish Parliament. Those people even that voted no and who nevertheless wanted more powers for Scotland thought they would get more powers for Scotland anyway. So, you know, this is what Scottish voters predominantly are looking for, and, you know, we'll have to see if the SNP can...
Colin, I know you're about to speak, but I'm going to come back to you, if I may, because we've got Stuart Hosey, the Deputy Leader of the SNP, ready to talk to us. Mr Hosey, I don't know how to put this. On the face of it, if the poll is correct, a quite incredible night for you, the like of which I can't recall us seeing in British politics in recent history.
Well, indeed, but you know, they are only exit polls, exactly, and let's just take that with a big pinch of salt for the time being, because we know there are other polls that show Labour and the Tories down south neck and neck. So let's just canny for a wee while until we see some real results from Scotland coming in.
What do you think is the picture then? You've done your own analysis, you've had many activists out there. What do you think the result will be in Scotland?
Well, we've certainly done very well. There's no doubt about that. It's been a fantastic campaign, and I think there's been real traction with our message of more power for Scotland and an end to austerity across the UK. But in terms of where we end up, look, we had 6 MPs at the start of the day. Our record total ever was 11, so 12 would be a good result. But the only target we've actually set in Scotland is to win this election in Scotland in terms of seats and votes. I'm not going to put a number of seats on, that would be silly. We're close enough to some results being declared, and we'll all know soon enough just exactly what the result in Scotland is.
Let's suppose you have a very, very good night, but the exit poll is broadly correct, and we end up with David Cameron in some form or another back in Downing Street. So I know you don't like to talk about hypotheticals, but just for a moment, ponder the notion, the Conservatives back, possibly with a minority administration in Downing Street, you potentially having carried all before you in Scotland, or at the very least had a very, very good result. What happens next, in your view, in that circumstance?
Well, remember, we've kind of been here before, in Margaret Thatcher and John Major's time, when the Labour Party had 50 MPs, but they were the feeble 50, unable to save Scotland from a single closure, from any of the deindustrialisation which happened in that era. I think the judgment would be, were you to be correct, that the strongest possible SNP bloc would be absolutely essential to actually put up a fight against what might come next from another Tory government.
I know you don't much like to talk about this because you said it wasn't an issue in this election, but again, just extrapolating a bit and looking at how these results may have panned out, is it inevitable that if you end up with David Cameron back in Downing Street and you with potentially more than 50 MPs in Scotland, that independence will be back on the ballot paper in the Holyrood elections in 2016?
No, we've been very clear. As you know, this election was not about independence, and we weren't seeking a mandate for independence. I think what happens next, depending on the result, will be the responsibility of the Westminster government. Listen, the Scottish people want more power, north of what's been proposed by the Smith Commission. If Westminster delivers, that's one thing. If Westminster doesn't deliver, then of course any Scottish political party would be duty-bound to listen to the reaction of the Scottish people, but that's not where we are. We haven't had a Scottish seat declared yet, so let's take the 2016 election out of the equation until we've got the results from the 2015 election.
Are there no circumstances whatever in which you would support the Conservatives at Westminster? What about if they offered you full fiscal autonomy, which is what you say you want?
I think that's highly unlikely they would do that, and the answer is no, we couldn't do a deal with the Tories. Listen, we're an anti-Tory party. We've opposed the austerity cuts. We wanted to see an end to austerity, incredibly popular in Scotland and in England. So no, I think it would simply be impossible for us to do the kind of deal you're suggesting.
Even if it wasn't a deal then, let's just suggest that they say, OK, we understand, we hear the voice of Scotland, you need full fiscal autonomy, and they put that an offer to you. You wouldn't support that at Westminster?
Well, as I say, let's wait and see what the results are. We're extrapolating on the back of one exit poll. We're suggesting that the Liberals might be able to prop up a minority Tory government, and that alliance might then offer Scotland something thus far in 100 years they've been unable to do. It's stretching things a little too far, I suspect.
Stuart Hosey, thank you very much indeed. I suspect we will be talking to you later in the evening. Now, we have Rohit Katru with the UKIP leader, Nigel Farage. Rohit.
Hello there. Well, Nigel Farage has just arrived at what is a party, an election night party here in Margate. Nigel, your reflection first on the exit poll, which suggests just 2 seats for the UKIP tonight.
It does, and we'll have to see. The first result we got was from Sunderland. We saw the UKIP vote up 7,000 and the Tory vote down by 1,000. And I want to congratulate the editors of The Sun and the Daily Mail. They're geniuses. They said the UKIP vote would split the Tory vote. God help us.
But Nigel, you're predicting Well, there we are. Nigel Farage has been saying through the evening that he is confident but not complacent. The question for him now is whether he will win this seat of South Thanet. He has said that he will stand down if he isn't successful here.
Rohit, thank you very much. Well done for getting him. Something tells me he had one thing and only one thing to say at this point in the evening. Now, I'm joined by Sir Christopher Mayor and Simon Lewis, 2 former press secretaries in Downing Street. both of whom I dealt with back in the day. Welcome back, gentlemen, to the studio. Well, Christopher, let's start with you. My memory of that era was that it was just a tiny bit chaotic. Predict this one for me if David Cameron ends up in Downing Street.
Well, I mean, if these exit polls are accurate, it is not what we were led to believe by a plethora of pollers. Pollsters.
That's possibly the understatement of the night
understatement,
so far.
yeah. So, I mean, you have to put in that proviso. So a whole bunch of people around the world, leave aside inside the United Kingdom, will either be exasperated or relieved if this is what the outcome is. So if your question to me is more about the outside world than the inside world of Downing Street, because this is a less chaotic outcome if this is what happens than has been predicted.
I think my question to both of you, actually, because we've collectively, the three of us, had experience on what operating, well, you've been in government and I've been reporting on government, but we all know what that's like, how chaotic, how difficult it is to manage the House.
You do the deals that need to be done.
If you're David Cameron, who do you do a deal with? You've got the Liberal Democrats who aren't likely to want to do a deal, surely, and the DUP who just about only get you over the line.
Well, of course, we've seen this movie before. Last time it had a different ending. I think the interesting thing about tonight is that we've been there before 5 years ago. One of the very interesting issues, I think, over the next few days is how does this pan out?
What's your guess then?
Well, I think it might be played slightly longer than last time. I think last time there was a key objective to get it done as quickly as possible. This time, it might just take a little longer, even though the numbers are very different to last time. I think Sir Jeremy Hayward, who we've heard about earlier, want to just take his time to work out whether the deal that can be done can stick.
You worked with Gordon Brown. Do you think it's realistic on these numbers, if they're anything like correct, to have Ed Miliband in Downing Street with SNP plus support, if that could conceivably add up by the end of the night?
On these numbers currently, it doesn't look very likely.
I couldn't agree more. I think the numbers are so surprising that if I were David Cameron, I would be saying to myself, God, this is far better than I ever thought was going to happen. And this is going to make life much easier.
I'm saying thank God. I think there'd be a thank you in there first.
I mean, and I think Simon's absolutely right. This is going to be a longer game because he's going to feel more in command of the situation. He's been there in 2010 when he was a complete neophyte about coalitions. This is going to give him an opportunity to think clearly and rationally about how he consolidates his position in the House of Commons.
But is this, in your view, Simon, is this a sustainable government? Let's say David Cameron stays there, he gets some kind of support from the DUP and maybe some kind of agreement to abstain from the Liberal Democrats, which would be maybe...
Why are you so sceptical about Lib Dem support here?
Because there are potentially only 10 of them and they've just lost 5/6 nearly of their MPs by going into coalition.
Clegg hasn't lost Hallam.
No, well, I'm sceptical, but who knows? I don't know anything.
It's so close he can almost touch it. But there's a very interesting person, Sir Christopher Geidt, who's got an important role to play in this. Someone who is the Queen's private secretary. He's got to spend the next few days.
He's been in Downing Street the last month.
Who has indeed, and he will be consulting all the parties, and he'll be informing the Queen, of course, who remains above politics, what the situation is, and only when it's clear that there's a government that can stick will that create then the government that we've been talking about.
We could possibly have an interesting conversation about what the Queen is likely to have made.
Yeah, but I mean, if Cameron was down at 285, 286, 287, something like that, then Sir Christopher Geidt, I venture to suggest, would have a much more busy and active role than he is likely to have if Cameron comes out at 316.
But to my point, operating a government like this, is that sustainable? I mean, even if...
It's rock and roll, but it's sustainable. Sustainable rock and roll is where I describe it.
But you remember all too well, you've still got the scars on your back.
John Major, majority of 21, I think, when he came in.
Yeah. 27, I thought.
Well, it's something.
My memory. He lost it very, very quickly. We can agree on that.
But it drained away very rapidly.
Yeah.
And when it got... The thing that made it tricky was the combination of diminishing majority, right-wing rebellion from the bastards, as he called them, plus the need to depend...
Thankfully, it's late enough for us to be able to talk in it. No, but you have, so...
Well, that's what he said. I'm quoting John Major, if I may.
Yes, quite, right.
And plus a slightly dodgy sort of supply and confidence type thing, with the Northern Ireland parties. In those days, the UUP and the DUP.
Yeah.
I can't remember who else actually.
Well, that Maastricht vote, I remember sitting there watching it. I can't remember which one it was that was critical when the Ulster Unionists got up and crossed the floor at the last moment. There was a gasp in the House. This is what daily life would be like if this is what happens.
But the other thing that's very different this time is the economic situation is so much better. Back in Downing Street, when I was there in 2010, the European economy was in a terrible state, and the determination to get a deal done was partly because that this time round, economic conditions more benign. We've been there before. I genuinely think that Sir Christopher and Sir Jeremy and others will just take their time to make sure there's something that sticks. I remember it was Gordon Brown who said to Nick Clegg in that famous phone call in 2010, Nick, I can't keep the Queen waiting. We've got to stop now. So I do think there's a constitutional propriety here. There comes a moment where the Prime Minister has to be confirmed as Prime Minister or not, and that, I think, isn't tomorrow or the next day, but as Gus said, tomorrow David Cameron will still be Prime Minister, but there are some other twists and turns, I think, to get us until the final stage.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Now we can go to James Mates, who has been with David Cameron all the way through. I'm amazed you've had any sleep, James. You seem to have been up all night for about the last 3 nights, but never mind, you look very awake. What is the view of the Cameron camp at this point?
They are being deliberately downplaying this. No sign of euphoria at all. The most we could get out of the spokesman here was pleased with the exit poll, which I think is something of an understatement. I mean, he's in his house here in Witney, where he's had dinner with Sam and is watching the results and possibly even this programme. Who knows? He will go to his count in a couple of hours' time. They declare about 4:30. But obviously, they are highly surprised. Just a couple of days ago, a very senior member of his campaign staff told me that they would bite your hand off for 300 seats, so 316, making him, of course, the first Prime Minister since Margaret Thatcher in 1983, sitting Prime Minister, to have increased the number of seats in Parliament at an election. Of course, assuming the exit poll is anything like right. But, of course, the other point he'll be well aware of is that Ed Balls, Peter Mandelson, Harriet Harman have been spinning furiously saying, look, the coalition have lost their majority. Yes, they would have lost their majority. That's the reality of it. It would be a minority government. He was around government for the major years, which you've just been talking about with Chris Mayer there. And he'll also know that the only recent time we've had a minority government, or a real one, was Harold Wilson in February '74. That government only lasted 6 months. It's not an easy thing to do. So when we ask, when does the talking start with other leaders, they say, well, look, we absolutely have got to wait and see what the actual real numbers are, how the maths adds up. There will be no immediate talks with anybody in the next few hours, certainly, until absolutely all the results are in.
James, a lot of people, including perhaps all of us in this studio, were a little bit startled by this opinion poll, so out of line with what we've seen throughout the campaign. Do you think they're as surprised by it as we are, or do you think they half expected this?
I think at the beginning of the campaign, this was sort of what they were looking at and expecting the polls, the gap in their lead in the polls to widen, thought that this was achievable at the beginning of the campaign. But when the polls never moved and they never moved and they never moved and there was no momentum at all, I think that they were, looking like the rest of us, 280, 290 would be a good result. Let's hope we win by 20 so that, at least there's a claim on Downing Street. That was the sort of thinking there. On the other hand, they have always been aware that, in these general elections, the things that always win them are leadership, and he's always been ahead in terms of who would make the best potential Prime Minister. Perceived economic competence, once again, always been ahead. Unlike John Major, who, while he had a pretty good economic record by the end of his 5 years, lost the perceived economic competence in 1992. Well, the Cameron hasn't. That has remained, and he's been well ahead of Ed Miliband on that. And also, of course, the incumbency effect, the status quo. People at the last minute quite often decide to stick with what they know rather than take a leap in the dark. And they always knew this, and they always had this in the back of their mind and always thought maybe 1, 2, or even all 3 of those elements will end up working in their favour. But I have to say, the last couple of days of the campaign, there wasn't much optimism that anything like this could be achieved.
James, it looks like yet another night without sleep for you, but thank you very much for joining us. We'll speak to you later. Let's go up to the opinion room and see what the guests with Nina are making of the front pages tomorrow.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I've got the guests assembled, those in the know, the journalists, to talk about the front pages. I've got Matthew Parris here from The Times, Owen Jones from The Guardian. Paris Lees has joined as campaigner and journalist, and Nick Ferrari, the LBC presenter. Let's start with the Mirror then. If we can take a look at that. Really, really clear front page there, black front page. Owen Jones, not the front page you were hoping for this evening.
Well, look, if the exit poll's correct, there'll be a lot of very despondent people out there, and that will probably sum up their sentiments. And I'd say to those people, look, yes, there's a lot of politics of fear out there about immigrants, about Scotland, about unemployed people. We've seen that politics of fear for many, many years, but I happen to think, whatever the result, the politics of hope will live on. And that is a politics which addresses people's everyday problems, the fact that most people in poverty are in work, earning their poverty, a housing crisis with 5 million people languishing in social housing waiting lists, young people in London, a booming city, we're here in the middle of it, 1 in 4 young people growing up in overcrowded homes, whether it be public services run by profiteers instead of the people. Those politics, the politics of hope, not politics about kicking your neighbour, not about divide and rule, about you've got low wages, so instead of being angry with your boss, you should turn on the unemployed scrounger down the road instead, living in a mansion made out of widescreen television sets. Or if you can't get a home, you shouldn't be angry with politicians because they haven't built enough housing. You should envy the immigrant getting the home that should be yours. I think a politics of hope which addresses people's everyday problems,
and it certainly
that will live on more than ever before, whatever.
It wasn't a campaign of hope, was it? Paris Lees, if I can take you to the paper that you write for, Owen's paper as well, this headline just come in for us. Always difficult for the papers, isn't it? Because they've got to go with the exit poll results, and as we've said, there is a huge caveat with that. But I think that sums it up, doesn't it? Shocker.
Yeah, I think we were all pretty shocked in this room, and I do feel really sorry for the editors tonight that are trying to come up with something. And I think that it looks like, you know, the Conservatives have got a claim on Downing Street still, but I still think it's all up for grabs to a certain extent. It's not a you know, particularly deep political analysis, but I just have a gut instinct that that exit poll is wrong, and I think a lot of people are thinking that now. So I don't know if that's what it is going to look like tomorrow, but it'd be pretty depressing if it was for me.
Paris, thank you. Let's move on to the next one and get your reaction, Nick.
Yeah.
Swinging the blues, I think we can presume that's a...
Yeah, classic tabloid front page. They're doing what tabloids are put on earth to do. Look, if you think it's tough being a politician or a pollster, you're trying to be a newspaper editor at the moment. They are grappling in the dark. They have absolutely no idea. And, of course, they have to commit to print. And it's not like broadcast, like you and I do. You can quickly turn around and say, right, we're hearing intelligence that. They have to go with that. But I'm shocked that I've been lied to by 2 senior Liberal Democrats. And I'm going to prove it now, because I took bets out. I was assured by Danny Alexander and Nick Clegg that they would hold their seat. So I have taken out bets on those two. I think Danny Alexander is looking very, very doubtful. I might have lost 50 quid tonight, and I'm absolutely annoyed about it. But I will hold on to them. I won't quite rip them up
because
yet.
the exit polls could be wrong. Let's move on to the next one, if this allows. Matthew Parris. It's got the caveat in there.
I like the Daily Telegraph's headline because it's temperate and it's factual. And I think the Conservative Party have a great opportunity, starting from now, to start being more polite, more courteous, more understanding towards their opponents. And I think the Conservative supporting media have the opportunity to do that too. Lots of people today will have voted Conservative holding their noses. Lots would have voted Conservative if they hadn't had to hold their noses. It's terrifically important that the Tory media and the party itself learn to be more likeable, more polite, more dignified.
Will they do that, though, if David Cameron does go back into number 10, albeit not with a majority? Because Linton Crosby's campaign has probably proved, if the exit poll is right, that the negative campaigning worked.
You never know, really, what swung a campaign. I think what swung the campaign was a public perception that the coalition government had been rather successful. I never believe that kicking your opponent or throwing sand in their faces, and there'll be a temptation for triumphalism in the Tory ranks, and you'll see it in the Tory press. I never believe that wins people over.
Nick, let's just go to the other big story of the night. Yeah.
Phenomenal. I mean, unrecognisable now, if this is true. Landslide is absolutely right. Virtually every single piece of Scotland will now go to the SNP. But if you went through Scotland as I did on this bus tour, as soon as you got off the airport, all the posters were for the SNP. It was really marked, and you knew that they were really on the crest of a wave. But do you remember, I mean, at the back end of last year, the English politicians were telling the Scots, don't leave the Union, lead the Union. Well, they've virtually got it now, so this is what they've uncorked.
And she's been a superb performer.
Oh, I think she won those debates.
Before I let you go,
Yes.
what do you think in terms of the future of the Union? Because obviously that's a key question if the polls are right tonight.
Oh, under massive pressure. Under massive pressure. We're almost back to, I would say, where we were last autumn. And there's going to be a growing sense that if they want it that much, why don't we just let them go for it?
OK, we have to end it there. Thank you very much, one and all, because Tom Bradby is about to talk to Michael Gove. Tom.
I am indeed. Michael Gove is here with me. So you could be Chief Whip with no majority and possibly no coalition. That sounds like the worst job in Britain.
Well, it's a privilege to be Chief Whip. It's a fascinating job. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. And I do think we're all speculating about an exit poll, and a number of people have cast doubt on whether or not that exit poll will be right in every particular. But there's a broad trend, I think, which is that,
let's be clear.
You know, the Conservatives have done so far, I hope, quite well, and certainly it appears to be a bad night for Labour.
Let's be clear. It's nearly 12:30. You have your own very expensive and complex machine that operates, and you will have been in touch with all of your MPs. So you tell me whether you think our exit poll is right.
I don't know. And I know that those are the three words.
That is the wrong answer. I don't know.
Utter.
Yeah. Okay.
But we will, in a few hours' time, have a plethora of results, lots of data. One thing I can say is that on the basis of what happened in the 3 seats in the North East that have declared so far, it suggests that the BBC's exit poll so far seems to be moving in the right direction. But those are just 3 seats in one region. It doesn't tell us everything. But if you look at both the exit poll that the BBC has produced and indeed your own poll, it seems pretty clear.
It's the same poll, I have to warn you about.
Oh, right, okay,
yes,
sorry.
That may be why it's showing a very similar thing. We do a collective poll these days just so that we're all... it pulls the resources and means it's a much bigger... I could bring Colin in on that, but we'll maybe talk about it later.
Okay. But there's quite...
Well, let's just talk about what this does mean, because if the figures are in the right ballpark, it's more than possible that you will not be able to form a government without someone else. So do you think it's conceivable that the Liberal Democrats would go into another coalition with you if there's only 10 of them?
Well, I think we have to wait to see what the precise arithmetic is, because when you're dealing with commanding majorities in the House of Commons, then you need to be able to make sure that your own party is solid and loyal, which I think the Conservative Party will be after an outstanding result, or what appears to be an outstanding result. But you also work with, if you don't quite have a majority, with other parties. But let's wait and see. You know, there is plenty of time between...
you must already have talked to the DUP, though. I don't mean since the result, but over the last couple of months. It's not going to come as any surprise to you what the DUP would want out of some arrangement.
Well, they've been very public. I mean, their leader has written a series of articles outlining what their positions are. The Liberal Democrats have outlined what their red lines are. But let's not speculate about that at this stage. The Prime Minister will, later today, be saying exactly what he proposes to do in order to ensure that we can have a strong, stable and secure government. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves at this stage. It seems as though what I believe has been a very good campaign has been vindicated. It appears certainly as though Labour have had a bad night, and the Prime Minister will be, I hope, in a position later this morning to spell out what the next steps forward are.
OK. But on these numbers, or anything approximating to these numbers, is a stable, sensible, credible government available with David Cameron at the helm?
Absolutely. And I think one of the points that's been made by others is that there have been, in other jurisdictions, stable, successful governments where you've had the party not securing a majority beforehand. But let's, as I say, not get ahead of ourselves. We do need to see what the precise arithmetic is.
OK, if we're not going to get ahead of ourselves, do you acknowledge that it's still perfectly credible that Ed Miliband could be Prime Minister in Downing Street within 24 hours?
I would be amazed if anyone were to make that argument with a straight face.
Well, you've just said that we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Therefore, if we're not getting ahead of ourselves, it's possible that the maths won't add up for you. The way our constitution works, if you can't win a vote of confidence, then Ed Miliband goes into Downing Street.
Yes, but you talked about Ed Miliband going into Downing Street tomorrow, it appears as though, from every measure of public opinion, that if Labour have gained any seats tonight, then they appear to be in a very small number. And the second thing is, it's the sitting Prime Minister who has the first right to form a government. It's the largest party which has traditionally formed a government. So I would have thought, at the very least, all the constitutional precedents would have suggested that if the exit polls were anything like correct, that David Cameron would be in a position to lay out exactly how a stable and secure government could be formed.
OK, but just to be clear, if you can't get the numbers between you, it has to be Ed Miliband. There's no dispute about that, correct?
Well, it is the case that we've argued throughout that there's a straightforward choice. There can only be two people who can be Prime Minister, absolutely. But I would say that both on the basis of all the predictions, even with a qualification here or a nuance there, it is David Cameron who has the legitimacy and the right to be first in saying how a government should be formed. But of course, one of the things I know that the Prime Minister will do is he will think about the national interest first. And he will think about how a government can be secured that reflects.
Every constitutional expert would argue that these notions of legitimacy are irrelevant. You either have the numbers or you don't. So the way the Constitution works is David Cameron is the Prime Minister. He will remain the Prime Minister as long as he can get the numbers for a confidence vote. That is by no means clear. Therefore, ergo, it must be possible for Ed Miliband to be...
That's not quite right. He remains Prime Minister until Parliament meets, and then when Parliament meets, he has to ensure that a vote of confidence is won. But there is time for any Prime Minister to consider what the options are and to make sure that a government is formed that provides stability, security and coherence.
One final question. Again, if this poll is anything approximating to the actual result, what do you make of... You're a Scot. What do you make of what's happening in Scotland?
Well, again, I, for some time now, have been concerned about the growth of separatism. I think that we've been fortunate in that in this campaign, the case against separatism has been put vigorously and effectively by Conservative politicians, not just David Cameron, but our superb leader in Scotland, Ruth Davidson. My understanding is that there are seats in Scotland which are competitive at the moment, which the Conservatives are doing very well in. Again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. On a previous occasion, suggested that the Conservatives might surprise people by how well they did in Scotland. Let's wait and see.
OK. Final question, though. If there are 53 or 54 or 55 or even 52 SNP MPs come the end of all this process, is that the beginning of the end of the union, in your view, or...?
Absolutely not. I think that people voted very clearly in the referendum to maintain the United Kingdom. People will have voted for whichever party, secure in the knowledge that the United Kingdom had been secured by that vote. And it was perfectly clear that SNP leaders said that the referendum result would be conclusive and for a generation. So I can't imagine that they could go back on their word, whatever the result of the general election in Scotland.
Michael Gove, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, as Michael was pointing out there, we've got the exit poll. It's the results that count. It's 12:30 or so. In another hour or two, we will really begin to get those results in a rush. Obviously, it's down to the key marginals to decide this. Julie has a summary of what to look out for.
Yes, we're just going to bring Matt, the cameraman, in again. We can show you our battleground and look at some of those target seats that Tom was mentioning there. If you just remember, we'll take you to our battleground. To the right of the centre line there are the Conservative target seats. Let's take you there and have a look at some of those areas that'll be hunting grounds for the Conservatives tonight. If this exit poll turns out to be correct, they'll be looking in patches all over the country, not least the Midlands. Both the West and the East Midlands of great interest. Of course, one of the easier targets, Solihull. But if we take you then on to a little bit further down, remember, the closer they are to that centre line, the easier they are in theory to get hold of. And we look at a seat like Birmingham Edgbaston, which was once a classic leafy Tory suburban seat that went to Labour in '97 with Gisela Stewart. They would be very, very happy to get that back in their column tonight. So seats like that they'll be watching for. Also in the East Midlands, worth mentioning also here, Gedling, which is Vernon Coker's Shadow Defence Secretary's seat, one of those classic Midlands marginals worth keeping an eye on. Even if you just look up into the next column there, you can see somewhere like Walsall South, currently held by Valerie Vaz, Keith Vaz's sister. And then if you go along to somewhere a little bit further away from that centre line, there's another couple of Birmingham seats really worth looking out for tonight. You can see Birmingham Northfield there, which the polls have suggested may go to the Tories tonight, and Birmingham, Selly Oaks. So some key little Midlands patches there. Nottinghamshire also a bit of hunting ground, as I was mentioning there, for the Tories. But it's always one of those areas, isn't it, Tom? And I know you guys will be watching that very closely throughout the night. This sort of patch of the country is sort of, you know, littered with marginals, isn't it?
Absolutely, Julie. The East and West Midlands, lots of seats, and indeed up into the North West, lots of seats which the Conservatives won from Labour in 2010 and are now pretty marginal. You mentioned some of them there. There's places like Lincoln and Chester, where David Cameron, of course, was only the other day. And what, of course, Labour was expecting is to take back those seats really quite easily, and that will be the kind of result we're looking for to see whether the exit poll and the sort of rather narrow swing between Conservative and Labour that it's suggesting is going to be proved to be true.
And Birmingham, a big hunting ground tonight. I mean, they'll all come together in a cluster.
Birmingham also very important as well, yes. I mean, it often is the case. The cockpit of the election is in the Midlands, and that area, both west and east. And indeed, from some of the evidence that we have from the exit polls, suggests the Conservatives are actually doing rather well in the East Midlands. Again, we wait for the results, desperately wait for the results to see whether that's the case.
Yeah. And what's, so I was just going to ask Jane, actually, sorry, Tom, what sort of factors might we be looking at? Because we know that in places like Dudley North and South, both on either side of our battleground tonight, UKIP could be a factor too, presumably.
Yeah, we're actually looking at a UKIP result which might be a little bit better than some of the predictions that were made. It's one of the things that I think took us a little bit by surprise when the result came out. And we certainly do see in our data that UKIP do well in the Midlands. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that happens. We don't expect them to win seats there. We'd expect them to win seats on the east of England. But nevertheless, they might do well enough to just tip the balance, just change some of the outcomes of those seats between the Conservatives and Labour. Yep. Okay. What we're talking about now.
All right. Those, we're going to be back at this battleboard a lot, aren't we? Because actually, as the evening wears on, it's going to be critical how far, you know, we're going to get to the point. Majority, not majority, close to majority is going to be critical. But a man who has seen it all before is waiting for us, Ken Clarke, in his constituency. Mr. Clarke, what do you make of the exit poll and where your party appears to be heading tonight?
Well, I've not seen an election like this before. It's quite obviously a quite different election to any that I've fought, and as you politely said, I've fought a fair few in my time. I mean, all the serious politicians you have on will say, you know, the exit poll may be wrong, and it's far too soon to say what kind of government anybody will form, so we take that as read. I mean, I've been obviously following it, like everybody else, for the last couple of hours, and some things I do believe appear to have occurred. One is the Liberal Democrat vote has collapsed. I find it very hard to find Liberal Democrats in my constituency. I never did think they'd hold 30. 10 looks as though it could possibly be right. The other thing, that the big event of the election is the SNP, even if it loses 2 or 3 seats in Scotland, is going to be an overwhelming big bloc in the new Parliament, and that has changed the look of the Parliament. So I think it's going to be a Conservative government probably, but it's far too soon to say. It's going to be a different sort of government to the one we had before. We had a coalition with a good working majority. And we're going to have to move to a more continental type of politics with either a minority government or a government that's got a kind of understanding with more than one small party, because you can't get by, you know, with tiny majorities, and you're going to have to accept that sometimes you're going to lose votes because others won't hold with you. But I think Cameron will still be Prime Minister. I think David has done well, and I think it's going to be a different type of government and a different type of Parliament to the one we've had. What I very much hope is we get a strong government that does have a political base, which David's deserved to win, because we've still got a lot of very difficult issues to run. What we do not want is a weak government. And I hope politicians of all kinds don't spend the rest of the night busily drawing absurd red lines and saying what they're going to demand and what they're not going to demand and all the rest of it. A little statesmanship's going to be called for once we've all recovered from the excitement of the night.
How confident are you that David Cameron will be back in Downing Street when all is said and done?
I'd give you good odds on. Nothing is certain. I mean, I said, if you've had anybody come on who hasn't put a caveat around everything, saying this is early, we want some real results. I mean, the exit polls were right last time, but that was a more straightforward election. Doesn't tell you much about individual seats. This part of the world where I am, the East Midlands, is going to be pretty critical. I'm surrounded by marginal seats. I've campaigned in 6 of them. There are others that I didn't quite get into, and quite a lot of them are too close to call. So it is going to be pretty nail-biting, but I'd be very surprised if the techniques of the pollsters are so wrong that the Conservatives aren't comfortably the largest single party, because I think Labour is headed for a catastrophe of some proportions in Scotland, which was a very important part of their parliamentary party in the last Parliament.
What do you think happens next in regards to Scotland? Could you ever really have imagined you were going to see anything like... I mean, in one sense, the trouble tonight is that we're actually following about 2 or 3 almost completely different stories. The collapse in the Liberal Democrats, the possibility of... And Scotland is a whole story of itself where a revolution seems to be taking place. Are you surprised by that? Did you see it coming? Give it some context, if you would, in your long political career.
Well, I'll talk about Scotland, although I'm not an expert in Scotland. I campaigned there in the referendum. I mean, the election is more fragmented. There's a regional story yet to emerge. I mean, the East Midlands, I suspect, is going to be different from the South West. I think in the East Midlands and the northwest of England, a lot of very key decisions are going to be taken. There are so many marginal seats, and actually we've no results yet, so we've no idea what the pattern's going to be there. We really only know about the northeast of England, where the Labour Party has actually somewhat strengthened its hold on its safe seats in Sunderland. But in Scotland, it's the disturbance of the referendum. Referendums always cause chaos. There was no way we could refuse a referendum to the SNP after they'd emerged in the Scottish elections, but it hasn't settled the issue. What it's done is caused a deep disturbance, and a lot of people who voted no in the referendum seem to be voting for the SNP. More importantly, they had 45% of the Scottish population. I never thought, I always thought they'd vote for the Union in Scotland by a majority, but 45% voted for the SNP ticket of an independent state. And if they all stay with the SNP alone on the first past the post system, they're going to win an awful lot of seats. And let's face it, the Labour Party in Scotland, particularly West Central Scotland, as far as I can judge, has become apathetic. It's a long-running oligarchy. They played a fairly dismal part in the referendum campaign. The result is, for the Labour Party and Ed Miliband's hopes, a complete catastrophe, because they must be on line now to lose the vast majority of their seats in Scotland, and I think that rules out a United Kingdom government. Now, in the United Kingdom Parliament, both the Scot Nats are going to have to get used to the fact that they are an opposition party in the Westminster Parliament on this scale, and the rest of us are going to have to get used to acknowledging a large Scottish nationalist element. But my fear, of course, is, they'll just be disruptive, and they'll just try to drive the wedge between the English and the Scots further, and but that would be a disaster. But I hope they'll behave responsibly. But they're certainly going to be in opposition, because nobody could possibly form a government with them, not least because, in my personal opinion, their economic policies are just innumerate. They just say, why don't we just go back to spending some more money? They could have given some of their slogans in Greek.
Ken Clarke, I think we got the message. Thank you very much indeed for joining us from Nottingham. We can go now to Douglas Carswell. Just before we speak to Mr. Carswell, I should say that we're calling Swindon South as Swindon North even, as a Tory hold. What we're going to be doing this evening is calling results, as we said at the start. Before we necessarily get to them, we've got a series of stringers all the way around the... Sorry, Ms. Carswell, I'm talking while you're there. I will come to you in a moment. But we've got stringers all around the country, so we will sometimes be bringing results to you before we're actually seeing them on screen. Mr. Carswell, what kind of result do you think you're headed for? You'll have seen our exit poll. Right, wrong?
Well, I think what we're going to see is UKIP's share of the vote go up from a paltry 3% 5 years ago to between 3 and 4 million people voting for UKIP. That's a huge increase in the UKIP share of the vote, and I think that's incredibly encouraging. Whether that translates into seats or not, I don't know, but I think that's more of a reflection on the inadequacies and the failures of our dysfunctional political system than it is a reflection on how UKIP has actually performed in individual seats.
Will it be a failure, though, if you get a massive increase in your vote share and you don't manage to turn that into seats?
Well, it's the electoral system, with respect, that would have failed to turn that into seats. If you add the number of people who are likely to have voted Green to those who are likely to have voted UKIP, you're talking about something like 5.5 million people. 5.5 million people who can expect under the current system to have a handful of representatives in the House of Commons. At the same time, the SNP, which will get 3 or 4%, is likely to have 50 seats. That simply cannot be a credible electoral system. So I think tonight's result, whatever the result, I think it's going to raise some profound questions about the sustainability of an electoral system that is designed for a two-party system in a world of multi-party politics.
It may do and it may not, but tonight we have the system that we have. What do you think is going to be the government that will emerge from this? Will UKIP support David Cameron? Would you like to be in a coalition? Would you give confidence supply? Neither, vote by vote, or you're not interested?
We would. Well, I think a sensible Cameron government that is a better, more credible alternative to Ed Balls economics has to be a good thing. But look, UKIP is not going to go into coalition. UKIP is not in this in order to get into government. We will support sensible measures to cut the deficit and restore growth, but we want to see legislation for an early referendum on, or rather early legislation for a referendum on the European Union, and we also want to see political reform. And I think it would be difficult for me to have confidence in a government that wasn't serious about some sort of political reform.
Mr. Carswell in Clacton, thank you very much. We can go to Yvette Cooper now, the Shadow Home Secretary. I think we can go to Yvette Cooper. Yvette, you're there. What do you make of this poll?
Good morning.
Good morning. Doesn't feel like it, but it is. Apparently
it's very puzzling.
Morning.
Good morning, Tom. I know it doesn't, but just about.
So what do you make of this then? It's certainly not what we expected.
I mean, it doesn't fit. It's not. And it's not what the pollsters expected. It's not what we expected. It doesn't reflect the response that we've been getting on the doorstep. You know, as you'll know, we've had huge numbers of people, campaigners, activists out on doorsteps right across the country and collecting very detailed information, people's response. And we've had a very warm response today in some of our key seats that we've been targeting right across the country, certainly constituencies that I've visited. This just simply doesn't fit with what we've felt on the ground. So I think on that basis, we've just got to wait until the results come in. And it does make for quite a complicated night, certainly for you broadcasting, but also for us responding, because the exit poll just doesn't feel right.
It's 1:45, though. You must have had a chance, or certainly at party headquarters, they'll have had a chance to speak to an awful lot of activists. Are you really saying that you're absolutely certain this is wrong and you don't think it adds up?
Again, you have to wait, I think, for the final results. But it doesn't fit with the experiences that we've had and the response that we've had today. And I think you've heard the same from some of the other parties, certainly the Liberal Democrats saying they don't think that this is right. Also, some of the pollsters saying they don't think this is right either. The SNP, I think, also casting doubt on the exit poll. So I think for all of those reasons, we will have to wait. But look, even if the exit poll is right, David Cameron said his test was to win a majority. He's failed to do that, and in fact what's happened is you've seen the coalition majority of 73 just disappear as a result of even this exit poll, which everybody is so sceptical about. And that does mean, obviously the test for a government and for a Prime Minister is, can you command the confidence of the House of Commons? It looks as if David Cameron would find it extremely difficult to do that, even with this exit poll result. So I think that is the question for him tonight.
Let's try and concentrate then on what we probably can all agree does seem definitely to be happening, which is an absolutely extraordinary result for the SNP in Scotland. What do you make of that? That's a disaster for the Labour Party. It's one of your emotional heartlands. This is a disaster for you, whichever way you look at it, isn't it?
Well, we've known this was hard for some time, and obviously in Scotland it's still in the shadow of the referendum, the aftermath of the referendum. I think there's something else been happening too, which is in the aftermath of the financial crisis and the fall in living standards, not just obviously in Britain, but you've seen other countries which have seen similar pressures where it's been fertile ground for nationalism. I do think we can argue against that nationalism, but it does take time to do so. So again, we have to wait and see what the results are, because we have, a lot of our Scottish colleagues have been running fantastic campaigns against the SNP in different constituencies, so we will need to wait and see what the results are there. But I do think the referendum obviously has had a very specific result.
Yvette Cooper, thank you very much indeed. Not long now till the results do begin to flow in. Colin and Jane, what do you make of what you've heard? Colin, you want to come in on something?
I do. We've had a result in from Swindon North, which is a Conservative hold. It's not a marginal seat, though it's one that the Conservatives won from Labour in 2010. But the significant thing is, think exit poll. There has been a swing of more than 4% in Swindon North from Labour to the Conservatives since the last general election.
Changing the share. There it is.
There you are. A swing to the Conservatives from Labour, and the Liberal Democrats again collapsing. This is Swindon, it's not Sunderland, an entirely different part of the country. The Liberal Democrats down from 17% to 3%. UKIP nosing up into third place. Liberal Democrats left down there once again in fifth. But the key point of that, Labour people obviously treating the exit poll still with some scepticism and worry, you might say.
Yeah.
Here we have, in the southern part of England, a swing to the Conservatives after 5 years of Conservative government. We're not used to that kind of thing. 1992, I begin to think of straight away.
Let's go to the opinion room and see what Nina's guests are making of that.
Yeah, just before I come to the guests, Tom, some potentially breaking news in the opinion room. One of my guests earlier, Yvette Harman from The Spectator. A source of hers has told her that Nigel Farage has lost Thanet. Obviously, that's not confirmation of that result, but that is what Yvette Harman is hearing. Let's pick up on Douglas Carswell's point, actually, his colleague speaking earlier about electoral reform. I'm joined by Katie Gove from the Electoral Reform Society. And if you don't recognise my other guest, you should probably be going to bed right now. Brian May, of course, from Queen, but he's here tonight because he's been heading up the Common Decency campaign. Brian, you think that politics is broken, you're calling for reform. Where does a result like tonight, if the exit poll is correct, leave that kind of campaign?
I think whether it's correct or not, what the British public is saying is that they don't believe in the two-party system anymore. I think that's kind of indisputable. And I personally would like to not see a coalition. I think this country's seen what happened in the last election, and I think the coalition is where it all went wrong. And my justification for saying that is the collapse of the Lib Dems now. I think people actually were disgusted to see them get into bed with people with whom they profoundly disagreed, and actually make another bully in the House of Commons. So I would like to see whoever gets into number 10 run a minority government and have to talk out every issue in Parliament. That's what Parliament's really there for, to give us a say, because every issue should be debated. At the moment, we've been in Parliament, as you know, a lot, campaigning for animals, and basically the debates have no effect. The votes have no effect. The government just charges on because it can, because of the whip system. I would like to see that change.
Katie, you're nodding in agreement there.
I think Brian's absolutely right to suggest that the two-party system is dead, or should be. What this election night is really telling us, and we can say this confidently before the results have even come in, is we're trying to cram 6 or 7 party politics into a two-party system, and it just doesn't work. And there are going to be millions of voters, whatever the individual or collective results are, who will feel really that their voices haven't been heard. They'll have voted in large numbers for the smaller parties, UKIP, Lib Dems and the Greens, and they won't see their voices heard, and crucially they will not see their votes turned into a fair share of seats in our Parliament.
Do you think then, either of you, that this is the election where people will look at the share of the votes and actually say enough is enough? Because there isn't the appetite, obviously, for the two main parties to progress with this.
I certainly hope so, and I think we need a kind of Parliament which is hung in the old sense of the word. And I think there's been a lot of scaremongering about that, saying it would be a disaster. It won't be a disaster. It would be great. And I think in that atmosphere, we could get a change in the electoral system. And please God we do, because that's what this is about. You know, because as you say so rightly, so many people in this country, but maybe 50% will feel at the end of this election that their view wasn't represented. It's got to change.
We know it works elsewhere, don't we?
In so many countries, most of Europe has fair proportional voting where people see their choices reflected in their national parliament. And I think Brian's absolutely right to say there's going to be a real impetus for change now. People have changed. They want to express a wider range of preferences than they ever had before. We're seeing the established parties struggle to get sort of 2/3 of the vote. That's a lot of other people who want to support a wider range of parties. And we've also seen, and again, we don't know what the exit poll really means, but we've got a hung parliament. First past the post cannot even produce what it's supposed to do, which is an outright winning government. So I think electoral reform is firmly back on the agenda.
And what warnings for the smaller parties, given what potentially looks like has been an absolutely astonishingly bad night for the Liberal Democrats, the damage of, as you said earlier, about being in a partnership?
I think it's a lesson. Whoever goes into a coalition is going to face that kind of backlash, I think. So I would advise everybody not to. But I think it's in the public interest that they don't. I firmly believe that. I still have my pie charts. This is what happened last time in a typical seat. And these are the people who didn't vote. Why didn't they vote? Not necessarily apathetic, but because of what you said. They perceived that there was no chance for their voice to be heard. Has to change.
Brian May and pie charts in the opinion room. What more do you want? He's on Facebook straight after this, taking your questions. So if you want to join Brian May and ask him questions about badgers, common decency, or indeed Queen, he's on Facebook straight after this. Tom.
I think our graphics department needs to learn a thing or two. That was very interesting. Now, we're just waiting for Putney. That is a safe Tory seat. Justine Greening, one of the few women in David Cameron's cabinet, will surely survive there, I think, but we will go there as soon as we get it. But it's a useful moment to ask Julie to look again at the battleboard. Julie, I guess we're looking at the Tory target end, really, but London is a bit of a case to itself, isn't it, really?
Yes, yeah, because on the current sort of seat tally from 2010, the Conservatives are 10 behind Labour, 28 to Labour's 38 in the capital. But there are some key ones to look at. Let's just pick out a few whilst we're waiting for that result in Putney. The one that I mentioned right at the top, the narrowest margin on the board tonight, Hampstead and Kilburn, Glenda Jackson's seat. She's standing down, of course. She was just holding that on a wafer thin, 42 votes from 2010, so that's definitely one to watch now. But an interesting battle that's gone on there. There's all sorts of factors there, Hampstead and Kilburn. The mansion tax might have played into people's decisions to vote. All sorts of things going on in that seat there. We could head also to a seat a little further away from the centre line there. Let's take you to a seat here that's well worth looking at, and that is Tooting, of course, Sadiq Khan's seat. If I just bring you in a little closer there, we've got it there now. So Tooting another one to watch. There's another seat a little further along from the centre line, the classic seat of Hammersmith, which is, the Labour voters consolidated there over recent years. So 3 key London areas which the Tories will be eyeing very carefully. There are also key seats that Labour are looking at too, that they are targeting places like Finchley and Golders Green, Battersea, where the most recent polling suggests that Jane Ellison will hold on there in Battersea. She'll be looking at Putney very closely. But there's a sort of smattering them across these battlegrounds that make it very an interesting watch.
What's been interesting is that some of the opinion polls that have been done in Finchley, for example, although it's way up the list, was actually potentially looking at one point as if it was going to fall, a Tory seat that looked like it was going to fall. But clearly that's not going to be happening. Jane and Colin, do you want to jump in here about London effectively being a law unto itself?
Well, it is, and the polls during the campaign have suggested that there's quite a big swing to Labour in London. Indeed, in the exit poll as well today, we've picked out Labour doing rather better in London than elsewhere, and there's sort of North Circular Road effect. Sorry.
Colin, I'm going to interrupt you because I think we can cut straight to Putney and just see what's happening. Let's come back to
commonly known as Sheila Boswell, Labour Party, 12,838. Desoy Guy Richard, Animal Welfare Party, 184. Greening Justine, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,018. Hallett, Andrew James, Andy Hallett, Liberal Democrats, 2,717. Poole, Christopher Edward, Green Party, 2,067. Ward, Patricia Mary, commonly known as Tricia Patty Ward, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,989. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows: want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one.
So that is Justine Greening back in Putney. No particular surprise. Colin, maybe, and Jane, maybe you can talk that while I just jog through some of the figures here. Let's have a look at the change in the share of the vote.
Well, once again, Tom, you're seeing here the collapse of the Liberal Democrats in London, and London is an area in which the loss of Liberal Democrat votes is just very slightly low. It's obviously terrible right across the country, but it's somewhat less in London. Interesting here just to see the UKIP change as well.
Let me just bring that up again, yeah.
It's really not as big as in those other seats that we were looking at. This is a small change. That, again, is what we would expect in London, where UKIP don't do as well. Certainly the flow of vote to UKIP isn't as high in London. Very, very different to those seats we saw in the north of England, where we saw UKIP getting a roughly 16 or 17% share of the vote. So, you know, this is a very different picture in London. It's one certainly that we anticipate, but it's interesting to see the Conservative share of the vote increasing even in London.
Colin, what do you think then? We've just seen Julie working through the Battleboard there, the Hampstead and Kilburns, the Tootings, these other seats in London. What do you think that result means for them?
Well, what you have in London is an interesting demographic pattern, really. The London Borough of Wandsworth has been a happy hunting ground for the Conservatives for some years now. In fact, Justine Greening won this seat in 2005, and she was sort of part of the Conservative way back, as it were, before, of course, going on to win a far larger number of seats in 2010. So I don't think what necessarily happens in Putney will be the same as what happens in perhaps some of the rest of London. I was talking about the North Circular Road effect, which is also part of this sort of London demographics. In Wandsworth, lots of young professionals working in the city on pretty high incomes have moved into that area and who are naturally Conservatives, whereas across the North Circular Road, you've got increasing numbers of, yes, more affluent, but still Labour favouring ethnic minority voters, and we saw it in 2010, and I think we may see it again today. There's still Labour getting a lot of support from them. So I think in seats like Hendon, which is very narrow, Harrow East, Enfield North, all seats that Labour is targeting off the Conservatives, I wouldn't write off Labour's chances of making gains in those kinds of areas. So London is a bit like it might turn out the country is going. The south becoming more Conservative, the north of England still going towards Labour, and similarly in London, patches of Conservative support, but still London looking much more a Labour city.
Well, let's explore that with Hilary Benn, who's in Leeds. Mr. Benn, thank you very much indeed for joining us. What do you make of the exit poll? Well, good morning. And what do you make of the exit poll and what we've heard so far this evening?
Well, we've got very few results in. I mean, like Yvette Cooper, who was on a moment ago, it looks a bit strange to me, given what I found going up and down the country. And the most important thing is, behind me, you can hear the rustle of ballot papers as they're being verified on the tables, and then they're going to be counted. And there's a long night still to go. We've got some key seats here in Leeds. We've got Elmet and Rothwell and Pudsey, other key seats across West Yorkshire. And we've run a good campaign, but we've yet to find out exactly what the voters have decided. So I think we need a bit more patience.
You mentioned Elmet and Rothwell. You mentioned Pudsey. Opinion polls recently suggested Pudsey, for example, was incredibly close, a Tory seat that you're trying to take, obviously. Your predictions on those two, you're very confident? You think you're going to take them?
Well, I think Veronica King in Elmet and Rothwell and Jamie Hanley in Pudsey have fought absolutely fantastic campaigns with huge support. It's neck and neck, and I was in Pudsey on Saturday. Huge amount of effort being poured in, and it was very, very tightly contested last time, and I think it's going to be a tight result tonight, but we've just got to wait for the votes to be counted and the declaration to be heard. But they've run terrific campaigns with huge support from right across the city.
If the gap between the Conservatives and your party remains very large by the end of the evening, is it credible that Ed Miliband could walk in as Prime Minister after all of that?
Well, we have to wait and see what the final result is. But as I think you've been discussing earlier in the evening, in the end, a government has to be able to get its Queen's speech, its business through the House of Commons, and the final disposition of all of the parties will determine how that happens. But as you will know, David Cameron went into this general election leading a coalition that had a majority of, 73? And even if the exit polls were to be right, that has almost disappeared. And that shows that things have changed. And that's why we've just got to wait and see what the outcome of the actual results is in the actual constituencies. And then we'll be in a better position to answer important questions like that. But we're not at that point yet.
Mr. Ben in Leeds, thank you very much indeed. Now I'm joined in the studio here by Liz Truss, the Environment Secretary.
Good morning.
Good morning. Everyone keeps saying good morning to me. Of course, my head is still in the evening, but it is indeed good morning. Yes, we've all moved on. Do you, looking at this maths, do you honestly in your bones feel that unless this is an exit poll we're still working off. We've had a few results, which, as Colin has said, do tend to underline the exit poll rather than suggest it's wildly in the wrong territory. But we've only had a few, so let's not get too overexcited about that. What does seem clear, though, is that you probably are going to be ahead, and unless there's a dramatic turn of events from now on, but that you're probably not going to get a majority. How are you going to govern in those circumstances, realistically?
Well, first of all, we don't know the final results here, and it could fluctuate.
But that's a short conversation, so let's go on to the possibility.
It could fluctuate either way, of course.
Yes,
and we have seen a very positive result in Swindon. We've seen the vote share go up in Putney, as you pointed out on your programme, and those are very interesting results for us. What we saw at the last election in 2010 was that the Prime Minister, David Cameron, in the interest of the country, put forward a plan to have a successful government. And I'm sure that's what we'll see. But we need to see the precise results to know what that would be.
Sure, but let's cut
that's what we've got to look at. I think what we do know, though, is that this result, if the exit poll is correct, is very, very bad news for the Labour Party. I think that's clear, and we're hearing all sorts of stuff from the Labour Party, which patently isn't true if that exit poll is correct.
Well, we're hearing it's a very complex situation, and the exit poll was somewhat surprising, so we're seeing a holding pattern from a lot of people is the truth of it. Nevertheless, you've been in the Cabinet, you've sat alongside your Liberal Democrat colleagues who, if this poll is anything like correct, and a lot of whom are going to lose their seats tonight. Do you think it's credible that if the Liberal Democrats do as badly as we are suggesting they might, that there's even the slightest chance they'll want to go back into any kind of coalition or probably support you in any way in this new environment, whatever it turns out to be?
I mean, I've got no idea, and that's a question for the Liberal Democrats. I do think what's interesting is we're seeing a lot of regional variations. We're seeing a very different situation in Scotland, different parts of England. So we don't know the exact makeup of seats, and I no doubt that is going to become clear through the night. But what is clear is if the results of the exit poll are correct, and we're seeing some positive signs from the Conservative point of view, then there is a clear win here for the Conservative Party.
Do you spend much time talking to your colleagues in the DUP? I'm not suggesting now might be a good time to start, but now might be a good time to start. Do you spend much time talking to them? Do you know what they're going to want in this environment?
Obviously, in my job as Environment Secretary, I have to talk to all parts of the UK, and that's very much part of my role.
But do you realistically think that some sort of arrangement could be made with the DUP? Because that's what it looks like you might be...
It's far too early to speculate. What we know is that exit poll, because of, and I think this has been said by the experts, because of the unique situation we have at this election, it's much harder to predict the exact number of seats. That could mean a number of things. It could mean it going up or down from that position. So it'd be completely wrong to speculate about that at this point in time.
Liz Truss, thank you very much for joining us. Let's see what Nina's guests in the opinion room are making of it all.
Tom, thank you. Well, I'm back with Adam Sharp from Twitter. Look, with the exit polls, if they're correct, they're certainly getting a lot of reaction on Twitter. In terms of issues, what are people talking about?
Well, we've been looking for the last week or 10 days at what issues people have been talking about in this campaign, and we zoomed in here on the top two. The economy in red, the NHS in orange. And look here, for the last week or so, duking it out to be the most talked about issue in the UK. But now, this big spike at the end here, that's tonight. Let's look at just the last 24 hours. Polls open, again, neck and neck until that exit poll. And people started talking about what would another 5 years of a Cameron government look like? And the big question, the future of the NHS, driving conversation tonight.
Incredible spike there, isn't it, Adam? Well, let's get some more reaction to whether this result, if the exit poll is to be believed, was driven by one single issue, which I won't do the cliche, but was it down to the economy? I'm joined by Ronan Dunn, the CEO of O2, and by Lord Jones, the businessman, very well-known businessman and former trade minister, and Musa Okwonga, who used to be a city boy and he's now turned poet. Thank you, gentlemen, for speaking to me. Ronan, was it, in the end, if the Tories are back into Downing Street, was it about the economy? Did people just go, we need to stick with the long-term economic plan that we heard so many times?
I think economic recovery has been a key issue. And I think people are interested in jobs and job security. We're seeing the economy start to recover. People don't want to put that at risk. That's what I think is the message coming out.
Lord Jones.
One thing I didn't hear from Ed Miliband once in the campaign was the word profit, especially not associated with the word good. And if you work you're one of Ed Miliband's hard-working families, in inverted commas, and you're on the line of one of the big, successful exporting manufacturers in the Midlands, you relate to the fact that you need successful business. They're not the shareholders, they're not the people who Miliband would call the bosses. They are actually the people on the line, but what they understand is you've got to have successful wealth creation, because without it, they don't get a job. There's no profit, therefore there's no taxation, therefore there's no public sector, and you can forget your NHS because there won't be any money to pay for it. And I think the penny dropped in Britain that it's not just the general economic environment, which is important, as you just said, but actually I think the average woman in the street, the average guy in the street, in work, in a private sector environment, said, I wish this leader of the Labour Party had talked about business. And he never did. He never once did. And I think that he's paid a price tonight.
Musa, this is not music to your ears.
Well, no, because I think it's more diverse than that. I mean, there's not a single reason why the exit polls look the way they do. There's the economic reasons, of course, but there's also the regulation, because let's talk about the economy and the fact that we barely mention tax evasion. We talk about hard-working families. We're not talking about raising taxes. How about collecting the taxes already due? And if anything, I think that the case that was made, I think, was maybe too timid. I think as well, if you look at some of the Conservative policies, I'm pretty worried, actually, considering how explicit they were in their dislike of immigration and by extension, migrants. The environment, the rhetoric they're allowed to flourish, extremely worrying. We're going to see now terrible cuts for the most vulnerable members of society, the disabled, the poor, women of colour. No, please let me finish. I don't just think this is about business, this exit poll. I think it's about people in difficult times falling back on what is familiar. And seeing austerity as maybe more of a panacea than it really is.
I get out of this metropolitan bubble. I go around the businesses and the schools and the colleges of the whole country. And I was quite shocked in a way, but taken by, I was doing a vox pop in a shopping centre up in the north only 2 days ago. And she came up and said, what's all this about, as they do, and pushing. And she said, I've always voted Labour in my life and I'm going to vote UKIP. And I said, why? She said, I can't tell you. And I said, switch off the microphones, tell me. She said, immigration. Now, she has never voted Conservative, nothing to do with Conservative at all. She's nothing to do with Liberal. She was a Labour voter who was going to vote UKIP because of immigration. So when the metropolitan bubble down here actually starts talking about immigration, I suggest they go up there and understand it. And by the way, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm merely saying it is not a London issue.
Well, I'm not from a bubble. I'm black, I'm bisexual, I'm the son of war refugees, so I'm not part of any kind of bubble. And I resent that, actually, that implication that it's only people in the city who understand immigration as an issue. What's happened is...
I didn't say that.
No.
I didn't say that.
The implication being that I'm speaking on behalf of some kind of metropolitan bubble. I resent that. I think it's not as black and and white as that. I think what's happened here is we've had a conversation which has been skewed towards immigration. We haven't talked enough about galvanising business and profits through reclaiming tax that is already due from offshore evasion.
Well, what's that got to do with this woman who says she's not voting Labour?
Because the full picture hasn't been given to women like that.
Well,
because
but whose fault is that?
Well, whether it's a media problem, it's a political problem, it's an articulation problem. Now, here's the thing. I would love to achieve the same kind of growth you would like to achieve. But my problem is we've had a conversation about immigration almost exclusively. We haven't talked about job creation, environment. We haven't talked about financial regulation.
No, you have a lot. There's been a big conversation.
It's been a
There's been
disproportionate...
demonisation of creating wealth by Miliband all the way through this campaign. Big business means evil, terrible, dreadful things. And it's so, and by the way, the average businesswoman or the average working woman in the country doesn't agree with him.
Lord Jones, let me bring Ronan in.
But the key here is there's an opportunity in the economy to grow, and that should contribute to all of the challenges we have. That's inclusion, that's about making sure we have the right skills. Even in the digital economy opportunity, there are 750,000 job opportunities in research that we've done, but we're not creating the skills. So what we've got to do is match talent to opportunity,
Spot on.
and then everybody can participate.
Spot on.
And that also includes people who are not necessarily born here, because we have to get the balance of making sure that we contribute to the economy in the way that everybody will benefit. If there's nothing coming out, there's no way of solving the deficit problem.
I'm going to have to bring that to an end just because we've run out of time. It's nice to end on a lot of nodding heads rather than the row, but thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Tom.
Nina, thank you. We're going to go straight to Tooting. You heard Julie talking about it earlier. Sadiq Khan's the Shadow Justice Secretary seat. Let's see if he holds on.
Party, UKIP, 1,537. Khan Sadiq Aman, Labour Party, 25,263. Ling Ka Fai, Liberal Democrats, 2,107. Obiri Darko Esther, Green Party, 2,201. Watkins Daniel Richard, commonly known as Dan Watkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,400. 22,421. The number of ballot papers rejected and not counted at this election was as follows.
So that's a Labour hold for Sadiq Khan. As we were saying at the top, that is not of itself particularly surprising, though it does look as if the Greens have overtaken the Lib Dems there. Let's just have a look at the change in the share of the vote. Colin and Jay, maybe I can bring you in here to run us through that.
Yeah, the Greens have got third place. Liberal Democrats dropped again very badly, lost 7,500 votes down to only 2,000. UKIP again not doing very well in these parts of multicultural London. But most interestingly, both Labour and the Conservatives up, turnout up a little bit, and the tiniest swing from Conservative to Labour, again suggesting that the Conservatives are not going to do any worse than they did in 2010 tonight.
One of the things the Liberal Democrats were really worried about was losing votes to the Greens, wasn't it? I mean, that was a theme of the campaign. In terms of what's happening in the capital, Jane, are you surprised by that? Roughly in line with what you were expecting?
Roughly in line with what we were expecting. Again, significant because UKIP isn't picking up a large number of votes in the capital. Interestingly, however, what must be happening is in other Conservative Labour contests, not in London, but in parts of the south of England, we would expect UKIP should be doing a little better, or obviously the Conservatives doing better, but some of those UKIP voters going back to the Tories and helping the Tories, and I think that has to be what's going on in parts of the country tonight, but obviously not in London. That question of the Greens is interesting. The Greens have been doing better than Lib Dems in nearly all of the seats that we've seen tonight, and you know, so very, very, very bad for Lib Dems.
On that question of UKIP voters, transitioning back to the Conservatives, has there been evidence of that in the studies you've done through the campaign, or is this a last-minute thing that, you know, the SNP Labour stories the Tories put out were scary in the end.
Tom, there's a graph that I'd be really glad if we could pull up. I don't know if we can do that
Go on,
now.
let's give it a try.
What we've been doing over the course of the campaign, we had the British Election Study interviewed 30,000 people before the campaign, and then we followed those people up. We interviewed about 22,000 people during the campaign. And what we can see is the flows of the vote. We can see the people going towards a party, and we're hoping to show a bar where those flows go upwards in that direction, and we can see flows going down. What we find out is that it's in particular the Lib Dem voters. For every one the UKIP voters, forgive me, for every one UKIP voter that the Conservative Party are losing, they're getting 2 back to them.
It's probably a little bit hard to understand, so let's just explain that really clearly. Bottom is people leaving.
Bottom, so the first
going
columns,
up
which
is
are
people
red,
joining.
the Conservatives are losing votes to Labour in the first column, and they're gaining more votes from Labour. So that's what we're seeing. Obviously, the Conservatives outperforming, so they're getting more Labour voters than they're losing. They're losing slightly more Lib Dem voters than they're gaining, but they're getting many more UKIP voters than they're losing. They're getting 2 UKIP voters for every 1 they lose, and not much change.
So is it right to say that in terms of, if the exit poll is right, and there's a big inquest after all this to say how the opinion polls were wrong all the way through the campaign, is it fair to say that one of the things that might have been wrong is that the UKIP voters were constantly saying, I'm going to vote UKIP, but in fact, they didn't?
Do you know what I think is going on, Tom? And it's a guess, and obviously we'll spend a lot of time looking at this, but I think UKIP voters are moving to the Tories where it counts, where the Tories can win or hold a seat. But UKIP voters in other parts of the country might be spreading more evenly, and of course there'll be a couple, if not a few, or even 4 seats where UKIP might even just get over the line and win them. But I think what's happening there is that UKIP voters are going towards the Conservatives when they think they can stop a Labour candidate, because obviously UKIP voters would prefer a Conservative to a Labour candidate. Possibly some of the scare stories that have been, very much talked about in the campaign with regards to the SNP influence over a potential Labour coalition government. That would have been something certainly UKIP voters would have found extremely concerning, and obviously also the possibility of Ed Miliband going into number 10. So I think that's going to be a very large and important part of the story.
It was interesting, wasn't it, when Julie told us about that piece of intelligence about Nigel Farage in Thanet South. You remember, an hour or more ago now, we saw Rohit Kachu have a word with him outside.
I ought to probably tell. I don't think did Julie tell us that when the cameras were on? The suggestion being that
he tetchy, right? And he was
the suggestion being that he might not win,
and he was blaming the Daily Mail and the Sun for not winning, because what he was accusing them of doing is exactly what Jane has just been explaining to us, that UKIP voters were being pulled back to the Conservatives by a combination of fear of Ed Miliband, the SNP influence in Scotland, all those kinds of things, and it seems to be working.
On the subject of which, let's go and have a summary from Julie of where we are.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, at 1:17 in the morning, the Conservatives are on course to be the largest party, our exit poll predicts, but they won't have enough for a majority. Our poll puts the Tories on 316 seats. There we go, here come the numbers. Labour will be way behind on 239. The Liberal Democrats will end the night on 10. UKIP and the Green Party will have 2 each. The SNP are forecast to have 58 out of 59 in Scotland. Plaid Cymru will have 4. Boris Johnson told ITV News the poll is a good sign, but it's too early to celebrate yet.
You really can't count your chickens, OK? You can't count your chickens, folks. But if it, as I said before, if the exit poll is correct, then clearly it's a great success for the Conservatives.
Well, if our exit poll is correct, then it points to a Labour wipeout in Scotland, something Ed Balls said could help David Cameron return to Downing Street. But the SNP are remaining cautious about the numbers.
What we've known all along is that what's happened in Scotland has been very challenging indeed since the referendum result. And I'm very much hoping a lot of good colleagues and friends, good MPs in Scotland will be returned. We've been warning all along that a vote for the SNP risks the Conservatives coming back into power, and I fervently hope that isn't going to be the case.
We've certainly done very well, there's no doubt about that. It's been a fantastic campaign, and I think there's been real traction with our message of more power for Scotland and an end to austerity across the UK. But in terms of where we end up, look, we had 6 MPs at the start of the day. Our record total ever was 11, so 12 would be a good result.
Well, Labour have taken several seats so far, but the results have shown a significant increase in the UKIP vote. In Houghton and Sunderland South, Labour held the seat with 21,000 votes. UKIP took second place with more than 8,000, and that, we can have a look at the share, translate to 21.5% of the vote, an increase of nearly 19%, something Nigel Farage has taken note of.
The first result we got was from Sunderland, and we saw the UKIP vote up 7,000 and the Tory vote down by 1,000. And I want to congratulate the editors of The Sun and the Daily Mail. They're geniuses. They said the UKIP vote would split the Tory vote. God help us.
And off he went. Lots of results starting to filter through now. We're keeping across them as they come in. Of course, the latest developments so far, though, Tom?
Julie, thank you. Colin, Jane, let's pick up. I see what you mean. I hadn't quite spotted how incredibly annoyed Nigel Farage looked in that interview with Rohit. So I'm guessing he thinks maybe he hasn't got it. And you were mentioning, particularly singling out the editors of the Daily Mail and The Sun, who, of course,
he singled them out.
Yes, of course, who printed tactical voting guides, which may have worked, possibly.
Yes, I think absolutely that they were desperate. Again, I keep going back to 92. We may not be quite there yet, but it has resonances of that for me, I must say. The tabloids decided that as the election approached, they were really worried about Labour and Ed Miliband getting into power, because it looked as if they had a little degree of momentum in the polls, and they were also very concerned, although the Sun managed to ride both horses on this one, of course, they were also very concerned about the SNP's power in Scotland. And together, that message, rammed home by the Conservative campaign in the last few days, seems as if it's resonated in southern England in particular.
But Jane, do you think that has changed in the campaign? Do you think that some of these UKIP voters who've gone back to the Tories were always going to go back, or do you think they moved in the last few days of the campaign?
Do you know, that's such an interesting question, because before the campaign we did see some indications. We knew, for example, that the UKIP vote was a lot kind of flimsier. They were losing support as much as they were gaining support, even though that kind of poll average looked really stable all the way throughout. We knew that UKIP had to do more to hold on to its support, and Nigel Farage in particular had to outperform all of the other party leaders in order to keep getting those UKIP votes. So in a sense, some of the writing was on the wall for UKIP. But we just don't know yet just how that message of those final days of the threat of a Labour coalition with the SNP was enough to really kind of, you know, just bring so many more back to the Tory fold and to deliver the result we're seeing tonight.
We're just going to go to Battersea to see whether the Tories have held on there.
Ellison Jane Elizabeth, commonly known as Jane Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,730. Howe Christopher Jeffrey, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,586. Martindale, Will Martindale, commonly known, Labour Party, 18,792. Stuart Eldridge Fauntleroy Joseph, commonly known as Joe Stewart, Green Party, 1,682. Taylor Luke Alexander, Liberal Democrats, 2,241.
So Jane Ellison is back, Public Health Minister in the current government, is back in Battersea. Looks like she's done fairly well, was on a vague Labour target. Don't think there was ever much chance of them taking Battersea. Now, let's come back to unpick that in a moment, but Alistair Campbell is waiting to talk to us. Alistair, I don't think you really need any introduction, but what do you make of what you've seen so far tonight? We've got an exit poll and the conclusions of it, but it does also look from the results we've got that it probably is in the right ballpark. What's your estimate of where we are?
Well, I hope it's not, obviously, because I think if the exit poll is right and the 11 polls that we've had in the last few days are all wrong, then obviously the result is not what the Labour Party would want or as hoped for. I think that what I would say about that poll in particular is that it just needs a few seats, say in Scotland or some of the Tory-Labour marginals, though as you've just pointed out, that one in Battersea, the swing to Labour wasn't that great. But I do think that you're still in a situation here where David Cameron, who set himself the task of saying that if he didn't form a Conservative majority able to govern on his own, that he would regard that as failure. By those terms, even at what Michael Gove, in a programme I did earlier with him, said that if this is at the top end of their expectations, which it said that he was, means that he can't govern on his own. So I saw some of your earlier interviews. You've been talking about possible attempts that he would try to do deals with, whether it's the DUP, obviously take a view on the Liberal Democrats or whatever. So we have to see whether David Cameron, even with at the top end of those expectations, as Michael Gove called it, could form a government that commands the authority of the House of Commons.
This is a spectacularly complex situation for anyone watching this programme at this time in the morning to unpick. Do you think it's still conceivable that with a minor adjustment of the numbers, Ed Miliband can quite easily walk into Downing Street?
I don't think anybody's going to walk into Downing Street easily on the back of this. I mean, if that exit poll is right, then clearly, if you look at the cabinet manual that all the parties have been reading very, very closely, then David Cameron is entitled to see whether he can form a government that can command the support of the House of Commons in a Queen's speech. If he can't do that, then whatever the final tally, if he can't do that, then Ed Miliband is the next person that the Queen goes to ask to form a government. And if you remember back in 2010, David Cameron didn't go to the Queen and say, I'm going to do a deal with Nick Clegg and we're going to form a coalition. He went and was asked to be Prime Minister because Gordon Brown had accepted that he'd lost the confidence of the House of Commons. And that is how our system works. I think the other big thing that is obviously affecting the Labour Party results and if you like, the normal expectations of virtually every election that you've covered and that I've been involved in, there's always been this kind of given that the Labour Party does very well in Scotland. Well, that's not happening. And that's a very, very big factor. And I think that what's happened in Scotland is going to be a big, even if they don't necessarily have that much clout within a parliament, because both the main parties have indicated there's no chance of them being part of any coalition. But Scotland is clearly, the referendum, if you like, has not lessened the issues for the Westminster government about Scotland. If anything, it's increased them.
So what happens next in Scotland?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we really are going to have to see what happens, because, I mean, to be absolutely frank, I just heard an interview with Tom Harris, who you will know, and even before the count has essentially just said by the end of the day he is not going to have the letters MP after his name, and he was very, very open about that. There are people up there talking about an SNP tsunami. And so if 58 out of 59, and people, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's what we're going to see. The SNP are playing it down. I think they're quite sensible in doing that. But it's, I think that there are going to be, from Scotland, there are so many messages that politicians in Westminster are going to have to take from this. I do think that David Cameron's handling of this, now he may be sitting there thinking, well, if I do get 300 plus, then maybe I got some of those because I was able to sort of play this kind of Labour SNP scare card. But actually, if the consequence of that is to drive the wedge even further between England and Scotland, which I think he's done, then I think the long-term consequences of that are really not good for the union that he wants to keep.
Alistair Campbell in our studio in Westminster, thank you for joining us. Here in the studio with me, Lord Dartmouth from UKIP.
Good evening, or perhaps I should say good night.
Good evening, good night, good morning. We're getting a bit confused at this point. Let's not try and nail it down, because we could be here a while. How do you feel? Nigel Farage, I have to say, didn't look generally in the best of spirits this evening when Rohit Khatru caught up with him. How do you think the party's doing tonight?
Well, I think the key thing is this. We've been predicted on another channel that we will be the third biggest party. And the important point here is the sensation of this election is that the Scottish Nationalists are apparently going to get over 50 MPs at Westminster. But the fact of the matter is that UKIP will get at least twice as many votes as the Scottish nationalists, and we could conceivably not have our leader in the House of Commons. We could conceivably have no MPs at all in the House of Commons. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, other people have said this on your programme and on other programmes, but the fact of the matter is that the first past the post electoral system just doesn't work in a multi-party system. Now, our political opponents will be incredibly excited if, for some reason, Nigel doesn't get elected in Thanet South, which where I was yesterday. Actually, I think I mean the day before yesterday. It was Wednesday, and
we're getting confused again. But I know where you're going with it. But well, let me just ask you: do you think he's won then?
Well, I mean, how do I know? I mean, how do I know? How does anybody know? But I mean, the point is that in the last. People forget, in the 2010 general election, the UKIP candidate only got 5.66% of the vote. So it's a huge personal achievement for Nigel to be in contention at all. But the point I was about to make is that if Nigel, for some reason, isn't elected, and it'd be highly understandable under the circumstances which I've actually just given you, the fact of the matter is that the establishment parties would all jump up and down in glee, the BBC and so on.
Yeah.
However, the fact of the matter is that the point of view which Nigel espouses is held by a very, very large segment of the electorate indeed.
I don't want to interrupt your flow, but this is Alex Salmond arriving for his counting. Gordon, he's obviously standing, trying to win that seat, and honestly, if the polls are right, or even halfway right, or even 10% right, he's going to win it quite easily. What do you make of what's happening in Scotland and what it means for the UK as a whole?
Well, I think, well, I'm a unionist, and so it's incredibly worrying. Now, one of the things that none of the commentators haven't actually picked on at all is that Gordon Brown has got to bear some responsibility for this. Gordon Brown was the de facto leader of the Labour Party in Scotland for all those years, Prime Minister and Chancellor, and he has to bear a proportion of the responsibility, and he has to bear a proportion of the responsibility for whipping up anti-English feeling in Scotland for the narrow electoral purposes of the electoral advantage of the Labour Party. And it's a very old saying, but if you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. And that's what the Labour Party is doing now. And I'm not a vindictive man, but I can't help having a tiny, tiny, tiny little laugh.
On the question of UKIP and your performance in the election, one of the things one could say is that you were in a difficult position. On the one hand, you wanted to fight a national strategy and be a national party. On the other hand, if you'd done a little bit more of what the Liberal Democrats did for many years, which is to really hyper-concentrate on a number of seats and say, vote for us here, don't worry about us elsewhere, you might have done better, might you not?
Well, but I'm arguing that we've actually done incredibly well. I mean, we will get at least 3 million votes, possibly over 4 million. We've been predicted to be the third largest party. We've actually had an amazing election campaign. But I mean, people don't appreciate how little resources we have in comparison with the major parties. And in fact, we've done amazing things on a complete shoestring, and we actually ran a very successful national campaign, despite a series of fixed BBC audiences, and we also had the best manifesto, the best technically written manifesto, and the best organised and best put together. And actually, these results are actually astonishing. The very first result that actually came out, the same UKIP candidate who came 6th in the 2010 general election, came 2nd in this election. And we really are establishing ourselves as a challenger to Labour in the north and other parts of the country as well. We've actually had a very good campaign, irrespective of whether Nigel gets elected.
Lord Dartmouth, thank you very much indeed. We're calling, it's worth saying, Nuneaton, which is 37th on Labour's target list as a Tory hold, suggesting, again, that there may not be any dramatic movement away from roughly the direction that our exit poll is taking. Nina has some guests to talk some more about Scotland.
Tom, I do indeed. I'm back with Elizabeth Linder from Facebook. And in terms of Facebook and in terms of the campaign, it really has been all about Scotland, has it? Talk me through this map so that the viewers can clearly see what you've seen.
Well, absolutely. So what we're looking at here is the conversation around the election during the campaign. And you can see Scotland really is dominating. Now, this trend started last year with the Scottish referendum, the most talked about topic on Facebook in the UK. The Scots really have defined what excellence in campaigning on Facebook is. It's all about authenticity. Just today, this afternoon, Nicola Sturgeon was on Facebook doing her final Facebook Q&A, her final video, that plea to voters to get out the vote. We've seen 2.5 million mentions around the SNP, conversations around the SNP. The Scots know how to campaign, and they're doing it extraordinarily well on Facebook.
OK, we'll pick up on that point with my next guest then. I've got Jag Singh, a digital expert. He worked on both Hillary Clinton and Boris Johnson's campaigns. I'm rejoined by David Torrance, an expert on the SNP, and by Sunda Katwala from the think tank British Futures. Thank you all. Yeah, what Elizabeth was saying, the SNP just nailed it online, didn't they?
They completely did, and it goes back to the messaging. The SNP understand that you've got to deliver the right message to the right audience and via the right medium. And they've done a fantastic job of segmenting the right kind of messages and delivering one bunch via Twitter, another bunch via Facebook, another bunch via, even Snapchat. And the kind of messages that they're crafting are the kind that actually are positive and resonate very well with a lot of people in Scotland. And that's something that none of the other parties have done very well. And Liz is absolutely right. They have a lot of catching up to do.
David, back to Elizabeth's point there about the Scottish referendum. Were we naive? Once the result came in, the union wasn't going to be broken up. Did we just go, right, that's gone, move on? And it didn't move on in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, summed up by the Prime Minister's speech outside Downing Street the following day. He tried to draw a sort of rhetorical and political line under Scotland, and it didn't quite work out that way. Partly because Alex Salmond resigned so swiftly, ensured the story stayed with him, it stayed with SNP, and then stayed with his immensely capable successor, Nicola Sturgeon. So their strategy, the SNP strategy since the referendum, has been textbook stuff, not just online, but in terms of more traditional campaigning.
And we don't know whether they've voted to get the SNP into 58 seats yet or not, but if they have, do you think, with your work with the SNP in terms of knowing the party, do you think voters will have voted for the SNP because they want to break up the union, or it's something far more complicated than that?
There's lots of different things going on. It is true that SNP voters now are much more likely to support independence too. That's not always been the case in the past. There was always a chunk of people who liked the SNP as a party to devolve government but didn't necessarily want independence. There's now a much closer correlation. A lot have been voting because they like Nicola Sturgeon.
Yeah.
She's so popular and rated as a leader that motivates voters.
An incredible campaign by Nicola Sturgeon. Do you think our union is now under threat once again?
Oh, it's certainly in question, but I think she's got a really incredibly challenging job actually over the next few years. She's got this incredible mobilisation, not just online, offline as well. She's got 100,000 members. That would be 1 million for a British political party. We're not seeing that level of engagement anywhere. She's also pretty cautious, I think, about what this all means, because Scotland is, it voted 55% not to be independent, 45% of people very excited about it. The SNP might be at 45% tonight, it might be at 50%, but it's still a 50-50 nation on this question. In a four-party system, you can win all of the seats. If she had opinion polls saying 60-70% of people wanted to be independent, she'd call a referendum. So she'll be under a lot of pressure from this party to say, let's do it again. But if you have the vote once more and you don't do it, actually, it might never return.
And it ended up pitting, very briefly, English against the Scots, which is not a position we want to be in, do we, in this country?
I think it's a big challenge for David Cameron if he's back as Prime Minister, if the exit polls are right. Can he make a big offer to Scotland? He's actually run against the SNP in England. Can he now put it back together as a Prime Minister?
OK, well, I'm sure we'll go on discussing Scotland as soon as those first results start coming in from north of the border. Tom.
Nina, thank you. Just to say that we are calling Antrim South as a UUP, an Ulster Unionist, gain from the DUP, suggesting that events in Northern Ireland maybe not without their complications in trying to add up the maths of this evening altogether. Let's go to Martin Geisler in Scotland. Martin, we spoke to you earlier. You were suggesting that the SNP, indeed, when we spoke to them directly, they were being pretty cautious. Is their mood changing at all?
Yeah, I think it probably is, Tom, as we're hearing whispers from all around the country, and my mood, I have to confess, is changing as well. Let's use Edinburgh as an illustration of what's happening in Scotland, because it is quite a good one. Last time round, in 2010, 4 of the 5 Edinburgh seats were won by Labour. In 4 of the 5 Edinburgh seats, the SNP came 4th. In 2 of those seats, they had single-figure percentages. Now it looks like they may well have a clean sweep here. There's one that's touch and go. They think they've won the rest. And the whispers coming in from across Glasgow that may have all gone SNP. Lanarkshire, likewise. Big names we're hearing are very, very wobbly now. I'm joined by Alex Massey, the Scotland editor of The Spectator, to discuss this. Alex, a lot of people were scoffing at the exit poll earlier on tonight. It's looking pretty solid, certainly in Scotland at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, we are going to need a new set of meteorological metaphors, I think, in Scotland. Avalanche, earthquake, SNP hurricane, tsunami. It is all of these things and more. It is a complete disaster for the Scottish Labour Party. Looks like being so at the moment. And of course, a complete annihilation almost for the Scottish Liberal Democrats too.
Simple question to which I accept there is no simple answer. How did this happen?
Well, I mean, it is remarkable. The referendum clearly changed the parameters in which Scottish politics was both discussed and thought. If you voted yes in September, and the national question is the dominant, most important, pressing issue of the day, if you voted yes then, as 45% of Scots did, why would you vote for a unionist party in May, just 8 months later? And of course, the corollary of that was that if you voted no in September, why would you vote for the SNP? But the SNP, of course, are hoovering up 85-90% of the people who voted yes, whereas the unionist opposition is split 3 ways. And although there has been some tactical voting, particularly in Edinburgh and perhaps in East Renfrewshire too, Jim Murphy's seat, it looks as though that most of those efforts are going to be insufficient to halt the SNP advance. I mean, this is an earth-shattering, historic election result in Scotland. This is going to be remembered, I think, as the Scottish election.
A thorny question again now. The SNP don't like being asked this, but I'll ask you because people across Britain are wondering this. Will this necessarily lead to another referendum?
It is clearly going to increase pressure internally within the SNP on Nicola Sturgeon to include a manifesto commitment for next year's Scottish parliamentary elections to hold another referendum as soon as possible. You speak to SNP members, including 80,000 new members since the referendum, which tells its own story and it helps explain why this has happened, how the SNP has captured the mood in Scotland with its promise to stand up for Scotland and put the Scottish interest first. It's going to be quite difficult, I think, for Nicola Sturgeon to keep a lid on SNP expectations. At the same time, however, the ball isn't actually really in her court first, and so it is up to whoever is Prime Minister in Westminster to actually make an offer to Scotland and to say that, look, this is what we are going to do in terms of the Constitution in the light of this, astonishing result.
Alex Massey, thank you very much indeed. A lot of very interesting results to come from Scotland, some in the next 15-20 minutes, we suspect, and then for the next hour after that. In the meantime, Tom, back to you.
Martin, thank you. We're joined by Alex Salmond now, the former SNP leader. Mr. Salmond, you've had a lot of achievements in your career, and these are early days tonight, but it looks like an incredible night for your party. I don't think Mr. Salmond can hear us, but it certainly is going to be very well worth talking to him, I think, tonight of all nights. So let's go back to him as soon as we can. Colin and Jane, maybe I can bring you in here. It's interesting just listening to Martin there. It's absolutely staggering what is happening, the number of enormous majorities that we're potentially going to oversee overturned.
Our colleagues on STV are suggesting that there is a thought that the SNP might have swept Glasgow. And if you recall from Julie's Battleground earlier on, Glasgow North East was the safest of safe seats. Willie Bain.
Looked like he might be the only survivor in the polls.
He might be the only survivor. If that suggestion is true, then there will be no Labour MPs in Scotland, it looks.
Well, I think we possibly have got sound to Alex Salmond now. Mr. Salmond, I hope you can hear me this time. What I was saying is that you've... Hello, good evening. Good morning, whatever it is. You've had...
Good evening.
You've had a lot of substantial achievements in your career, but this looks to be one incredible night for you.
Yes, it's a glad, confident morning in Scotland, I think. It looks, the results are still to come in. We haven't had a single declaration yet, but all the reports we're getting across the country is we're seeing an electoral tsunami in a gigantic scale, and that is a tide flowing with the Scottish National Party.
Colin Rallings here and others have been suggesting that our exit poll is beginning to look like it probably is there or thereabouts across the UK as well as in Scotland from the results themselves that we're beginning to see. That suggests, therefore, there's a reasonable chance that David Cameron will be Prime Minister whilst your party has almost entirely swept Scotland, if that proves to be the case. Where does that leave the UK, do you think?
Well, it certainly leaves David Cameron, if that were the case, with no legitimacy whatsoever in Scotland. And Nicola Sturgeon made a very important speech earlier this week where she made the point that political legitimacy matters in terms of a government of the UK of having a reach across these islands. If a government doesn't have it, then they have severe problems with legitimacy. Now, if that was to come about, then Cameron would have that very, very difficult problem. And of course, no government, no Westminster government of any complexion, could possibly ignore what's happening in Scotland this evening. But listen, we haven't had a single result from Scotland. You've only had a handful of results from England. I think we should probably let the people's votes be counted before we totally speculate on the aftermath.
Is it not, a lot of people would think it completely inevitable that you would put an independence referendum back on the ballot paper for the Holyrood elections in 2016?
Well, I tell you what, whenever time I'm asked that question, and I'm asked that question quite a lot, I have had the tremendous facility, the luxury now, of being able to stare straight into this camera and tell you, look, that's a matter for Nicola Sturgeon.
Very good. Well, let me ask you about something which may be a matter for you. Suppose David Cameron came to you and said, all right, I hear it. What about full fiscal autonomy? Vote for us or vote for the deal at Westminster and we'll give Scotland full fiscal autonomy. What would you say to that if that's what happened?
Nicola Sturgeon's already laid out what our strategy will be in the initial period of the next Westminster Parliament. We'll try to see if there's a progressive alternative to the Conservative Party. That's what our MPs will do, and we'll follow through in that. And now let's see what the arithmetic gives us at the end of the evening before we decide that's not possible. That's our wish, that's our intention, that's our aim, and Nicola has spelled that out very clearly.
Are you surprised in any way by this result? And what do you think is driving it? A lot of people thought after the referendum that was the matter settled. Indeed, you yourself said that was the matter settled for a generation. And what seems to have happened is that the support for your party has grown since then, almost as if it's a wagon moving and more people want to get onto it.
Well, if you study my resignation speech from September the 19th last year, I described the political situation as redolent with opportunity. And I did that because, of course, David Cameron had just waltzed out of Downing Street, and instead of implementing or saying he was going to honour the commitment, the pledge, the vow that was made to Scotland, started mumbling on about English votes for English laws, and of course caused enormous offence, but also opened a political door of opportunity for the SNP because of that demonstration of bad faith. So some of what's happening in Scotland is as a result of the clumsy and arrogant manner of the Prime Minister the day after the referendum. I think it's much more to do with the positive vision being articulated by Nicola Sturgeon and the brilliant performances that she has produced throughout this election campaign. I mean, we moved into a position of dominance very quickly after the referendum by last October, but to carry that position through, as it seems, through an election campaign, through a UK election campaign, is a totally extraordinary performance from Nicola Sturgeon.
Alex Salmond, thank you very much indeed. We're expecting the first result from Scotland fairly shortly. And we will go there as soon as we have it. Now, we've spoken this evening, of course, talked a lot about Scotland. We've talked about the overall picture and the key question, of course, in terms of who ends up in Downing Street, largely, is the Tory-Labour marginals. Let's ask Julie to summarise that battle board.
Well, let's just have a check-in with it because it's starting to fill out bit by bit with these results that are coming in. You can see, just because we've got that in focus now, the Labour targets on the left side of that dividing line. Remember, the closer they are to that dividing line, potentially the easier they are for the party targeting them to gain. So let's have a look at this Labour target board and look at these 3 blue blocks that you can see have been marked out on our board. And we'll take you to the Labour area would take a 2% swing for them to take it. But Nuneaton has stayed with the Conservatives. Now, that is one of those seats, Tom, and we've all been ploughing through these extraordinary newspaper articles about which seats to look out for. Nuneaton was often one that was picked out because, you know, Labour really need to be getting that back in their fold. It was held by Labour from 1935 to 2010. They were desperate to get Nuneaton back in the fold. There's other seats around it, like Warwickshire North, which is number 1 on their target list. Warwick and Leamington as well, all in that same patch. But the Conservatives have held on to Nuneaton. So look at the other seats in that area of their target list, which may now give the Tories to feel a reason to feel confident. Places like, you know, Ben Gummer's seat in Ipswich, for example, Amber Rudd in Hastings and Rye. So much effort, campaigning effort put into seats like Hastings and Rye by Labour, as you will well know, of course, Tom. And if we take you then a bit further down the Labour's hunting grounds to much further. We were looking a little earlier at Battersea, for example. Jane Ellison has held that. Now, it's not only has she held Battersea, but the Conservative vote has increased. There's almost a 2% swing from Labour to Conservative, which is quite a sort of remarkable moment, this reasonably early stage in the night. And it'd be worth perhaps just touching in with Colin and Jane on that, because we were talking about London being an interesting spot, but that is really quite a fascinating detail, isn't it? This movement between Labour and Conservative in somewhere like Battersea.
Yes, it is. And with the Nuneaton thing, you're absolutely right, of course. It's 37th on the Labour target list, the kind of seat that they needed to win if they were going to have a largest party in the next Parliament. I think they can wave bye-bye to that now. And indeed, the swing that we've got from the limited number of results so far, I accept that, suggests that there's perhaps at best a 0.5% swing from Conservative to Labour, which would give them about 9 or 10 gains from the Conservatives. And against that, of course, has to be chalked off all those seats they're going to lose to the SNP in Scotland. And that's why it looks as if Labour is going to do worse this year than they did 5 years ago. I think that's...
Yeah, and I suppose also the feature that we were just chewing over a few moments ago is this collapse in the Lib Dem vote, and the fact that then those Lib Dem seats on the Conservative target side of the board suddenly become much more enlivened in terms of our interests. We have a look at a few of those a bit sort of further down the board. I mean, they're very easy to pick out. Sorry, that is a bit of a lurch across our battleground.
Well, you've got Eastleigh just there, which is quite an interesting case in point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they'd be devastated to lose Eastleigh, the battle that's gone over that seat in the recent years, for all the reasons that we well know, has been extraordinary, really. But we're talking, you know, I mean, Argyll and Bute, I think we can probably guess which way that one will actually fall this evening. But, you know, you're talking
like everything else in Scotland,
well,
apparently.
Exactly. Cheadle, Cornwall, you know, Dan Rogerson in Cornwall North, Cheadle, Eastbourne, Taunton Dean, Jeremy Brown, obviously heading out, he's stepping down from that seat. But, you know, even the seats around London that we were talking about, like Carshalton and Wallington, Sutton and Cheam, you know, there's all sorts of areas that suddenly come into play much further down the Conservative target list. You know, we were spotting a couple of them there too. Kingston and Surbiton, for example. I mean, the Conservatives taken that council so long held by Ed Davey, of course. So there's lots of areas that suddenly become much more interesting.
If you'd said to either of us before the start of this evening that Kingston, or maybe even Cheltenham, which is just a tiny bit back
little along,
there, or a lot of these seats at the top. I mean, Colin, I don't know whether you want to talk about how realistic you think some of these targets are. If you said yesterday that these were under threat, I think we'd have been laughed at.
Yes, because where you're talking about there, you've got Martin Horwood in Cheltenham, who's been there a long time, Adrian Sanders, who's been there a very long time in Torbay. These are the kind of well-known local Liberal Democrats who have also maintained a fair degree of presence on the local councils as well, which shouldn't be dismissed in these kind of circumstances. People thought they would hold on, however much the Liberal Democrats might do quite poorly elsewhere. But all the results we've had so far, and certainly from the exit poll, and as I mentioned earlier, the Comrades ITV News poll a couple of weeks ago, suggesting that the Liberal Democrats are going to do very poorly throughout the South West, even where there were embedded local MPs. So we expect some of that to turn blue.
Well, let's come back to this, but we've got Simon Hughes, the MP for Bermondsey, ready to talk to us. Simon Hughes, you cannot have imagined that this night was going to begin potentially to pan out in this way.
Look, the electorate are sovereign in these things. We knew it would be a difficult election for us because we went into government in the national interest with people we've always opposed, and although we have done brilliantly well in rescuing the country, then people obviously clearly don't like austerity and we were going to be under attack. But I'm not going to predict an outcome yet. We've had one exit poll, we've had an alternative poll which has an entirely different number of seats. We haven't had a single Liberal Democrat held seat having its result declared yet, as far as I'm aware. And I'm hoping that a significant number of colleagues will come through. In any event, we took a decision, controversial though it was. We're sure it was the right decision in the national interest. The economy is growing better than almost any economy in Europe. We've been able to lift tax so that huge numbers, millions and millions of people now don't pay any tax and have tax reductions. That was never
Simon,
on the Tory
I do understand
all
that,
those
but
things.
and I know we haven't had the results, but if you look at the results, we haven't had any results that directly relate to you in terms of seats you hold. But the results we have had, the Liberal Democrat vote is collapsing. There is no other way of putting it.
But that's because we knew that we had to target our resources at defending the places where we held seats and the few places where we thought we could gain them. That's not been a secret to you or anybody else who follows politics. And therefore, the results in the places we've heard about so far are not in that category. And of course, therefore, we didn't put the resource, the tide wasn't going with us to sweep us to victory in places in other parts of the country where we didn't have a base. Let's wait and see what happens in the places which have had traditional Liberal and Liberal Democrat presence, and you will see an entirely different picture. I know in my seat and others, there'll be thousands, tens of thousands of votes cast for Liberal Democrats, and I hope that will mean we'll have a significant presence in the Commons. The Tories don't look as if they won the general election. Labour don't look as if they've had an easy or very satisfactory result in the general election, so nobody looks as if they're the great winner overnight. In Scotland, things clearly look different, but we've got another 12 hours before we have a clear picture. I know that we have fought the good fight. I know that we have put the case to the electorate. I know that we have a good case to put. I know we've, at the end of 5 years in government, left the country a much stronger and fairer place than it was before we went into government.
If you are, are you personally confident of getting back at this stage?
I haven't a clue. I haven't been to my count yet. I'm going as soon as I finish doing my interview with you and one other interview to the count. We're not expecting a result, I gather, for another couple of hours in Southwark. I've been under attack by the Labour Party in my borough every single general election since I first won. Twice the media have reported that I've lost. I've no idea what the result is. I want to win. I've got work to do. I hope that we've won, but it was a huge battle and I know it will be close.
Lastly, if you do end up having a very bad night, I know that's a big if at this point, do you think it's conceivable that you would enter into any other kind of arrangement with the Conservatives?
That's a discussion that we haven't begun to have. We haven't talked to either of the other major parties. I assume the general view would be in the country that having had a coalition which gave stable government for 5 years with a majority government, it was better to have a coalition that gave a majority government rather than minority government for the next 5 years. It looks as if that would only be possible with the Conservatives. We have a democratic process which will adjudge these things. That won't begin till all the results are in. But certainly we don't believe any less in coalition or any less in taking responsibility now, and the country will benefit, I'm sure, from having a stable government in the next 5 years, because without it, the economy cannot have the sort of secure development that I know my constituents wanted to have, and I think everybody watching this programme would want for our beloved country.
That's an interesting take, Simon Hughes. Thank you very much for talking to us. Let's go straight to Tim Farron, former president of the Liberal Democrats, a sometime critic of the leadership. I think it is fair to say. I don't know, you probably couldn't hear what Simon Hughes was saying there, Tim Farron, but essentially he was saying that, too early to tell and all the other caveats. But he went on to say he was still a believer in coalition. Do you think it's credible that if you end up with anything like the result that is predicted, that you could go into any other kind of arrangement with the Conservatives?
Well, to state the blindingly obvious, hardly any seats have been declared. We've seen 2 or 3 polls, and I kind of prefer to wait to see what the people have to say, both in my constituency and indeed across the country. What I can say is that I'm massively proud of Simon and all of my colleagues up and down the country who not just fought a brilliant campaign, but 5 years ago made a decision that was absolutely in the national interest, that we knew at the time was going to be perhaps not in the party's interest. So we know this is going to be a very difficult set of results for us tonight. I think we don't need to put any gloss on that. What I think I do observe, if it's not too soon to say this, is that this has been a kind of fracturing of Britain in a way which I think every decent-minded person should find deeply worrying. It looks as though a kind of nationalist agenda in Scotland has held sway, and that the Conservatives have fought a campaign based on fear and have done so in terms of fear of the SNP and indeed of Scotland more generally. And nationalism is always dangerous, whatever flag you clothe yourself in. And it's a reminder that Britain has never needed a Liberal Party more than it does today. And I'm just determined that we go forward from this and make decisions that are in the national interest and build, should we say, a broader national coalition of those people who share our decent values, our liberal values, which I believe still are the majority in this country, in Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland.
Mr. Farage, so we're just looking at pictures of the Prime Minister leaving his home in Witney to go towards the Count. But can I just continue with that theme that you were mentioning there? It seems from what you were saying that you're still a believer in coalition, but you seem to be talking about it in slightly different terms. The kind of language you were using doesn't suggest a coalition with the Conservatives is particularly your favoured option.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, again, the future of this country. And I worry very much that the agenda in this election campaign appears to be that fear may have won the day and that hope has lost out. And I want to see this country united. I want decent liberal values of tolerance and of hope, and not the kind of flag-waving fear that we've seen both from the SNP and from the Conservatives. In terms of coalitions generally, that's all about the arithmetic. What we showed 5 years ago is that the British people decide who runs the country, and we respect what they give us in terms of the parliamentary arithmetic afterwards. And given we don't know what that is, it's pointless to speculate.
One thing that doesn't seem much in doubt, or perhaps you'll say it is, but it doesn't seem as if there's any serious debate about the fact that the SNP is going to have an extremely good night in Scotland. People have talked about earthquake and every other kind of... we've been reaching for the cliches all evening, and no doubt we will be for weeks to come if that turns out to be the case. What do you make of that?
Well, as I say, nationalism is a dangerous thing because essentially it's about excluding others. It's about saying that our problems, our challenges are the fault of somebody else, somebody in England or somebody in Brussels or somebody in Scotland. And I'm somebody who's proud to be British and believe that Britain's future is in the European Union alongside our friends and neighbours and closest and most important trading partners in Europe. And unfortunately, it seems that those who have won the day, or may have won the day, in this election in different corners of the United Kingdom, are those who have peddled a message of fear and not hope. I stand unprepared to accept that. I believe the majority of people in Britain believe in a hopeful, decent, tolerant set of values of sharing, of standing together and not making other people the scapegoat for our challenges and our problems. That's why Britain has never needed a Liberal Party more than it does tonight.
Finally, do you think there is a danger that this could be the beginning of the end of the Union, or do you think that's a ridiculous assertion at this point?
Well, I think it's all the more important that those of us who believe in standing together, both within the United Kingdom and indeed in terms of our relationship with the European Union, work hard together to make sure we build that case. It's time elections were won by hope and not fear.
Tim Farron in Cumbria, thank you very much indeed. Let's go and see, let's go up to Nina, where they are apparently have been pondering everyone's surprise at how the Tories were doing.
What we've been pondering is the accuracy of the polls, the day-to-day polls versus the exit poll. One of them seems to be very wrong tonight. I'm joined by Andrew Hawkins from Comres. Is this your time where you have to defend your industry now?
Well, there's no doubt that Twitter's gone mad, suggesting that the opinion polls throughout the campaign have been wrong. It's far too early to draw any conclusions there, and I think we've got to distinguish between the exit poll, which is an exercise in measuring the probability of who's going to win individual seats, and the opinion polls during the campaign, which measure vote share. And as it is, we take account of the fact that, for example, UKIP could easily be on 11% of the vote and still only get 2 MPs. Time will tell. We've got 17 seats to go by so far. Time will tell what the vote share accuracy is. I think there's been a certain narrative throughout this year, though, that has assumed that Labour has sometimes been ahead of the Conservatives have sometimes been ahead of Labour. Now, Comrades has gone on the record as saying that we think the crossover occurred at the start of the year for the Conservatives. Whether it's as far ahead in vote share terms as the exit poll might suggest is far too early to tell. I think the other thing we need to do in future with opinion polling is treat the UK as a series of regions, because as has been stated on ITV News tonight, the polling that Comrades has done for ITV News, for example, in the southwest, suggested that the Liberal Democrats were going to get hammered there, and they are getting hammered there. Similarly, if you do a poll in Scotland, you get a more in-depth, nuanced feel for what's likely to happen.
OK, Andrew, thank you. Well, let's pick up on that point about polling and the point of polling. I'm joined once again by Jenny Russell and Isabel Hardman. What's the point of polling if all the way through this campaign we've been hearing one thing, obviously with the margins of error, and tonight we're hearing something very different?
Well, I think, as Andrew says, what we have to bear in mind is that the actual result may be within the margins of error. We don't yet know that when polls say that a particular party has 34%, what that actually means, they may have anywhere between, say, 32 and 36.
Yeah.
But just apart from that, I've been talking behind the scenes to some people who know about polling tonight, and they say that what's really interesting is that the phone polls have consistently put the Tories much higher than the internet polls until just a week or so ago. Now, it may be that phone polls get at the truth more than internet polls do, because when you're talking to a real person, you're more likely to say what you think. And the fascinating thing also is that exit polls are done in a different way. Apparently, the pollsters who do the exit polls ask people how they voted, and they're trained to know whether or not they're lying. So that you may get more accuracy, either if you're talking to people on the phone or if you're questioning them more deeply, whereas on an internet poll, you might just put down something that isn't quite accurate. Now, what's really odd is that in the past few days, the phone polls adjusted themselves to come down towards the internet polls. Now, I don't know why that happened or why they did it, but it could be that those polls are actually accurate all the way through, and we're only just discovering that now.
Isabel, from the handful of results that we've got in so far, the swing tends to suggest that they are going at the moment alongside the exit poll result.
Yes, so if you look at Swindon North and then the London seats that have declared, actually that suggests that seats that could well have gone Labour have obviously not gone Labour, they've gone to the Tories. And then Tooting, where Sadiq Khan was re-elected, actually the swing to Labour from the Conservatives was very small indeed. So actually it suggests that London isn't going Labour as people expected it would. Now, obviously, there's, as you say, a handful of seats that have declared, and we may get some surprises later on, but it looks as though the seats that have declared are in line with the exit poll so far.
OK, we've got to hand back to Tom, because I think we're just seeing Nicola Sturgeon. Tom.
There she is. She looks pretty pleased, and well, she might, because if the polls are correct, she's going to have one extraordinary night. Greeting her supporters there. We should say that we are waiting for Paisley and Renfrewshire South. This is, of course, Douglas Alexander's constituency, Shadow Foreign Secretary. The idea that he could potentially be losing his seat would have been quite incredible only a few months ago, and yet that does seem to be a realistic possibility, swept away by the tsunami that Nicola Sturgeon has overseen, if it indeed happens. We're told that they seem to be looking at the ballot papers very, very closely there, so maybe it is reasonably tight, but who knows? At the moment, it looks as if Douglas Alexander and many like him are being swept away in Scotland. Let's go and talk to Emily Morgan, who's been with Nick Clegg all the way through the campaign. Emily, did you even vaguely predict that this might be, and let's just stress that it's a might be, we're not there yet, but that this might be the outcome?
I certainly didn't. The polls have always looked bad, but they didn't look
this bad. The mood here in Sheffield Hallam has really changed over the last few minutes. When the exit poll did come out, we all had a flurry of texts from senior Lib Dem sources to say that it was wrong, that it didn't match their data. But Nick Clegg's spokesman has just arrived here. He's briefed us journalists down there, and he said it was always going to be a bad night, but they didn't expect it to be this bad. He used the word disappointing, and he blamed the Tory fear factor campaign, stoking up nationalism, he said, and that appears to have worked. He was asked about Nick Clegg. He said that anyone who believes in centre ground politics would be disappointed. Now, Nick Clegg has run a very positive campaign. He's always been confident and upbeat. He always said he would defy the polls. No one expected them to get the 57 seats they did in 2010, but if they do get the 10 seats, as this exit poll is predicting, it could be near oblivion for the party. I feel safe in saying that. I know that Nick Clegg isn't watching this programme. I've been told he's at home, he's had dinner and a drink with his wife, Miriam. He is due here in a couple of hours for the declaration of his own count. Again, tension here is building. Turnout here, I hear, has been 77%. Now, whether that's good or bad for Nick Clegg, only time will tell, obviously, and it would be staggering if he didn't keep this seat, but who knows?
You got any sense at all, do you think? I mean, are his advisors reasonably confident? I mean, Nick himself dismissed the idea he was going to lose his seat as ridiculous.
He did dismiss it, and earlier on his advisors were dismissing it, but now they've gone very quiet. They're saying they simply can't predict it. I think they are incredibly worried, but he has a 15,000 majority here. As I said, it would be staggering if that were overturned, and it would be a really, really bad night for Nick Clegg and the Liberal Democrats, obviously.
I'm going to ask you a really, really difficult question now, which you won't know the answer to because nobody does, but hey, it's that time in the morning. Let's give it a go. If the Liberal Democrats end up with a result anything like this at the end of the night, do you think it's conceivable, having had 1,000,001 conversations with Nick Clegg and many other Liberal Democrats over the past few weeks, do you think it's conceivable that they would enter into any other kind of arrangement with the Conservative Party, if that's what it takes to get a majority? I mean, interestingly, we've had Simon Hughes and we've had Tim Farron in the last half hour still talking about how they believe in coalition if it's in the national interest and all the rest of it. But is that politically credible, do you think?
They have been talking about it, and I'm very surprised. I think if they only get 10 MPs, it would be incredibly difficult for them to go back into coalition. It's the coalition that will have decimated their party. If they go into coalition with the Tories, they only have 10 MPs. What sort of influence would they have within that government? How would it work? How would the mechanics work? What sort of cabinet positions would they have? And could all 10 have cabinet positions? It would be very strange. And also, I do not see how they could get it past their party. They have a triple lock system. They'd have to get it past members, the federal executive, and I just don't think there will be appetite. I have a feeling that they will just want to sit out of government, lick their wounds and rebuild.
Emily in Sheffield, thank you very much indeed. Not long now until we will have Nick Clegg's result. We're looking at Nicola Sturgeon again in Glasgow. Looks even happier than the last time we saw her. You've got a feeling that this evening is only going to go in one direction as far as she is concerned. And I don't think, looking at those pictures, that her supporters are much in doubt of the kind of evening they're going to end up having. It doesn't look like she is much either. And I think really what we're looking at this point is enormous questions out of this. We've dealt with some of them this evening. What kind of government is going to rule the UK? Who is going to go into Downing Street? Possibly David Cameron, but not quite sure what they're clapping there, but clearly perhaps party officials. But beyond the questions of who's going to govern the UK and whether David Cameron is going to be the Prime Minister and what kind of government it's going to be and how he's going to get things through the House of Commons, these bigger questions about the future of the Union, about whether Scotland, about whether Nicola Sturgeon, and in a way it's a difficult decision for her whether she's going to put the question of another independence referendum back on the ballot paper for the Scottish parliamentary elections in 2016. She hasn't talked about it. You heard Alex Salmond refusing to talk about it earlier this evening as well. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine with this enormous surge going on, this incredible result, that she won't really want to think about it. Now, I'm joined. Sorry, I made you both sit up here. It's in the morning. Stephen Dorrell and Peter Hain from the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. You will remember. I always feel with very, very veteran politicians, I never really want to quite draw people's attention to that. Seems rude somehow, but I say politely, you've both been around a bit. Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you both make of what we're looking at this evening?
I think it's a revolt against the political class in Westminster. If you look at the SNP result as it looks to be in Scotland, on the one hand, and on UKIP's performance in England and in Wales, actually, on the other, I think that's the main lesson I draw from tonight, and it was evident to me that that was building up. And you look at the Prime Minister's behaviour towards Scotland, and it's as if the Conservatives and the SNP have been feeding off each other. And David Cameron may well have got a bounce out of that in England especially, and it looks as if he may have done, but it's at the expense of putting at risk the whole future of the United Kingdom. We haven't heard the end of the Scottish story yet, and it's a very serious message, I think, for the way we do politics.
We were just looking, probably as you were being shown in, you probably saw we were looking at pictures of Nicola Sturgeon, her ecstatic supporters up there in Scotland, and I was discussing, even if only with myself, so we were talking about the pictures, the question of whether we were going to get another independence referendum put back on the ballot paper for the Scottish parliamentary elections in 2016. Do you think that the union is now under question again?
Well, I think the whole of our politics, the way we've been doing it now for far too long, is in question. And I think it would be easy for all of us in the Westminster bubble that Stephen and I are in and you're in as well, as journalists, to just, in a sense, be preoccupied with who's up and who's down. And obviously it matters to me as a Labour Party politician that we do well. And it matters to Stephen that the Conservatives do well. Actually, what's at stake seems to me, is the whole future of British parliamentary democracy. We've had declining voter turnout for a long time, a collapse in support for both the major parties going back over 50 years, a long-term trend. The main beneficiaries of that resentment at the moment are the SNP and UKIP, with the Greens in a minor way as well. And it's no good just carrying on as we have before. We've got political institutions which are unrepresentative and increasingly illegitimate. A second chamber in the House of Lords, which could be a vehicle for bringing the nations and regions of England together if it were elected at the same time as MPs, as has been sort of introduced to Parliament in the bill that the last government introduced, and then it fell. There are all sorts of these questions which I think are much more serious than individual seats passing.
Let me just mention in passing that we're calling Kilmarnock and Dumbartonshire West both as SNP gains. So we're just starting to get the results themselves trickling through from Scotland. Stephen, maybe what's you're listening to what Peter was saying there, and we've got to have a government. What's your take on this evening so far?
Well, my take is similar to Peter, but not the same. Because I think what's happening is, first of all, it's one of the things that does appear to be happening is that the turnout appears to be slightly better this time than it was last.
Stephen, I'm going to have to stop you there because we are going to have to go to Paisley and Renfrewshire South, Douglas Alexander's seat, to see whether he holds on. When I say now, I meant in a minute. So please finish your point. But if we could I'll wind you up nicely again when they're actually at the point. But sorry, I interrupted you.
The second point I'd make is that yes, it's true that we're seeing, of course, a huge surge in the SNP vote. And that does pose questions, not just about what's in the manifesto from the SNP in the 2016 Scottish elections, but the nature of political debate in Scotland immediately, tomorrow, next week, next month, for the rest of this year. And that's a particular challenge, I think, to the Labour Party. And what we're seeing in this election is appear to be seeing very early in the evening is edging up in the turnout, a marginal improvement, not as much as I would like to have seen, but a marginal improvement in our vote, and some very serious challenges to Labour's vote, in particular in Scotland. Now, so it's a more nuanced analysis, I think, than Peter's offering. But clearly challenges to all the traditional parties at Westminster. I agree with that.
Ponder this. We're looking at Paisley and Renfrewshire South here. It's Douglas Alexander, who Peter knows very well. I was a student with him many years ago. He was a Labour Party activist, you know, when I was uselessly fulfilling my time as a student. Douglas was out there as a Labour Party activist back in those days. He cannot have conceivably even begun to imagine, I don't think, as I don't suppose anyone in the Labour Party did, that a seat like this was ever going to be under threat. And yet here we are on a knife edge, wondering whether he's going to survive. And Peter, do you feel a huge degree of sadness at this, that this is one of your heartlands that looks like it's falling apart?
Yes, obviously, and not just sadness, but it's a terrible feeling, because in Douglas you've got one of the most capable politicians in Parliament, regardless of party. I think most people would agree about that. And I think the other issue that I'd add to what I said, and Stephen's right to correct me on one point about turnout, it does look as if turnout's up. Turnout's up partly because a lot of people who felt disenfranchised are voting. They're not necessarily voting Conservative or Labour, but they are turning out in greater numbers. We've also, by the way, lost 5 million voters from the register compared with last time because of the different system of registration. That's very serious for the future and the health of our politics. And there's one other point that I'd add. We've had now over the last 30 years or so, perhaps a bit longer, the economies of the world, not just in Britain and in Europe, but in America and elsewhere, not delivering for working people, whether they're working class people in the sense of skilled manual workers with skills, or whether they're traditional middle class people. The rich at the top have been screaming away like there's no tomorrow, but everybody else has felt squeezed, and it's a revolt against that, I think, as well. That kind of neoliberal economics, to use the jargon. And it gets expressed in anti-Europeanism and anti-immigrants and various things, and UKIP are the main repository for that in England and Wales, and in Scotland, the SNP are.
I don't want to bring this down to practical politics, but let's just do so for a moment. And I think just before I do, let me mention that I understand that the candidates are behind that screen there being spoken to, so it's quite hard to know what is actually going on out there. Maybe it is indeed very, very close. But Stephen, maybe I can come to you. Regardless of what is happening in Scotland or not, or maybe what's happening across the UK in terms of disillusionment and everything else, we have to have a government.
Precisely.
You were a member of the John Major government. You will remember those years all too well, as do I. It was pretty chaotic. What do you think a Conservative government without a majority, if that's what we end up with, or possibly with a very small majority at best, is going to be like?
Well, I think we don't know yet what the arithmetic is going to make possible. It was, of course, David Cameron's achievement out of the last election, which at the time of the election was there was a lot of talk about how this was going to be an unstable government. It wouldn't last the course, if you remember. And what was created was a stable government, a coalition government with a working majority. We don't yet know whether the arithmetic will make that possible, but I absolutely agree that it's a priority if it can be done.
Okay. Let's just see what's happening in Paisley and Renfrewshire South.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am now ready to declare the results for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency. I, Sandra Black, Returning Officer for the Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Douglas Garvin Alexander, Scottish Labour Party, 17,864. Mary Black, Scottish National Party, 23,548. Fraser Daniel Galloway, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,526. Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,010. Sandra Amelia Webster, Scottish Socialist Party.
Well, there it is. I don't think that's a moment that most people involved in politics in the last 10 years ever thought they would see. Douglas Alexander, as the polls predicted, is out. The Shadow Foreign Secretary, a man who served both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown very closely, an extremely senior figure in the Labour Party over many years, is out. And quite convincingly so. Let's just take a look at the change in the share of the vote there. Colin, on that basis, how many Labour survivors will there be in Scotland?
Well, this is a 27% swing, and you've still got that one sole Glasgow North East just on the cusp of whether it goes or whether it doesn't. And of course, Glasgow was a strong yes area in the referendum, which would suggest the swing would be even greater there. But the other interesting thing about this is Douglas Alexander's swing is quite as big as the one in Kilmarnock. He doesn't seem to have much of a personal vote. This is sweeping all politicians before them, whoever they are, whatever they've done, however long they've been in office.
Well, Peter, maybe I can bring you. I mean, you know Douglas as well as anyone. What do you? We'll maybe come back to this in a moment. But what do you make of this?
Well, it's a bitter blow for Douglas and a bitter blow for the Scottish Labour Party and indeed the United Kingdom Labour Party. There's no question about that. And your point about it sweeping all before it, this avalanche in Scotland, it seems to me to be a very valid one. I come back to the point that I've been making. There are bigger forces underneath this political earthquake that's happening in this general election.
And 10% turnout up there as well, so that's carried over from the referendum too.
Yes, and that's also people who haven't voted in recent elections, perhaps for 10 or 20 years.
And what we can't say, and against that kind of background, is that this is voter disengagement from politics. This is voter engagement in politics, but rejection of traditional party structures. That's a very different lesson to draw from this
I agree,
process.
and we've taken the hit in Scotland, the Labour Party has, and there are lessons for us to draw from that, but I still feel this is a cross-party thing for the major parties, for the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats as well.
What is the rest of the UK? Sorry, Jane, you were trying to come in. Let me bring you in.
I think what Peter was saying earlier was fascinating about this very much being an anti-Westminster vote, but I also think it's very strongly an anti-austerity vote. Yes. Certainly the Labour Party supporters in Scotland and in England and in Wales, I think, are more further to the left than their own party at the current time, and I think that's just another reason.
But that's also one of the challenges, if I may make the point, actually, for both the major parties at Westminster. Labour have positioned themselves at Westminster more tolerant of austerity than many of their supporters. But Peter was making the point earlier that when the Prime Minister came out and talked about English votes for English laws, he was reflecting very real pressures in England that do have to be responded to. So these pressures, they're real, they're not imagined by Westminster
Sorry
politicians.
to interrupt you again, but let's hear what Douglas has got to say.
The opportunity to serve the people of Renfrewshire is a heavy but joyful responsibility, and I wish her all the success in doing that job in the course of this Parliament. Can I also take the opportunity to thank the returning officers, the police and the officials of the Council for discharging their responsibilities today. Can I place on record my immense gratitude to the people of Renfrewshire who have done me the honour of allowing me to be their representatives over past years. I will always be grateful for having had that opportunity to serve. Can I also thank Jackie, my wife, and our children who have endured many years with me in frontline politics. Can I thank the incredible team from Paisley and Renfrewshire South Labour Party. I could not be more proud of the campaign that we have fought. This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. It will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much.
Well, perhaps I'm reading too much into that, but it seemed to me a very emotional Douglas Alexander there. Extraordinary moment for him, really, losing a seat. He cannot have imagined in his wildest dreams, even only a few months ago, that he would ever see be lost, and to a student who is only 20 years old and relatively new to the political scene, a moment I suspect that anyone interested in politics will not quickly forget. Now, we have pictures of the Prime Minister. Who knows, perhaps he'll go on being the Prime Minister, perhaps not, as we begin to see the results. David Cameron arriving at his constituency count in Witney. Looks pretty happy about the state of play and the way things are going. And it's almost 2:30, so let's go to Julie for a summary of where we've got to.
Yeah, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Well, just to remind you of our exit poll, which predicted that the Conservatives will have the most seats at the end of the night, but not a majority. Our poll puts the Tories on 316 seats. Labour will be way behind on 239, 10 seats for the Liberal Democrats, 2 each for UKIP and the Green Party, and the SNP are forecast to have 58 seats out of 59 in Scotland. Plaid Cymru will have 4. Well, early results in the target seats for Labour and the Tories are showing no shifts. Sadiq Khan held his seat in Tooting. There was a slight increase in share for Labour and the Tories there. And the Conservatives, Jane Ellison and Marcus Jones, will be returning to Westminster as MPs for Battersea and Nuneaton. But despite Labour failing to take the seat, some within the party view tonight as a failure for David Cameron.
You're still in a situation here where David Cameron, who set himself the task of saying that if he didn't form a Conservative majority able to govern on his own, that he would regard that as failure. By those terms, even at what Michael Gove, in a programme I did earlier with him, said that if this is at the top end of their expectations, which it said that he was, means that he can't govern on his own.
Well, Tim Farron, the former Lib Dem president, has defended his party's decision to go into coalition with the Conservatives, even if it has resulted in a bad night tonight.
All of my colleagues up and down the country who not just fought a brilliant campaign, but 5 years ago made a decision that was absolutely in the national interest, that we knew at the time was going to be perhaps not in the party's interest. So we know this is going to be a very difficult set of results for us tonight. I think we don't need to put any gloss on that.
Well, meanwhile, in Scotland, the SNP has begun to take seats from Labour, including, as you've just seen from the Shadow Foreign Secretary Douglas Alexander. SNP leader Nicola Sturgeon told ITV News she's bringing a new type of politics to Westminster.
You know, I think what we're looking at tonight is a very historic shift in opinion in Scotland. But, you know, we said during the campaign that SNP MPs would be elected to make Scotland's voice heard, and that's exactly what we intend to do. But all of the other things I said during the campaign about seeking to work with others across the UK to try to get more progressive politics at the heart of Westminster, that is still what we intend to do. Clearly, although things are shaping up well for the SNP, it's early in the night in terms of how the results will shape up.
I suspect we might hear a little more from Nicola Sturgeon a little later on. Let's have a look at our Scottish battleground because we've got this little clutch of results in now. And Tom, we thought it might be worth just an early check-in to see what might lie ahead. I think
to see just how bloody the battlefield looks,
I think we know
really.
which colour graphics are teeing up for the night. Let's have a look at our SNP battleground, which we looked at very early on, of course. And we can see now just a visual snapshot of what is starting to fill out here. Remember, just over here on the far left of the board, these were the seats that the SNP already held from the last Parliament. Western Isles staying with them. Let's head along and see what has fallen. We've got Ochil and South Perthshire. That was the number one sort of easiest target seat. I mean, still on overturning a majority of 5,000 there. Dundee West is now being filled out for the SNP. Let's go along there. Cathy Jameson in Kilmarnock has just... sorry, I'm just hearing various things in my ears. I'm talking to you. Apparently Falkirk, which is back a column. Let's just go there and see if we can pick it out. Falkirk, there it is. That has just fallen to the SNP. That is Eric Joyce's old seat, of course. Dundee West, Kilmarnock, as I was just mentioning there. Where else can we pick out for you? I'm just highlighting as we go along, and things are starting to come in as I'm just talking to you now. Look at that, even just as we were speaking. Glen Rother's right on Gordon Brown's doorstep, famous by-election, of course, there. Dunbartonshire West, that pair of Dunbartonshire seats. We'll be looking at Dunbartonshire East a little later on. Of course, Joe Swinson's seat. That is Gemma Doyle out. Now, Dunbartonshire West has been Labour, Tom, for its entire history. I mean, this is the sort of thing we're talking about tonight. It's extraordinary, and that is the one just above the one that is going to stay in people's memories as one of the moments of the night, surely, and that is Douglas Alexander's seat falling to the SNP.
The thing that really strikes me is when you put up the Tory-Labour battle board, for example, on the Labour targets, an awful lot of the seats are under a majority of under 1,000. But as you've just said, Ockle, the number one SNP target started with a majority of 5,000, and everywhere is these enormous majorities. And presumably, I mean, Gordon Brown's former seat, Kirkcaldy, has to be under threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's face it, with the exit poll and what we're starting to see with the sort of swings that we're seeing as well, Colin and Jane, we're talking about practically everything being in play here. We're talking about the seat, of the former Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, being under threat, way down on the list, right down in Kirkcaldy there. Even seats like, Orkney, for example, been with the Lib Dems since 1950, I think. Even Glasgow North East, we could actually see all the seats in Glasgow. It is conceivable on the sort of activities we're seeing tonight that Glasgow turns from red to bright yellow. And I mean, Colin, you look as if you're championing a bit there.
If we put this into historical context, Julie, we are sometimes used to these very big swings in parliamentary by-elections now. Occasionally in general elections, we saw it in 1997, the Labour landslide, there would be the odd seat where the swing would get to 18 and 20%. What we're talking about now in Scotland is routinely, we're talking about 24, 25% swings. In Dundee West, OK, it's a yes part of the country, a 29% swing. And we almost just shrugged our shoulders and says, oh, what? There's another one gone. But this is unprecedented. I mean, I really don't think there has been a single moment in history when a party has had this kind of shift in their favour, or as far as Labour's concerned, against them.
We're just looking at the Dundee West result. Maybe we can all talk about the change in the share if we bring it up, which is this is a pattern that is now turning out to be pretty consistent, Jane, isn't it? I mean, it's...
We've talked an awful lot about the movement from Labour to the SNP, and we see that extremely clearly here in Dundee West. We also see some movement for the Lib Dems, and that's interesting too, because we're going to be looking at people like Charles Kennedy and Danny Alexander tonight, who might also be losing their seats to the SNP, so Liberal Democrat seats going to the SNP also. So it's not just Labour, it's a huge groundswell that's going on. I mean, it's just, as Colin says, it's hard to kind of not to repeat the word unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, this is history, isn't it? We're starting to see being filled out here. In fact, then we can have a look at that Dunbartonshire West SNP gain there.
Let's have a look at the change there as well and see, it's a similar picture in almost every seat. I mean, do we think if there's a survivor, we said earlier probably Orkney, does that make sense?
Orkney,
or maybe Willie Bain down there in...
Although that Dunbartonshire swing just now, well, that was over 30%. So that will take Willie Bain and everybody else with it as well.
I mean, it's worth touching in on the fact that this is a part of the electorate that is energised in a way that many of us couldn't grasp unless we'd actually seen that independence referendum close up, Jane. And that has to be something that we have to take, not only just turnout in the independence referendum, but that sort of way it sort of jolted politics.
Julie, you covered that referendum. Did you, on the day that referendum was over, in all honesty, did you think this is where we'd end up?
Well, it's just astonishing, isn't it? I mean, I was interviewing Nicola Sturgeon a couple of months ago. You and I were doing the films for the Tonight programmes. I spent a bit of time with Nicola Sturgeon. And the fact that, they'd suddenly accumulated 100,000 members and, rocketed them up the largest party list across the nation as a whole. Even she was still trying to get to grips with the size of the party that she was suddenly leading.
It looks as though turnout in Scotland, on average, just from the seats that we've seen, is up by about 9%. And that really tells us about the impact of the Scottish independence referendum, not only for getting out voters who hadn't voted for decades, but also, think about those voters who voted for the first time, younger voters, energised. And so we're expecting to see turnout amongst younger voters being much higher in Scotland than in England. And interestingly, that can have a really long-term effect, because we know that going out to vote is a habit-forming process. So, it'll be fascinating to see not just the results tonight, but, long into the future.
Sorry, there's a graphic that's just popped up here, I think, in terms of the change in the share of the vote.
Julie, I just wanted to ask you, when you were talking to Nicola Sturgeon, you spent quite a bit of time with her. Do you think, from all those conversations, that you think it's inevitable that another independence referendum will be back on the ballot paper, or you think that's much less clear?
Well, it'll be very interesting to see what emerges from conversations with her tonight, which no doubt you'll have later. But, you know, when we were talking to her, making that film, she was absolutely categorical, as you've seen in interviews in the last couple of months, that she deems that a matter for the Scottish Parliament, that it wasn't on the table. But, I mean, with results like this tonight, you know, it's all in play again, presumably. But she was very particular, you know, that she was saying we come here, you know, offering support for an anti-austerity alliance, that she was very keen to stress this sort of formation that she'd made with Plaid Cymru and the Greens, but very careful around the language of another Scottish independence referendum. But I mean, look at what we're witnessing now.
Well, it's going yellow behind you practically as you speak. As we said, well, it's a bit like a traffic light. I keep seeing traffic light that's turning permanently yellow. We're going to go and speak to Nicola Sturgeon, I think, in a moment, very shortly. It is worth also mentioning that the DUP have gained Belfast East. That's a seat that Peter Robinson, the DP leader, lost to the Alliance Party last time. He's not standing there. His namesake is, but he's won it back. Now, that may be important. Always important, but it may be important because of the overall picture that we've been talking about, and Colin wants to come in.
I've just seen headline from Colchester that Colchester has been gained by the Conservatives from Bob Russell. Now, Bob Russell, again, a long-serving, well-embedded MP,
yep.
Popular locally, well-known local character, frankly. He would have expected to survive, and I think most people did expect him to survive. This double figures is looking more and more likely.
Colchester wasn't even on the Conservative target list.
I mean, what's fascinating about this is there's a kind of little puzzle here where we know that most of the Liberal Democrat vote after 2010 went to Labour. There were certainly more Lib Dems going to Labour than there were Lib Dems when we look at that kind of 2010 to 2015 transition. But actually, on the numbers in the exit poll, it looks like the Conservatives will get possibly double, if not triple, the number of Lib Dem seats than Labour will do. And it's just one of those fascinating things that's going to, you know, emerge, I think, as the night goes on. We know for sure that Liberal Democrat voters don't all go to Labour, that some go to the Conservatives, some go to the Greens, and some even go to UKIP. But, you know, by far the greater number have gone to Labour. So it's just really interesting, the way that spread across the country, the fact that the Conservatives are looking like they're going to do better against the Lib Dems in the south, and Labour look like they'll gain some from the Lib Dems in the north. But obviously the broader picture being just a terrible night for the Lib Dems, with more going to the Tories.
Colin, I mean, as the results begin to come through, how are you looking at your prediction earlier in the evening? Do you feel that, if anything, the Tory seats will come down or more likely go up?
No, I think, if anything, we may have slightly undershot the Conservatives. I think it's a bit early to think whether they might get to the magic 326, or as some people say, 323 mark, because of Sinn Féin, of course, not taking their seats. But it's certainly, everything that's happened so far would make us be even more robust about our original prediction. And again, another one of the reasons for that, we saw coming in a result from Castle Point, which was an outside UKIP chance. We haven't seen the full figures from there yet, but again, a Conservative hold. So all the threats to the Conservatives, whether it's from Labour in the traditional marginal seats or whether it's from UKIP in some parts of eastern England in particular, so far haven't materialised.
So what do you think's happening there? UKIP did seem in with a shout there, of course. Bob Spink, who was a Tory MP, defected to UKIP, then he was out. But I mean, it's been a long-term UKIP target.
He stood as an independent, and Canvey Island, which is part of the Castle Point area, has both Castle Point and Canvey Island independents who are quite closely allied with UKIP, and UKIP councillors as well. So it's the kind of place, if you added up all the people who voted for as a UKIP-style party or candidate over the last 3 or 4 years, you would have thought they'd have a good chance of getting in there.
But I think that's precisely because that's a Conservative seat, and so those UKIP voters, if they don't think UKIP's in with a chance of winning that seat, they'd rather have the Conservative there than the Labour candidate.
Well, we were just seeing David Cameron there, of course, arriving at his count. No question that he's going to win it. I don't know why he even bothers saying that. It's a safe Tory seat, and he seems to be having a good night. Much less clear, though, is whether he is going to get the numbers. I mean, of all the trends of this evening, as we've said several times, we're actually trying to tell almost 3 separate stories. This enormous burst of the SNP in Scotland, the collapse of the Liberal Democrats, and then the question, which almost has seemed to have fallen off the edge at times tonight of who's going to actually form the government at Westminster for the next few years. But it is very hard, is it not, to imagine the Liberal Democrats entering into any kind of arrangement with the Tories after this absolutely potentially blistering result?
I think, to be absolutely honest with you, Tom, I think it would be completely extraordinary because, as I was saying, I think at some point earlier this evening, the Liberal Democrats will gain, the only chance they really have to gain some of their former voters is to stop pursuing this austerity message that they've been part and parcel with in the Conservative-led coalition government. So it would be very difficult for them to do it again, very difficult just politically on the numbers that we're looking at tonight. And, you know, you would have to predict, I think, that they, as I think some have said, guests in the studio, that they might just need some time to reflect. Certainly, they've got to build from where they are. You know, these results, they're very bad in votes, they're very bad in seats, but they're very bad for the party machine. You know, they have to kind of rebuild from the grassroots up in order to get anywhere like they have been. And one of their big cards has been incumbency. You know, that they always have believed that they could hold on through local candidates. But our British election study data has shown that I think people almost just wanted to give them an extra kicking where they'd had, you know, where there'd been a Lib Dem MP in that constituency. So it's almost done them a disservice rather than a service.
Joe Swinson is out in Dunbartonshire East. Given everything else, that's perhaps not surprising. It's worth just to remind you what you're seeing at the bottom of our screen there. Basically, we're switching between the exit poll, which we're still putting up there, and the seat tally, that's seats declared. In one sense, the number of seats declared doesn't mean that much because you know, there's no great logic about who declares first. As the evening goes on, we will, of course, update the exit poll at some point into a prediction. There's another SNP gain going through there. Colin, for people who want to know, when will I know? When do you think you will begin to move from the exit poll to a sort of updated prediction with the results?
We've only had 60 or so results. We knew the results were going to be slow tonight, especially in England, because most places in England have local elections, and some people even have parish council elections, so there are even more ballot papers to separate out a task for the returning officers. So I can't imagine it's going to be much before 4 o'clock when we'd have sufficient results in really to move away from the exit poll. But I would now, with some confidence, say that the general picture the exit poll has presented, which was rather sceptically received on all political sides at 10 o'clock, of course, is now looking as
You're used to that after these years, but you know, it's sort of...
But as good, you know, successful polls are quickly forgotten. A bad poll is remembered forever. So hopefully this one will, in that sense, be quickly forgotten. But just let me follow on for what you were saying about Scotland. The East Dunbartonshire result, you sort of yes, that's what we expect. Yes, we do, but East Dunbartonshire is a pretty prosperous middle-class area on the northern outskirts of Glasgow. So in other words, it's not poor working-class Glasgow, which has also clearly gone to vote for the SNP, and Jim Murphy's seat, which we haven't yet heard from, the Labour leader in Scotland, is MP for East Renfrewshire, which used to be a safe Conservative seat in Scotland. Again, a middle-class area on the southern side of Glasgow.
In the polls that they have done there seemed to be some sense that Conservatives might be willing to vote tactically to keep Jim Murphy in place.
But I doubt there's enough of them left to balance the Labour people who are now clearly going to go over to the SNP. What is the problem is, quite clearly, is that the nationalist side, with a small n and in inverted commas, are all gone to the SNP. The remaining unionists, who of course won the referendum, are still divided between Labour, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. That's putting it crudely, but that's the problem. I
slightly wonder, and this is speculating off the top of my head, if where this will end up with is the SNP and one unionist party in Scotland, but I made that up off the top of my head.
No, remember the Scottish Parliament has a proportional or quasi-proportional electoral system, and there remain to this day, of course, because they had an election, Labour, Liberal, Democrat and Conservative, and indeed Green and other members of the Scottish Parliament. Their elections are next year. Even on these results, right, Labour and the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats would still have significant representation in the Scottish Parliament, thanks to proportionality, of which I suspect we might hear a little from some quarters in the next few days.
I'm sure we will. Let's go to the opinion room with Nina.
Thank you, Tom. First scalp of the night, and everyone in the opinion room was crowded round the screens for that Douglas Alexander moment. On Twitter, everyone's talking about the SNP. Adam Sharp, tell me more.
Twitter is a public, real-time conversation, and right now that conversation is about the SNP. A third of all tweets about the election at this moment about the SNP. First time they've been the most talked about party all night. That is almost 4 times what it was only a half hour ago.
And while we were standing here in the last 5 minutes, that figure's gone up and up and up.
It's kept climbing up. But let's take a look at Nicola Sturgeon herself. Active Twitter user, has been live tweeting much of the campaign, using Twitter to connect directly to her constituents. Yesterday, she even used our video app Periscope to live stream canvassing to hundreds of her supporters. Now, she's the biggest share of the conversation she's been since the Scottish leaders' debate last weekend. A few moments ago, she was the most talked about candidate until David Cameron showed up at his counting location.
A very modern First Minister, Adam Sharp.
Yes.
Thank you. And just to remind you that we are talking about everything that's going on in this room, #Opinion Room. Tom.
Nina, thank you. Nicola Sturgeon, the SNP leader, is waiting for us. Nicola Sturgeon, you've been cautious earlier on this evening, but it does look like an extraordinary night to you. Let me start that sentence again. Sorry, it's early in the morning. It looks like it's an extraordinary night for you.
Yes, it does. It looks as if what we are witnessing here in Scotland is a historic shift in the political firmament, a historic shift in political opinion in Scotland. It certainly looks very like the Scottish people have placed their trust in the SNP to do what we said we would do during the campaign, stand up for Scotland, make Scotland's voice heard and put progressive politics at the heart of Westminster. We said we wanted to bring about an end to austerity, to have greater investment in our public services, and these will be the priorities we now take to the heart of the Westminster agenda.
What do you think happens next? Does it look to you as if David Cameron is going to be the Prime Minister, and what will be your reaction to that if that is the case?
Well, I hope not. I don't want David Cameron to be Prime Minister. I don't want another Tory government. And, you know, we've still got a long way to go tonight to see how the final results shape up across the UK. But my position remains as it was during the campaign. If the parliamentary arithmetic means that there is an anti-Tory majority, then the SNP stands ready and willing to work with Labour to lock David Cameron out of Downing Street. If that proves not to be the case because Labour has failed to beat the Conservatives in England, then SNP MPs will go to Westminster to stand up for Scotland and to protect Scotland against a Tory government. But I still hope that we can have a situation where we can lock David Cameron out of Downing Street.
Nicola Sturgeon, while we've been talking, Kirkcaldy, Gordon Brown's former seat, has fallen to your party. What's your reaction to that?
Well, you know, it's fantastic. Some of the results we're seeing tonight are, you know, in Westminster, historical terms, unprecedented. Some of the swings we're seeing, I think, are beyond anything that has ever been witnessed in a Westminster election anywhere in the UK before. We've also had some very special results tonight in terms of what they mean in historic terms. We've seen the youngest ever woman elected to the House of Commons in Mary Black, who has won a seat in Paisley. I think she's the youngest person to be elected to the House of Commons since 18-something. So, you know, there are some fantastic results across Scotland tonight. You know, we are witnessing something that is historic. It hasn't happened overnight. It hasn't even happened in the 7 months since the referendum, although undoubtedly that has accelerated this process. But Labour's been losing touch with the people of Scotland and losing the trust of the people of Scotland now for many, many years. They haven't listened, and I think what they are suffering tonight, although I've got personal sympathy for everybody who is losing their seat, what they are suffering tonight as a party is down to them and to the fact that they have failed to listen and to heed the messages that people in Scotland have given them now over a long period of years.
I doubt there's anyone listening to this programme who would disagree with you in the sense that this does feel like a historic night for your party, very possibly for the United Kingdom as a whole. I guess where people are a little less sure is what exactly it means. And, you know, I know you've been asked this many times, but we, of course, have to ask it again. Does this make another independence referendum merely an inevitability at some point in the next few years?
No, it doesn't. You know, I'm going to do something that you perhaps think is unusual. As a politician, I'm going to stick to what I said during the campaign now that the results have started to come in. I said explicitly and repeatedly during this campaign that it wasn't about independence, that even if we won every seat in Scotland, and I said during the campaign that that was unlikely, I'm sticking to still saying that's unlikely, although we are racking up victories just now. But no matter how many seats we end up with tonight, it's not a mandate for independence or another referendum. There'll only be another referendum if people in Scotland vote for that in a Scottish Parliament election. But what it is a mandate for is a strong voice for Scotland at Westminster and more progressive politics. And whoever emerges as the Westminster government tomorrow has to heed the messages from the people of Scotland. We want an end to austerity, we want investment in our public services and in our economy.
But in all honesty, as we're speaking, we can hear the cheers behind you. Seats are falling at the bottom of our screen to your party, sort of one by one. Enormous majorities are overturned. If you'd said to me or anyone else at Westminster that Gordon Brown's seat was going to go to anyone but the Labour Party, even 6 months ago, even 3 months ago, most people have thought you were absolutely crazy. What's happening is quite extraordinary. And yet, despite this, despite Scotland apparently deciding that the SNP is the voice it wants at Westminster, it looks as if the rest of the UK may have decided to send back a Conservative Prime Minister, and your MPs may effectively count for nothing in real terms. Doesn't that make a referendum at some point inevitable?
Look, SNP MPs will not count for nothing if there is, and I still hope there's not, but if there is another Conservative government, then it's all the more important that Scotland has strong SNP MPs standing up for the interests of Scotland. So, that is absolutely the case. But, I said in this campaign that, people who voted SNP today, I would not take their vote as an endorsement of independence. And the share of the vote that we look as if we are going to end up with tonight proves that it's not just people who voted yes in the referendum last year who voted SNP. Many people who voted no in the referendum are also putting their trust in the SNP. And I want to say very clearly to people across Scotland who voted SNP, I was going to say today, it's now yesterday, we will not let you down. We will do what we said that we were going to do. We will go to Westminster, we will shake up Westminster, and we will make sure Scotland's voice is heard, and that voice is one for better politics and more progressive politics.
But with respect, how are you going to shake up Westminster if you're not going to be anywhere near its government necessarily?
Well, let's wait and see how the results end up. But, I remember times in the past, the not too distant past, where the SNP had a very small number of MPs and were able to make a big impact at a time when there was a majority Conservative government. It looks as if we're going to have a much, much bigger team of SNP MPs. We don't yet know what the parliamentary arithmetic across the UK will look like, but one thing I know for certain, SNP MPs will make their voice heard in order that we can make Scotland's voice heard.
It looks as if it might be possible that you could win every seat in Scotland. Do you think that's possible at this point?
Let's wait and see. I'm not going to stand here with the results we're seeing taking place behind me on the screen right now and say that anything's not possible. The things that, as you rightly say, just a few days ago, many people would have thought impossible are happening here in Scotland tonight. I'm still not predicting we're going to win any seat. I tweeted earlier on this evening, or yesterday evening when the exit poll was published, that I thought 58 seats was unlikely. I'm going to stick to that for now, although I'll be delighted to be proved wrong.
Nicola Sturgeon, thank you very much indeed. During that interview, you heard that we called Gordon Brown's former seat, our stringer on the ground, suggesting that the Labour Party had lost. But let's go and see, let's go and hear exactly what is happening there.
Dave Dempsey, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,223. Callum David Leslie, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,150. Roger Mullen, Scottish National Party, 27,628. Jack Neal, UK Independence Party, 1,237. Kenny Selby, Scottish Labour Party, 17,654.
Well, there we are, the SNP gains going through one by one here. It's still worth saying we've seen Douglas Alexander's seat fall. The idea that Gordon Brown's seat would go any way but Labour is an absolutely staggering one to come to grips with. Let's just have a look at the change in the share of the vote, which I suspect will be telling the same picture as it is all the way across Scotland. We've repeated this and we don't want to do so to the point of being boring, but that is a simply staggering result. Now, Philip Hammond, the Foreign Secretary, is waiting for us. Mr. Hammond, thank you for joining us at this hour in the morning. Before we get to anything else, can I just get your reaction on what is happening in Scotland? Because it does seem that what is going on there is somewhat extraordinary in political terms.
Well, I think it reflects the collapse of Labour and the fact that Labour have taken the people of Scotland for granted for so long, and they're reaping that harvest now.
Is that all it reflects? Do you think that we'll be back to another independence referendum sooner or later?
No, I think we've settled that question, but what we've done since the referendum is made a very clear offer of a big package for the people of Scotland, more autonomy for the people of Scotland, and we're committed to doing that. And in the next Parliament, I hope we'll have a majority in Parliament for pushing that agenda through and giving the people of Scotland the additional autonomy that was promised to them so that they can prosper within the Union.
Turning to the UK more broadly, you'll have seen our exit poll. No doubt you'll have been talking about it quite a bit of the evening, but you'll also have seen a lot of results going through. No doubt you've also spoken to all kinds of people at headquarters. What do you think is the picture at this point in the evening? Is the exit poll about right? Could you do better than that? Is there any chance of you getting a majority? What's your take on it?
Well, it's early days, and as you say, it is only a poll, and we're all working with the exit poll at the moment. But I think the results that we've been seeing do reinforce what the exit poll is telling us, that Labour have clearly lost. This is a victory for the Prime Minister, an increase in the number of Conservative seats predicted, and in those key seats that have already declared in England, we're actually seeing Conservatives that have been aggressively targeted by the Labour Party, Conservative seats that are on the Labour Party's hit list, actually swinging towards the Conservatives with increased majorities in places like the bellwether Swindon seats in Nuneaton, seats that have always been the key to the result in England. So I think the early results are increasing our level of confidence, but it is very early days yet, and we'll have to see what happens over the course of the night.
With respect, victory is when you have a majority. We've just seen Warwickshire North go through there as a Labour gain. That was obviously number one on their target list. So in that sense, it's perhaps not surprising. But you're not there yet. Do you think that if these numbers were correct, purely hypothetically, that you would be able to govern? And if so, with whom?
Well, look, if the numbers are correct, we will be the largest party just short of an overall majority, and the Prime Minister will then have to set about the task of forming a government. And he will do that, as he has made clear on many occasions, as he did in 2010, in the national interest, looking at what is best for Britain, taking into account the message from the electorate, the clear message that we would be receiving if we're in that position, as the exit poll predicts, is that the British people want to stick to the plan that we've been implementing since 2010. They want us to finish the job and get Britain's economy back on track so that we can have a better future for the country. And that will be the principle that will guide him in putting together a government.
Philip Hammond, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Rohit Katru, who is with the UKIP leader Nigel Farage and perhaps has some news of how he's doing. Rohit.
Well, Tom, we're still waiting to see some of the results in some of the key constituencies that UKIP have been targeting. But most important for the party is what happens right here in South Thanet. We're outside a hotel in Margate. This is where Nigel Farage is sleeping now. there has been an end of election campaign party, and I have to say there were a few glum faces at the event earlier, and that's because several senior party officials and one big donor to the party have told me that they are now saying that it looks more likely that Nigel Farage has come second in this constituency than first. The best assessment from one of his aides was that the difference between him and the Conservative candidate is a wafer thin. We're expecting him to leave here to head around a mile down the road to the venue where the count is taking place right now. In the next couple of hours, we're due to hear the result perhaps as early as 6 o'clock. And if he doesn't win the seat, he has already said that he will step down as the leader of the party. The course of events likely to follow that would be that he would offer his resignation to the party's National Executive Committee. He is due to go to the Cenotaph later today for the VE Day celebrations, but it's looking like Nigel Farage, according to several senior people within the party and to one donor, will not win this constituency of South Thanet. He has forgone a national campaign, really, to concentrate his efforts on winning this seat specifically, and so it would be a very big defeat if he isn't successful here. Remember, it's a year since he promised a political earthquake. A few weeks ago, at the start of this campaign, he was talking about winning a handful of seats. That exit poll, though, suggests that UKIP might win 2 seats in this election.
Rohit, it's a little bit unusual. I mean, you said there that they were saying that it was wafer thin. Seems a bit unusual to be conceding so early in the evening, though. Does that surprise you? And I must admit, you had a rather interesting interview with Nigel Farage earlier where he didn't seem in the best of moods, I have to say.
No, and having spent most of the last 6 weeks with him, I can tell you that he was in comparatively a fairly bad mood then. You know, that wafer-thin assessment is the most positive that we're hearing. Most of the people that we've been speaking to have been saying it looks more like a second place. And what they're saying has happened, according to their assessment, is that many Labour supporters have actually voted Conservative, they believe, tactical voting, in order to try and keep Nigel Farage out as South Thanet's Member of Parliament.
Rohit, thank you very much indeed. Now, I should say that when we said that Warwickshire North was a Labour gain, we in fact meant it was a Conservative hold. Not quite the same thing. Let's go to Nina in the opinion room.
Tom, thank you very much. So it looks like Nigel Farage isn't going to get his seat in the Commons. Matthew Goodwin, you were in Thanet just on Tuesday in his constituency. Did you get the sense there that he wasn't going to overturn that 7,000 plus majority, that he wasn't going to make it?
Yeah, there were 2 big problems for Nigel Farage in South Thanet. One was the Labour vote, where you had a very active Labour candidate, Will Scobie, who was essentially working very hard to hold up those Labour voters which Nigel Farage needed in order to offset the risk that middle-class Conservatives in places like Sandwich and Broadstairs wouldn't go UKIP. Now, what looks like it may have happened, if he's second or third, is possibly that both Labour has held its vote up more than Farage wanted, and those Conservatives, reflecting, I think, what is a national picture, have really turned to the Conservatives and stayed loyal in order to keep Nigel Farage and UKIP out. So, you know, he said if he lost, he would resign. So we're in for a very interesting 48 hours.
Sophia Cannon, barrister, social justice campaigner. What's he done wrong? Did he manage expectations really badly? He talked of earthquakes. We're not getting that sense tonight.
It's the comic book persona. It's failed here. It works for Boris. It does not work for Nigel. He's not credible. And now his lieutenants are lining up. We've got Evans, we've got Flynn, and of course we've got Carswell. He's got legitimacy, he's got a seat, and he's in the reins there.
Matthew Parris, if Farage doesn't make it, and as we've said, he's already said that he will resign, what does that mean for the future of UKIP. And what does it mean for David Cameron's future if he goes back into number 10? Does this mean he can ignore the threat of UKIP and go back to a more modernising route?
Well, firstly, I don't think that Nigel Farage is going to resign for long. He will resign, as he has promised to do, as he now must. But sooner or later, when UKIP seems to be floundering without him, he'll come back, just as Alex Salmond did. But in the interim, I think that this would assist David Cameron if he wants to turn the Conservative Party in a rather more generous direction than it has seemed to be going in for the last few years. He's always been nervous, always looking over his shoulder at this threat from UKIP. For a little while, he doesn't have to, and this is a really good opportunity for David Cameron to seize the initiative and come across as the more generous sort of leader that he was at the beginning of his leadership of the party.
Do you agree with Matthew that Farage has done this before, hasn't he, come back to save UKIP? Can he get away with it another time?
Well, charismatic populists can get away with quite a lot. I mean, that's the lesson from European politics. But there is an interesting dynamic here, particularly in terms of the broader political context. If you put yourself in the shoes of a Eurosceptic, they've now pretty much got what they wanted, which is the prospect of a referendum on Britain's EU membership this side of 2017. They've got a Conservative leader who is going to campaign for us to remain within the EU. And I think Nigel Farage is probably looking at the broader context and also the fact that his party's been making those gains into Labour territory in the north, where you've got big elections in Wales next year, Labour's going to struggle again in Scotland next year, another series of by-elections. And, having interviewed Nigel Farage a number of times, I would be amazed if he can, as Matthew says, stay away from that political context for long.
Sophia, where do people who have turned to UKIP this time, and especially in the European elections and the local elections, the protest vote, or this man that was suddenly talking directly to them, he was listening, he was talking straight when all the other guys around him weren't. Where do they go now if this is the beginning of the demise of UKIP?
It's not the demise of UKIP. The vote has risen in the north. The leader has fallen in the south. That is the subtlety here. Moreover, people want policy, not pints. What they're going to do, they're going to regroup around another strong man. The issue is that the north is going to be the UKIP stronghold, not the south. So we're going to see the vote coming further down.
Sophia, I'm going to have to break in because we're just going to have to hand you back to Tom for our next results. Tom.
Returning officer for the East
Sorry, this is Renfrewshire East. This is the Scottish leader Jim Murphy's constituency. Let's hear what's going to happen to him.
Given to each candidate was as follows. Graham Strachan Cowie, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,069. Robert Malin, UK Independence Party, 888. David Andrew Montgomery, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 12,465. James Murphy, known as Jim Murphy, Scottish Labour Party, 19,295. Kirsten Francis Oswald, Scottish National Party, 23,030.
So the SNP sweeps all before it. Jim Murphy, the Scottish Labour leader, the man who partially led the campaign against the independence referendum, on his soapbox day after day, fighting very hard, it must be said. Certainly in that and in this election, he is out. Another staggering moment. First Douglas Alexander, then Gordon Brown's former seat, going to the SNP, and now East Renfrewshire. You probably heard Colin Rullings talking earlier about how it was once one of the Tory party's safest seats in Scotland. It did seem as if some Tory voters were voting tactically to try and keep Jim Murphy in place. He looks quite cheery. He cannot be feeling so. I suspect he's known this moment is coming, but even so, this is a pretty extraordinary moment. We'll probably come back to hear what Jim's got to say. But Julie, maybe you could put it into context on the battleboard. I mean, it's going yellow fast, but where do we put Jim Murphy's seat on this board?
Well, I mean, we'll just pull out from it there. We can see it just turned yellow as you were speaking there, Tom. It is in that far end column of the sort of swings that were necessary for the SNP to take the seats. And the SNP are practically breaking this battleground now because of the sort of swings that we're seeing amongst these seats. So we've seen Motherwell go as well above Jim Murphy's seat. And that was one of those seats the SNP always looks to. They took that briefly just after the Second World War and then it went back to Labour. So it's one of those sort of historical seats, the SNP. Rutherglen, Tom Greatrix out, Joe Swinson out, Dunbartonshire East, John Nicholson, former journalist at ITV, has taken Dunbartonshire East for SNP. Dunfermline, as we said, Kirkcaldy. I mean, we haven't even got round. We only mentioned Danny Alexander right at the beginning of the evening, didn't we? We haven't heard much on that end yet. But they're just sort of extraordinary seats to contemplate. And not only extraordinary that they've gone to the SNP, but the swings by which they're taking them are just, breathtaking, frankly. And we'll just see this continue now to fill out. And we'll just see which ones are left standing. Just as we were talking there, Glasgow North, a little bit further back on the board, fell to the SNP too. Will Willie Bain cling on in that far corner of our battleground, right down in Glasgow North East?
There was some suggestion Martin Geisler was putting over earlier that Edinburgh South might be a survivor as well, which is again right at the bottom of the list. Yes, I just saw that on Twitter as well. It's a bit further back, so we'll wait and see for that. I don't know when our next batch of these are due in, but it'll fill out. Maybe go back to Jim Murphy in a moment, but one of the things we're almost forgetting.
Yes, we do. Other battlegrounds are available.
The Tory-Labour battlegrounds that we normally concentrate on. How is that other battle going?
Well, I mean, this has got some really... there's so many fascinating things to talk about. I'm not quite sure where we start, but let's go back to our battleground, which is largely... Labour Conservative, and let's take you on to the Conservative targets. Do you remember on the right-hand side of that dividing line, the closer to the dividing line, the easier they should be for the parties to pick off. Let's have a look at these Labour targets and the ones that the Conservatives are managing to hold, because there is one quite extraordinary one that we should take note of, and that is Warwickshire North. It was the most marginal of the Labour targets. The Conservatives are holding that with a majority of just 54. Dan Biles.
Despite our best efforts to give it to Labour, it has in fact stayed in the Tory column.
Because the figures are well worth looking. Craig Tracy will be the new MP for that seat, and I can't quite see, even with my specs on, with your
yes,
graphics
I haven't got mine on either, but
it,
that looks like a pretty convincing. Let's bring Colin in here while we have a look at the change, if we can, because that's a very interesting one.
Yes, absolutely. And there you have a positive swing to the Conservatives, not the sort of as you were, which many of these seats have been so far. There is a positive swing to the Conservatives.
Plus a big swing, Jane, plus a big swing to UKIP. You've talked a lot about that this evening.
Absolutely. This is another seat where UKIP voters are, coming out in droves, but obviously not enough in this seat to make a decisive difference. The Conservatives edging ahead. It just goes to show that the exit poll, all of the seats that we're seeing so far, everything's stacking up in the same direction.
We even have a Conservative gain in Vale of Clwyd.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's Chris Ruane's seat. That's down on I won't do one of those great lurches down to the other end of the battleground. Yes. But one we could pick out, I think, Colin, that we were just chatting about whilst other things were going on. We'll take you down to Ealing Central and Acton, which I'm just going to check how I'm going in the right direction. Yes, there we go. So away from that centre bit, and you can see, gosh, look, there is a red line that has appeared next to one of the blue Conservative icons, because Rupa Huck has taken Ealing Central and Acton from Angie Bray, and we can have a look at the figures now, and perhaps Colin, Tom, you can take us through those.
Let me just do the change in the share there as well.
Very narrow majority, but look at that. Labour's vote is up considerably there. There's a big turnout, and what appears to have happened in this London seat, again, quite a prosperous London seat, by no means sort of deprived. The Liberal Democrats have clearly, in London, ex-Liberal Democrats have gone to Labour in a big way, whereas in other more suburban parts of the country, further afield from the capital, it seems the Conservatives have benefited to a degree from the collapse in the Liberal Democrat vote.
Yes, it's a fascinating one to have a look in. Let's take this on a wide shot as well and see how it is, bit by bit, as we promised that it would, starting to fill out. So we'll have a look at a few more of those seats a bit later on, but I think we're heading to Doncaster. I was
going to say, rather you than me up and down that battleboard, Julie. It's turning out to be rather tricky in that regard. Now, we're going to go to Carl Dinnan, who has been with Ed Miliband all the way through the campaign. Carl, what is the mood in the Ed Miliband camp tonight?
Well, you know, they've been quite chatty with us through all of this. I've had breakfast with Ed Miliband and other journalists this morning. He was in a good mood. But in the last few hours, it has all gone very, very quiet from the Miliband camp. There has been a very interesting statement in the last half hour or so from a Labour source in London. I'll just read it out to you, and there are a couple of interesting things in this. They say results in Scotland are clearly very difficult. I think we can all agree with that. They say the seats the SNP are taking off Labour will turn out to be crucial if David Cameron ends up back in number 10. The next government will have a huge task uniting the country. So they are talking now about if David Cameron ends up back in number 10. That's a big change in language from Labour, from the sort of scepticism about the exit polls that we were hearing from them earlier.
Do you think at this point in the evening that they have accepted that the exit poll is roughly right?
Well, look, it's certainly heading that way in a lot of places. Now, not necessarily here. I have to say I've been chatting to some of the Labour people here. They think that certainly Doncaster Central and Doncaster North, Ed Miliband seats, they're very safe. They'll do very well there. But Caroline Flint's seat, Don Valley, they think she's increased her majority. They say UKIP also doing well here. They think Lib Dems and Conservatives losing out. So it's not uniform by any means, but certainly that exit poll is starting to look very like it was right in Scotland, and their statement that I just read out to you seems to admit that, and so it may be coming true in other parts of the country as well. There's been a lot of talk about the squeezed middle during this election campaign. It's starting to feel, Tom, like the squeezed middle is the Labour north of England, with the SNP squeezing them from the top and the Conservatives squeezing them more and more out of the south, isn't it?
Carl, it does begin to look like that, and we've had a whole bunch more SNP gains in the last few minutes, even as we've been talking. But let's hear what Jim Murphy had to say in East Renfrewshire.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the police, not just for the work they've done today in securing the election, but for the work that they do every day in securing our communities. I'd like to thank the returning officer and all of his staff for the professional way in which the count was conducted. And particular thanks to my agent, Paul O'Kane, and my brilliant campaign team who have worked so hard, all sorts of weathers, over the past few weeks. You're a real tribute to the Labour Party, and I'll be forever indebted to the thousands of hours you put into the campaign. I'd also like to congratulate Kirsten for her victory, and David, Robert and Graham for the spirit in which the local campaign has been fought. As we all know, East Renfrewshire is unique in Scotland in its diversity, with a large Jewish community and a growing Muslim community, with housing schemes in some of the richest parts of Scotland within East Renfrewshire. It has been a real pleasure to represent our area in Parliament for the past 18 years. Kirsten, I know what it's like to come from behind in an election in this constituency, and I know that you will cherish the opportunity that your victory has provided you with. I wholeheartedly congratulate you and wish you every success in your parliamentary career and standing up for the people of East Renfrewshire. As well as having had the honour of representing East Renfrewshire in Parliament, I've also had the chance to serve in governments, Labour governments, and in the Cabinet under both Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. And I'm proud of those 13 years.
So Jim Murphy there giving a very gracious victory speech. I remember talking to him as he was pondering whether he was going to take on the leadership of the Scottish Labour Party. He certainly knew things were bad. He felt he could fight back and stood a decent chance of turning the party's fortunes around. What I don't think he even begun to imagine at that point was anything like what has happened tonight. It'll be very interesting to see whether he and Douglas Alexander, what they choose to do with their careers. Do they go on and fight in the Scottish parliamentary elections? Do they take a different path? But certainly neither of them can have imagined they would have ended up here. We haven't talked that much. I mean, we sort of, Scotland is such a big story. In one sense, it's just distracting us, not in any incorrect way, but away from the Labour Tory battle. And Jane, you were saying no. I was about to ask you, but we're going to go to Basildon and Billericay instead.
On Thursday, the 7th of May, 2015, I, Councillor Maureen Larkin, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Baron John Charles, the Conservative Party, 22,668 votes. Callaghan Gavin Dominic, Labour Party, 10,186 votes. Konstantidis Giorgio, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 8,538 votes.
OK, so that's a Conservative hold, no surprises there. But let's just have a look in a moment at what's happened to the UKIP share of the
1,630
vote. Worth noting that Great Grimsby has just gone through as a Labour hold. Of course, that was a UKIP target. But let's just have a quick look at the change of the vote share in Basildon and Billericay. Jane, what do you make of that?
It's a big change. It's not as big as some of them we've seen, and the BNP picked up some votes in 2010, so some of those would, we'd sort of count them, if you like, in the UKIP column, but nevertheless, it's a very significant change. It's a safe Conservative seat, so this wasn't a seat where it was going to make a difference.
Great Grimsby, on the other hand, Austin Mitchell's former seat, was somewhere that the UKIP party, that UKIP had strong hopes of gaining at one point, although it drifted away from them a bit in recent times.
Well, one's got the impression that the UKIP targeting has become narrower and narrower on both sides of the Thames estuary, frankly. In Basildon and Billericay abuts Basildon South and East Thurrock, which itself abuts Thurrock, which I suspect now is probably the best chance of UKIP getting a seat outside the two seats they won in the by-elections in Clacton and Rochester and Strood, if, as we seem to think, Nigel Farage is not going to win Thanet South.
It is, while we're on the subject of UKIP, and we're just going to go to the opinion room, but before we do, so much is going through this evening that I keep trying to remember to mention this, but David Cameron has, of course, said that he will not walk back into Downing Street unless he can guarantee a referendum on the European Union. Well, that's quite an interesting question, given that how categorically he said it, when we look at how he might have to put together alliances. But perhaps we can come back to that later in the evening. Let's go to the opinion room with Nina.
Thank you, Tom. So another really, really big Labour scalp there. Let's get some explanation, perhaps. We'll try from Elizabeth Linder from Facebook. From what you've been seeing, what exclamation can you offer? Explanation?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. What we have over here is a map that's taking a look at the likes on the Labour page and where those come from. And you can see that those are primarily concentrated in metropolitan centres. Quite pale in much of the UK. Now, this is the conversational election. A few days ago, actually, the most discussed issue switched from health to the economy. How did that potentially play into what we're seeing here? Out of 60 million interactions on Facebook around the election, 14 of those were related to Labour. So there's a lot of questions here about what we're seeing tonight.
Right, so the major topics swapped in the last few days. Elizabeth, thank you. So let's get some more thoughts really on what seems to be a very bad night for Labour. What has gone wrong? I'm joined once again by Owen Jones, Isabel Hardman and Jenny Russell. But also I've been joined by Martin Lewis. You know him, of course, as the financial expert, journalist and campaigner. Thank you for joining us this evening. If I start with you, Owen, I mean, where to start? I know you've briefly touched on this previously, but now we're seeing the evidence, I suppose, of these, big scalps, Jim Murphy.
Absolutely. Well, look, the catastrophe of Scotland is unforgivable. This is the heartland of the Labour Party. Scotland provided many of the first leaders of the Labour Party. Its roots are very much in that nation. And Keir Hardie, the founding leader of the Labour Party, of himself for Scott, like so many others, they formed an alliance, the Labour Party, with the Tories during the Better Together campaign. It was a campaign, I'm afraid, whatever you think about independence, based on fear. And it caused an absolute calamitous collapse in support amongst traditional Scottish Labour voters who defected en masse. And I often say about those ex-Scottish Labour voters, they have the bitterness of ex-lovers and the zealotry of the convert. They hate Labour. They regard them as the Red Tories. And this is a disaster. And I spoke to a leading member of the Scottish Labour camp back in September. They said that decision by Labour to form that alliance with the Tories was a mistake of historic proportions. Well, we see now what those proportions have
tonight. We've had a
to be.
tweet from the Labour MP John Mann. You can read it for yourself. Can't say that Labour leadership weren't warned repeatedly. Those who even bothered to meet that is never. Hurts to listen. Jenny, did they not listen? There were huge concerns about Ed Miliband.
That has been the common theme of almost everybody who's outside the inner circle in the Labour Party over the past 4 years. There are lots of people who wished Ed Miliband well, and even when he won the leadership against other candidates, were willing to work to support him. But the leadership was very insular, and it didn't turn to all the people within the Labour Party, ex-advisors and MPs and peers and so on, all of whom who wanted to talk to them on whatever area of expertise they had. They didn't consult widely. Tony Blair had this explicit policy of going out and building what he called a big tent, bringing on board all kinds of people, even people who weren't natural Labour supporters. And I'm afraid that the Labour leadership, who were convinced that they had the right answers, if only they could just sit still and quietly long enough to find them, did the exact opposite. They presided over what was a shrunken centre, so that, as John Mann says, there were so many people who tried to meet with them, to talk to them about where they were going on with business, with Europe, with welfare, and the Labour leadership didn't reach out to them.
And did they get caught up in the campaign where, from the first television set piece, he did a lot better than people expected, and did that lead them down a path where they thought that this was going to be all right? He was going to be the next Prime Minister?
I think certainly that's what people thought. And of course we all thought that, because suddenly in the last 6 weeks or so, Ed Miliband found the kind of confident public voice that has eluded him for the past 4.5 years. But I think the problem with that was that the Labour leadership had spent so long sitting and planning their future and not going out and talking to people and not convincing people and creating the right image and crafting a message that people would want to listen to over the previous few years, when people were desperate to hear something different. And they didn't come out with it then, and they're paying the price for having left that vacuum now.
Isabel, you're nodding.
Well, yeah, I think there's also been an assumption on the part of the Labour Party that voters are still its voters, and it doesn't need to bother knocking on their doors. That's certainly been
even with
the
the
case
5 million
Scotland.
conversations.
Well,
the
some of those
war.
came too late. I think there were Scottish constituencies which have been neglected for years. There were Scottish MPs, Scottish Labour MPs, who would boast that their canvassing would involve them walking up and down the high street in their constituency, and if people said hello, they counted them as Labour, and that was it. It's no surprise that those people find the SNP more exciting, because they appeal to those voters and they seek their votes rather than assuming they're going to stick with them.
Martin Lewis, this was about the economy, but Labour turned it into their narrative from quite early on was the cost of living crisis, and that became common speak. Is this what this is all about? That
a year
it's
ago,
back to the economy?
Cost of living had a real grip, and Labour had a real stronghold on it. I remember meeting with members of the government talking about policies we needed, and the message I got back is, actually, we don't want to engage in that, even though these are new issues. Our car insurance auto-renewal and the crisis with that comes to mind, because it's Labour territory. We don't want to be seen to doing it so we look like cut-price Labour when we're attacking cost of living. Then 6 months ago, that changed, because remember, we're getting into a deflationary cycle. Deflation means prices coming down. People like that. We had the big policy was the freeze on energy prices. Well, what's a freeze on energy prices when energy prices are coming down? So actually the freeze on energy prices looked outdated. They did the gimmick of the tuition fee cut, which, I mean, I was the one who did the calculations on that. That would only benefit students on starting salaries of £35,000 a year and then above inflation increases afterwards. In other words, rich students, and we cut out bursaries for poor students. Gimmicky policies get found out in elections. And so when you bring it, I think they had a vice-like grip on cost of living. But when we get in a recovering economy, as we're just starting to now, whether it'll be long-lived or whether it's pumped by PPI and debt is another one, when economy recovers, people start focusing more on income than expenditure. So they lost the grip on some of those policies, and I think the shift, and these are only small nuanced shifts, remember, but it only takes a few percent shift, a few people going, things aren't quite as bad now as they were, for them to want security and the natural conservative and small c of sticking with what you've got.
I'm going to have to bring it to a close there for now. We'll talk more about this and also about Edstone, which we haven't really mentioned yet. A lovely picture of you, Martin, that's being drawn right now. Have a look. Tom.
Nina, thank you. We spoke to Tim Farron, the former president of the Liberal Democrats, earlier in the evening. Let's see what's happening in his constituency.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Samuel Rayner, High Sheriff of Cumbria, returning officer for the Westmoreland and Lonsdale constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Bateson, John Anthony, Labour Party, 2,661. Farron, Timothy James, commonly known as Tim, Liberal Democrats, 25,194. Loynes, Christopher, commonly known as Chris, Green Party, 1,798. Myatt, Anne Elizabeth, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,245. Piper, Alan Nigel, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,031. The total number
so
of
Tim Farron, excuse me, is back in Westmoreland and Lonsdale. However, we do have some news, which is that Ed Davey, we are suggesting that Ed Davey, of course, very close to, excuse me, to Nick Clegg, the leader, is out in his constituency. Colin, do you want to pick that up? Because that, certainly from where we started this evening, that is a surprise. But it seems as if, at this point, we can say reasonably clearly that the story of the night is almost no significant shift between the Tories and the Labour Party. This enormous surge of the SNP in Scotland and the Lib Dems collapsing.
The Lib Dems are collapsing. It's interesting. We see Ed Davey going in Kingston and Surbiton. Kingston, of course, Kingston Council was won back by the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats just a year ago, and despite his pretty large majority, it took a swing of over 6% to depose him. I think he must have known from then on that he was in trouble. And then the other way, they're suffering both ways tonight, really, the Lib Dems. They've been pincered in Redcar, surprisingly won, to be honest with you, by the Liberal Democrats in 2010. It was all about...
They just lost Cardiff Central, I saw.
Yes, complained the closure of a steel factory in Redcar. Labour have taken that back, which I think was expected. Similarly, Cardiff Central, the third most student-dominated constituency in the country. They went for the Lib Dems back as 2005 with Jenny Willett, when they were exercised about the Iraq War. In 2010, the student fees issue boosted the Liberal Democrats even further, if you like. This time they seem to have sort of revolted from.
I hope we're about to go and speak to Caroline Flint, but Jane, before we do, what do you make of Labour's performance so far this evening?
If you think about it, Tom, here was the Labour Party going into opposition against a Conservative Liberal coalition, the Liberal Democrats going into coalition with the Tories, all of those voters that had voted Liberal Democrat, in very, very large numbers moving to Labour. And yet, after 5 years of Conservative-led government, in which we'd expect naturally oppositions to start inching ahead as governments inevitably make unpopular decisions, and then losing 5% in terms of the swing from Conservative to Labour tonight. It's just, to be honest, it's extremely surprising. It's a really terrible night for Labour, and that's even taking Scotland out of the equation. With Scotland in the equation, it's just a disaster. It's their worst performance since 1987.
Well, Caroline Flint, if you are there for us, you may have heard what Professor Jane Green was saying there. A terrible night for you. Is that how you see it?
Well, it is a disappointing night. We haven't made the progress we hoped to make, and that's not because we haven't been campaigning or, for that matter, the heart that we've put into this campaign from Ed Miliband, the Shadow Cabinet, all my parliamentary colleagues and candidates, and particularly our activists and supporters on the ground. We've worked extremely hard, but it is very disappointing. But there are more results to come in, and we do hope to make some more gains through the night.
Is Ed Miliband going to survive as leader, do you think?
Ed Miliband has been a fantastic leader for the last 5 years, and during this campaign he has led it so well, and I'm very proud of Ed. He took our party in 2010 from a situation where we could very much, as been the history of the Labour Party, ended up in a lot of division and recrimination in 2010. He didn't allow that to happen. He's been a strong leader, and I'm very proud of how he has acquitted himself in this campaign, going to every single debate that was arranged, unlike David Cameron. But also I'm very proud of the campaign and the policies on which we stood, and I think those policies still have a huge amount of traction with many, many ordinary people in this country who feel let down by the Tories.
Would you want to see Ed fight another election, though?
What I want to see is how the rest of the night pans out. What we will see, I do believe we will make some gains, but the truth is, I think, at the end of this night, it's very clear no one party is going to have an overall majority. And clearly for David Cameron, he is potentially facing a situation, if the exit polls are right, that he will go from potentially having had a coalition government where they had over 70 majority to a situation where he doesn't have a majority at all. So, there is a lot more to come through the night, and I am very hopeful that in a number of seats we'll be making gains.
Would you accept that the Labour Party is going to have to ask itself some pretty searching questions any which way after tonight? It looks as if you've almost entirely lost Scotland, a frankly pretty much unbelievable development in the history of the Labour Party if that does turn out to be the case. Ed himself argued very openly that he was trying to win an election from the left. He never made any big secret of that. Is it time to get back to something like Tony Blair's big tent mentality? Is that what you need to do to be more centrist as a party in order to win?
Look, what's happened in Scotland, and tonight I've already lost some friends who've lost their seats. They are friends, and they were very good MPs, and I'm very disappointed for them and for Scottish Labour activists who've been working very hard. I mean, look, there'll be a lot of discussion after tonight. Clearly in Scotland, some of this is to do from the momentum that happened in the referendum, but I'm actually very proud of Jim Murphy and how he stepped up to be leader, and in a short space of time I think he was making an impact. But clearly we've had a situation over the last 6 weeks where the SNP have been bigged up constantly by the Tories and David Cameron, and clearly what is happening tonight is every SNP gain is contributing to what we've warned about, giving David Cameron closer access to the keys of number 10. As far as our policy is concerned, look, we are a progressive party, but we understand that also, in line with social justice, we need to have a strong economy. And, I don't see anything that is, if you like, too left-wing about saying that we can have a successful economy not by having a race to the bottom, but by ensuring that the vast majority of working people on middle and low incomes can feel that they're succeeding as well. I actually think most British people actually believe in that too. But, you know, it's a long night ahead, and as is the case with every election, there'll be discussion later on.
It is a long night ahead indeed. Caroline Flint, thank you very, very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Let's have a look at the full result in Kingston and Surbiton, where Ed Davey has just gone out, rather surprisingly. I say rather surprisingly. It's not surprising given what's happened the last few hours. It probably was at the start of the evening. Colin and Jane, maybe I can bring you in here. Just have a look at the change in the share of the vote here.
It's just
remarkably similar pattern, really.
Yeah, fascinating. And obviously, as Colin said many times, you know, there's lots of churn under the surface there. There's people going in and out of different parties. But we know that Liberal Democrat voters have gone to Labour, they've gone to the Conservatives, they've gone to the Greens, and they've gone to UKIP. And here's a seat where, you know, that combined effect is the loss of a Liberal Democrat MP.
Can I ask you something? Of the Liberal Democrat voters that you think remain, what would they want their remaining 10 MPs to do?
So of the remaining Conservative and so the remaining Liberal Democrats who have stayed with the Conservative and Liberal coalition, some of them, almost about, there's an equal split between those who would like a Conservative-led coalition, presumably with the Lib Dems, and those who would like a Labour-led coalition with the Lib Dems. So in a sense, you know, some of those Liberal Democrat voters who have remained are a little bit more favourable to the Conservatives. It, almost by definition, those who have kind of lasted the distance of 5 years are, relatively speaking, more happy with the Conservative coalition. But that isn't to say...
It's complicated, though, isn't it? That makes their life very complicated, doesn't it?
But also, they don't want to just be on that rump of Lib Dem support. I mean, one of the things we also know is that those people who looked like they were sticking with the Lib Dems are the kind of people that have been with the Lib Dems for years and years and years. They'd voted Lib Dem in 2005, they'd voted Lib Dem in 2010. The Liberal Democrats don't just want to stick on that level of support, of course. They want to get back to the levels where they were in 2010 and 2005 with other Labour voters and so on and so forth. So I don't think what the Liberal Democrats can do is only look to the current supporters. They've got to broaden out. They've got to go back to those voters who have deserted them. And most of those voters who have deserted them have gone to Labour, they've gone to the Greens, and some have gone to Conservatives and UKIP. But on the largest majority of the voters they've lost, those voters are more on the left. And, you know, I think, therefore, staying in coalition with a Conservative government that's committed to further austerity would be extremely difficult.
They've got to go back 45 years. We're talking now about the Liberal Party, as was then in 1970, when the joke was that they could all fit in a taxi. It may be bigger than that now, but it's certainly they'll all fit in a minibus. And in 1970, they didn't really have very much influence on British politics. And since then, under Jeremy Thorpe, then under Paddy Ashdown, under Nick Clegg, they began to build and build and build, not in a continual line, but in a, you know, progress was clearly being seen over that 45-year period, and then suddenly tonight, woof, right? And it will come as a terrible shock
But I
to
have
the
to
party.
say, it's not suddenly tonight. I mean, this happened in 2010. You know, the Liberal Democrats haven't been losing lots of extra votes over the campaign. We're just seeing the culmination of that process.
I can interject some good news for the Liberal Democrats. We are calling Orkney and Shetland as a Liberal Democrat.
Excellent.
hold.
And so they've got one seat in Scotland and one seat in Wales, because they held Ceredigion, though they've lost Cardiff Central to Labour and Brecon and Radnor to the Conservatives. I wonder how many they'll end up with in England to add to those two.
It is possible that Alistair Carmichael, the Scottish Secretary in Orkney, may be the sole survivor in this earthquake. A good moment to go to Julie for a summary.
Yes, let's catch up with some of that, shall we? The SNP, as we've been hearing, are making significant gains in Scotland, but our exit poll puts the Conservatives on the most seats, but not enough for a majority. According to the exit poll, the Tories will finish on 316 seats. Labour will be way behind on 239. 10 seats for the Lib Dems, as we were just hearing, 2 each for UKIP and the Green Party. The SNP are forecast to have 58 seats, Plaid to have 4. And as we've seen, the SNP are making major gains tonight, including from some Labour and Lib Dem heavyweights. In Paisley and Renfrewshire South, Labour's election chief and former Shadow Foreign Secretary Douglas Alexander has lost his seat to 20-year-old student Mary Black. Scottish Labour leader Jim Murphy is also out in Renfrewshire East. Well, Mr Alexander spoke after his loss to address the challenges ahead for Labour, followed by a victory speech from Ms Black, who becomes the youngest elected MP since the 17th century. SNP leader Nicola Sturgeon said Labour have brought the losses on themselves.
This, of course, has been a very difficult night for Labour. Scotland has chosen to oppose this Conservative government, but not place that trust in the Labour Party. It will be our responsibility to re-win that trust in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much.
The people of Scotland are speaking, and it is time for their voice to be heard at Westminster. I make this promise to the constituents of Paisley and Renfrewshire South. That is exactly what I plan to do. Thank you very much.
You know, we are witnessing something that is historic. It hasn't happened overnight. It hasn't even happened in the 7 months since the referendum, although undoubtedly that has accelerated this process. But Labour's been losing touch with the people of Scotland and losing the trust of the people of Scotland now for many, many years. They haven't listened, and I think what they are suffering tonight, although I've got personal sympathy for everybody who is losing their seat, what they are suffering tonight as a party is down to them.
Nicola Sturgeon speaking a little while ago. Some of the other seats taken by the SNP include Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, Gordon Brown's former constituency, Dumbartonshire West, Dumbartonshire East, where Joe Swinson, the Lib Dem Employment Minister, lost, Dundee West, Kilmarnock and Larduna and Glenrothes, where the SNP share increased by 38%. Elsewhere, the Lib Dems are losing seats to both the Tories and to Labour. The Conservatives have just taken Ed Davies' seat in Kingston and Surbiton, plus Colchester and Brecon and Radnorshire from their coalition partners, while Labour have taken Burnley, Cardiff Central and Redcar from the Lib Dems. Those are the key developments in the last hour. Lots of results now coming in. We just saw that Carlisle, a key target, is now a Conservative hold. That was a key target for Labour. And many more results coming in very shortly. Tom.
Julie, thank you. And we've also just seen, unless I misread it, going through the Glasgow North East, which we've been talking about all evening. Willie Bain, the Labour MP there, because he was the last name on the target list that the SNP were going for, and it looks like he has lost. So that is a clean sweep all the way through Scotland, apart from Alistair Carmichael, the Scottish Secretary, the Liberal Democrat Scottish Secretary, the sole survivor up there in Orkney and the Shetland Islands. Now, we're just going to have a look at Brent Central. This used to be Sarah Tether's seat. She obviously stood down, but it is worth looking at because of the enormous nature of, I mean, everyone, to be honest, thought the Liberal Democrats, even before we knew that they were going to be in meltdown, most people thought that they would lose this seat, but it is worth looking at for the sheer level of the meltdown in their vote. Jane and Colin, maybe I can bring you in here. Now, we've seen some bad swings for the Liberal Democrats tonight. There's bad and then there's catastrophic, and that is almost Scottish, dare I say.
I think that could be the worst Liberal Democrat decline in a constituency that we've seen all night. And, you know, haven't even begun to go to the majority of seat declarations, so we may still see some worse than this.
Let me interrupt you just for a moment to say that we've just called apparently Eastleigh as a Conservative gain. This is the seat, obviously, which the Liberal Democrats... I mean, here's a surprising thing. They won that in the by-election.
They won in the by-election with the Conservatives by consent not having a great campaign or a great candidate, and with UKIP more in their pomp then than it looks as if they have been this evening. But again, you know, that it's in the pattern, and I think you say with Brent Central, I mean, Dawn Butler, of course, is what's rather inelegantly called a retread. She used to be the MP for that constituency. The boundaries changed, and she lost to Sarah Tether, who's an assiduous constituency MP. And I think as soon as Sarah Tether said she would stand down, everybody assumed that it was going to be a Labour gain, but they didn't assume it was going to be a near 30% swing from Lib Dem to Labour.
No.
But, I mean, when do you think we will have a move from we've talked about the exit poll, we've seen a lot of seats go, not that I want to put you on the spot, but at what point do you think we move towards updating the exit poll? Is it another hour or so? Or
I'm sorry to be boring on this subject, Tom. I think,
Colin, may I say, you're never boring. Can we interject this at this point in the evening?
But I think
never ever boring.
The first thing to say, we've had, what, about a quarter of the results of something of that kind. But we haven't had a sufficient variety of them across the country. England, I was saying earlier, is slow to count because of the local elections. So I would think perhaps for 30 maybe we may think of adjusting what the exit poll says to make it a more results-based forecast. Yeah. But I would reiterate to you that nothing we have seen so far suggests that the exit poll is fundamentally wrong in any of the things it basically said, which was the SNP would sweep Scotland, tick, that's already happened, that Liberal Democrats would take a hammer in and be lucky to win a dozen seats, nor, perhaps most crucially, that the Conservatives would be pretty close to an effective majority, if not quite there, perhaps.
At some point, there's going to be a bit of an investigation into how you managed to get your exit poll so right and everyone else gets it so incredibly wrong during the campaign. Or do you think there was much late movement?
Late swing is always what it's called. I don't know what the pollsters will say. I don't know that we had Andrew Hawkins on earlier talking about sort of methodological differences between phone polls and internet polls, for example. Internet polls often rely on a panel of people to whom they keep going back, and in the trade, Jane will know this better than I, they talk of panel effects. If you know you're on a panel of a poll, you're waiting for it to come in, and perhaps if you're being paid 50p to fill in a survey, that has an impact on how you look at politics, how you ingest the news. Telephone polls tend much more to be random. Who knows?
The truth is we never really know whether this is a last-minute swing or whether the polls were wrong. I mean, one of the arguments tonight is that there were lots of shy Tories, lots of Conservatives who weren't coming out and saying they were going to vote Tory. But the kind of scale of the differences between the polls and the results that we're seeing, this is going to have to be investigated. We're not seeing a large difference in terms of the vote shares and of the two major parties, and certainly those vote shares looked very, very stable. But that translation into seats, this wasn't predicted, and much of that was because people assumed that Liberal Democrats would hold on where they'd been strongest, and I have to say our data wasn't telling us that. So in some respects, there were some indications, but hands up, the exit poll guys have done an absolutely brilliant job. Colin's obviously on the team.
Hooray for Colin. Let's go to Nina in the opinion room to discuss some more of the Lib Dems' troubles.
Tom, thank you. Well, after that, as you called it, catastrophic result there for the Lib Dems in Brent Central, let's focus for a few minutes on Nick Clegg and his future. I'm joined once again by Graham Sharp from William Hill. What are his chances of holding on to Sheffield Hallam?
Well, we think now we're looking at 3 potential leadership campaigns, and there's a little bit of good news for Nick Clegg in as much as he's 20-1 on favourite to win in Sheffield Hallam. That's the shortest price he's been since the whole campaign began. Precisely, but even should he do that, which we expect him to do, then almost certainly the victory of Tim Farron recently presages a leadership campaign, and we already make Tim Farron 1-3 favourite. It's a bit difficult to find other potential candidates to be Liberal Democrat leaders. We're odds on that they finish with 10 or fewer MPs in total at the moment, but Norman Lamb is the second favourite at 5-1, and the third favourite is Vince Cable. Ed Davey would have been, but he's gone, and even Danny Alexander would be a contender, but he looks like going. So it's looking a 3-horse race between those 3.
Graham, thank you. Well, let's get some analysis now from Vince Cable, mentioned there, his former advisor, Giles Wilkes. I'm also joined once again by Jenny Russell and by the Lib Dem peer, Lord Newby. Giles, in terms of Nick Clegg, look, we just heard there, might keep Sheffield losing the leadership. Is that a real possibility tonight, do you think?
It's a bit too soon to speculate. I know you hear that all the time, but Nick Clegg doesn't know how many MPs he's leading right now, although the exit poll has been blindingly good, which suggests it's going to be 10 or 12. Now, he's, in my view, head and shoulders above any of the other contenders for leading the party. He's still young, and he's behaved in a very statesmanlike way. I mean, you talk to people like Jenny, and you say it's very hard to fault how Nick Clegg has behaved, and the electors of Sheffield apparently agree. So he ought to be a contender to lead this party, because he's shown how you can do it in the most difficult circumstances of all. But no party leader has ever lost so many seats in one election, and so he'll have to be doing some thinking about it for sure.
Jenny, not a Liberal Democrat supporter, but you wrote an article recently about Nick Clegg saying he was the most underrated, over-criticised, misunderstood politician in Britain. Do you think he will be judged more kindly when we look back on this coalition? People said it wouldn't last 5 minutes, it wouldn't last a year, whatever your politics, it was a stable coalition for 5 years.
He ought to be judged very well, because he could have chosen not to go into coalition with the Conservatives, and that would have been the easy option. He would have left his party looking like a pure party of opposition. But actually at the time, I think what we forget is that we were all terribly scared about the world economy and about the stability of Britain, whether we'd have to pay a great deal of money on our debt, whether a coalition government could possibly be coherent or stable. And Clarke went in, took the risk of being in government. He knew already that minority parties are usually punished by electorates at the end of their term. He acted in the national interest, not really in the interest of the Liberal Democrats. He was a very faithful supporter of the coalition, and now he's being punished because, having had to do what all coalitions have to do, which is give up some of your preferred policies because you have to accommodate yourself to your coalition partners, especially when you're the minority, then the British public believed this whole narrative of betrayal over tuition fees. And frankly, the Tories have got a lot to answer for here, because they were prepared to propagate this myth that he had lied to people over tuition fees. No, he hadn't. He just had to give up a policy because he was a minority party in a majority government. And if only the Britons were more grown up about this, we would have recognised that, of course, he had to do this. It was absolutely outrageous to pretend that he lied and cheated. It's equivalent to saying that the Tories were able to say, as if this were a marriage, that this was a wife who hadn't done what they were supposed to do, and then they say, look, she lied and she cheated when they bullied her into something.
And your colleague Daniel Finkelstein, who was on earlier, he said of Nick Clegg that actually he's a really good politician because he realised that he'd made a mistake on tuition fees and he was able to rectify that. And in that situation, with the financial situation, he thought that the Tories' plan was a better move.
Well, the thing about Clegg is that he's an honest politician and he's rational, and if anyone's heard him talking over the last few days, they know that he's honest about his mistakes and he's very open about them.
Jenny,
and yet the British public don't recognise it.
They're wanting me to hand back. Just briefly, Lord Newby, clearly Clegg is being punished by voters. Will he be punished by his own party now?
He doesn't deserve to be. He's fought a terrific campaign. He's been tireless in promoting the things he believes in, and he's got a very good deal for Lib Dem policies during 5 years in office.
OK, we'll of course return to Nick Clegg when we get the result from Sheffield. Tom.
Nina, thank you very much. Now, Ed Miliband, the Labour leader, has just left his home and is on the way to his count with his wife Justine. Hard to know what he's thinking at this point in the evening. He seemed very, very optimistic indeed in the run-up to the election. Seemed optimistic today. He spoke to some of his staff today who seemed to feel that it was going well. But as we've said often during the course of the campaign, no one really knows anything, apart from Colin here, who turns out to know quite a lot. But thank God for that. And Jane, we've got some people here who've actually really known what they were talking about. This enough to put me out of business. Now we've heard not nearly enough about Wales, so let's just go and take a look at what has been happening there. Seats so far, Labour have won 21. Maybe we can see the change in terms of who's lost and who's won. Basically, to some extent, that's the story of the night. Not a huge amount of change in terms of Labour Conservative, but the Liberal Democrats down, and there it seems to have, the Conservatives seem to have picked up. Now we have Adrian Masters in Cardiff, who can put this into perspective for us. Adrian, what's happening in Wales in terms of overall picture?
Something rather extraordinary, I think, Tom, because you're quite right, it fits in with the UK picture, but to all intents and purposes, the Conservatives were quite happy on what they were expecting, which was going to be around about 8 seats. They're doing way better than they expected, picking up the seat that they expected to gain, which was Brecon and Radnor, but some that, frankly, even the Conservatives here in Wales didn't think they were going to win. So Vale of Clwyd, after a recount, went to them, and there's a recount in Gower, and there's every chance here in Cardiff, the seat of Cardiff North, which was Conservative, pretty much everybody, including the Conservatives, had given up on that. That's now heading very close and is described as being on a knife's edge and could well be in recount territory. We'll find out that fairly soon, actually, here at the count in Cardiff. So on the one hand, it's a very good night for the Conservatives, much better than they expected to do here in Wales. That means correspondingly that it's been a bad night for Labour, although, of course, they are still on course to become remain the largest party and pick up a couple of seats here in Wales, because it has been a ropey night for the Lib Dems here at Cardiff. One of their most senior figures, the former government whip Jenny Willett, just lost her seat to Labour. The big question is about Plaid Cymru, the Welsh nationalists, because you've been talking all night about the surge in the Scottish nationalists. That doesn't seem to have translated into any kind of gains for Liam Wood's party, Plaid Cymru, here in Wales. They're doing well. They're going to look like they're going to keep their 3 seats, but they're not going to pick up any others. In fact, there was a big disappointment for them just now. They had a recount on Ynys Môn, or the Isle of Anglesey. That's now a Labour hold as well. So a very disappointing night for Plaid. All that UK media profile, all those appearances in the debates by Leanne Wood, even a newsoid puppet of Leanne Wood, doesn't seem to have translated into votes back here in Wales for them.
So why is that, Adrian, do you think? I mean, that's a very simplistic question, because Wales is nothing like Scotland in all kinds of ways. But one might, I mean, Leanne's had an enormous amount of national coverage all the way through this campaign. You know, go back a year and she couldn't possibly, or Plaid couldn't possibly have expected to have the kind of platform that they indisputably have had during this election, and yet we've seen nothing, no hint of what's happening in Scotland rubbing off on Wales at all.
No, it's quite surprising, isn't it? And I think the answer lies in, well, there's a couple of aspects to it. One is what Labour is doing here in Wales. Unlike in Scotland, at the dawn of devolution here in Wales, so over the last sort of 15 years, Welsh Labour took a very deliberate decision to differentiate itself from UK Labour. So during the new Labour year, there was talk of clear red water under first Rhodri Morgan, the Welsh First Minister, and now Carwyn Jones, who's also the First Minister. And in some ways, Labour have pinched Plaid Cymru's best tunes and have been able to be nationalist light, if you like. So the people who like the idea of more autonomy for Wales and more patriotism, but are not interested in independence, they've been choosing Labour rather than Plaid Cymru. That doesn't explain what's been happening tonight, of course, where people have been seem to have been turning to the Conservatives as well. But I think there is a suspicion of Plaid Cymru, which Leanne Wood has tried very hard to overcome, that it is a party for Welsh-speaking people living in the west and the north of the country, and not being a native Welsh speaker herself, she's tried desperately to overturn that. It doesn't quite seem to have worked this time. I should say, optimists that they are, aren't they all? Aren't all these politicians optimists? But they are holding on to increases in the share of the vote, ready for the next year's Assembly election, which is where they hope to start building and emulating the SNP.
They are all optimists, although possibly Labour MPs in Scotland aren't optimists at this point, but that's a different question. One more thing, Adrian, if I might. Stephen Kinnock is in, I see, Neil Kinnock's son. Not a big surprise, although I noticed UKIP did pretty well in his... another Kinnock, yes. But I noticed UKIP did pretty well in that constituency also, so quite an interesting result in its own way.
It is, and we've been keeping a close eye on the way UKIP have been performing. We didn't expect them to gain any seats tonight, and that pretty much seems to be what's happening. But they have managed to come second in some traditional Labour strongholds, sometimes good second, sometimes trailing way behind, but everywhere increasing their vote. Now, next year in the Assembly elections, that's going to benefit them. That's also been eating into support this time. But Stephen Kinnock, yes, absolutely. Tonight, not just Neil and Glenys Kinnock accompanying him, but the Prime Minister of Denmark at the count there in Aberavon. She's already taken part, or she already visited there to take part in the Mayor of Batalbot's dinner last year. So we're expecting a bit of Kinnock and Danish Borgen glamour in the streets of Batalbot.
Well, I was going to say, perhaps not a lot of people watching this programme will know that Stephen Kinnock, the new MP for Aberavon, is in fact married to the Danish Prime Minister. How's that going to work?
Well, they're talking about, at the moment, he's been dividing his time between Denmark, where his wife and children live, and London, where his job has been, and the constituency of Aberavon. They've apparently bought a house. I'm not sure whether the Danish Prime Minister is planning to be there much, but he's planning to be there some of the time. They say it's a complicated arrangement. They don't know how it works, but it does work for them.
Complicated probably doesn't even begin to describe it. Adrian in Cardiff, thank you very much indeed. We can go to Basildon South.
Declaration of result of poll. The election of Member of Parliament for South Basildon and East Thurrock constituency on Thursday, the 7th of May, 2015. I, Bala Mahendran, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Hopper Stuart James, Independent, 205. Lesserf Michael, the Labour Party, 11,493. Luder Ian David, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 12,097. Metcalf Stephen James, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,788. Smith, Kerry, James, Darrell, Luke, Independent, 401.
Well, that is a Conservative hold. UKIP in second in Basildon South and Thurrock East.
Jeffrey, Liberal Democrat, 1,356.
Was one of their targets, but clearly they didn't get as close to it as they would have liked.
None of the above, 253. The number of ballot
I don't know whether we can have a look and see what the results were there. There it is. Stephen Metcalf back. UKIP in second place. Let's just take a look at the change in the share of the vote there.
But this is extraordinary, Tom, to have UKIP in second place. We're actually seeing that UKIP is now second in 11 seats. And that's, you know, when we've only got to a point in the night where we don't have, you know, even half of the results. And UKIP only came second in a handful of seats in 2010. And so I think whilst UKIP may not win in Thanet South and may not have the night that they hoped for, they nevertheless, I think, will argue after tonight that their second place puts them into a strong position for next time, and that would be strategically very important.
Although possibly they will end up losing Nigel Farage if he doesn't win Thanet South as leader, who has been this iconic figure for them. Let's go to Bermondsey. This is Simon Hughes' constituency to see whether he's going to hold on.
We understand that the Lib Dems have lost Hornsey and Wood Green to Labour anyway, Lynn Featherstone.
Yeah. Right, OK. Well, this is, we're just waiting here for Simon Hughes. You probably saw him earlier in the evening talking to us. He's been the MP here for ever since 1983. Certainly until we got to tonight, I think, generally all thought of him as a very well dug-in MP who'd be very, very hard to shift indeed.
This has got to be one of the tests, hasn't it, of the incumbency factor the Lib Dems are relying on.
Let's see whether it counts for anything.
Being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Bermondsey and Old Southern constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark, 3. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to, 75. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 5. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 123, and its total is 206. And the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Abrams, Kingsley, Left Unity, Trade Unionist and Socialist, 142. Peter, Andrew, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,254. Cole, Donald, All People's Party, 59. Coyle, Neil, Labour Party, 22,000. 22,146. Floru JP, the Conservative Party, 6,051. Freeman Steve, Republican Socialist, 20. Hall Lucy Eve, Independent.
So you can see the sign in the left-hand corner of your screen there, Liberal Democrats safe seat. Not anymore. Simon Hughes is out.
Liberal Democrat, 17,000.
And what's more, by the looks of it, he is convincingly out of the picture there. It's a convincing Labour gain.
17,657. Levin, William.
4,500 votes in it on our quick calculation, although Tom Brake's constituency, Carshalton and Wallington, it looks like the Liberal Democrats have held on. Tale of two stories there, really. Well, let's just have a look at what's happened in Bermondsey, and particularly at the change in the share of the vote. Jane, Colin?
So sometime before this evening, I thought that this would happen quite a lot more. But actually, the Liberal Democrats are losing seats to the Conservatives in greater measure. But this is a seat where, if there was going to be a seat where we thought that a sitting MP would have been able to hold on even by their fingernails, then I think it would have been Simon Hughes in Bermondsey. And certainly Simon Hughes was known to be a party on the, somewhere on the left of his party, the kind of MP that should have appealed to the Labour voters who have, in fact, won these votes from the Liberal Democrats. I mean, it's just extraordinary. Those Liberal Democrats have moved over to Labour instead of sticking with Simon Hughes. And this is, certainly, I think, one of the big stories of this evening.
So it sounds as if Nick Clegg has arrived at his seat in Sheffield Hallam not very long ago. I'm assuming, hard to know from the pictures we're seeing, what he's thinking, but I spent a bit of time with Nick Clegg on the campaign and a lot before it, and I can honestly say I don't think it entered his head for a single second that he'd be down to 10 MPs by the end of this evening. It's quite amazing, really. We're also told that Alex Salmond has won his seat in Gordon. I think on the terms of what's happening elsewhere in Scotland, it would have been completely startling if he hadn't won it. Nevertheless, he will be back, and I think we can safely say causing David Cameron trouble at Westminster. Certainly there's no love lost whatsoever between the two men. Alex Salmond, of course, will not be the leader of the SNP contingent at Westminster. We're just waiting to hear Simon Hughes here and what he will or won't have to say in this moment. But as I was saying, Alex Salmond will not, in fact, be the leader, well, not as far as we know, will not be the leader of the SNP contingent at Westminster. No doubt he will be a particularly articulate spokesman. He's apparently taken quite a lot of pleasure in winding up the Tories at various points. Let's go to Gordon and hear what's happened there.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in a position to declare the results for Gordon constituency. From a total votes cast of 58,223, which is a percentage poll of 73.3%, results were as follows. So I, Jim Savage, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in a Gordon constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate in the election was as follows. Colin James Clarke, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 6,807. Braden Christopher Davey, Scottish Labour Party, 3,441. Christine Anne Jardine, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 19,030. Alex Salmond, Scottish National Party, SNP, 27,724. Emily Santos, UK Independence Party, 1,166. With 62 ballot papers rejected, that takes us to the total votes of 58,223. So I can therefore declare that Alex Salmond...
Well, there we are. That's Alex Salmond in Gordon. As we've said, not particularly surprising. Let's hear what he has got to say.
Well, returning officer, ladies and gentlemen, could I first offer thanks to you, sir, and your staff for the efficient way in which they conducted and carried through the election today, and to everybody who was associated with the electoral process. Can I thank my fellow candidates for the election that we've conducted? Can I particularly mention those who were conducting an election for the first time? I'm sure that better opportunities will occur in the future, and I wish them well for that political future. I would like to spend a moment thanking my campaign team, my extraordinary campaign team, led by my election agent Stuart Pratt, who somehow has managed to guide me through 9 successful election campaigns in the North East of Scotland. That is more testament to my election agent's abilities, perhaps, than to mine, but thank you, Stuart, in particular, given the circumstances in which you had to conduct this campaign. I look forward to representing the people of Gordon constituency, to whom I now turn my thanks. It is an enormous constituency geographically, from Bucksburn to Riney to Colliston to Huntly, and I look forward to representing every constituent, regardless of their political views, in this election or any other. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a rock wind blowing through the Great Glen of Scotland this morning. There is a swing underway in Scotland, the like of which has not been seen in recorded politics. It is twice the level of any swing recorded in Scotland or indeed across the United Kingdom since electoral records began in 1835.
Alex Salmond there in Gordon. One thing is for sure, we will be hearing a lot more of him in the weeks and months to come. Now, we're joined from Northern Ireland by Peter Robinson, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party and First Minister. Mr. Robinson, first of all, actually, what do you make of what's happened? As an avowed unionist, what do you make of what's happening in Scotland tonight?
Well, I view it with some concern, but I think we have to take account of the fact that there will be those who voted during the referendum to stay within the United Kingdom, who have voted for SNP for entirely different reasons, for Scotland to have a strong voice at Westminster. And I don't think that we should cross them off our list in terms of the people that we talk to and the people that we listen to. And I think it's very important for the sake of the Union that we don't give a message to Scotland that somehow we don't want to hear Scotland's voice in the House of Commons. I think we must do everything that we can to maintain and strengthen the Union.
Do you think that another independence referendum is inevitable, or is that to misread the signals that Scotland has been sending tonight?
Well, I don't think that people, when they go to the polls, vote for just one issue. It was made fairly clear by the SNP, and to the extent that the Scottish people listened to the SNP, that they made it clear that this was not about a referendum. This was about sending representatives to represent Scotland at Westminster, and with a particular message in terms of austerity and social and economic matters. So I think we have to take them at their word at that, and I trust that we won't get back into the pattern of having a good election in Scotland, and therefore we must have a referendum. The people in Scotland spoke on the issue of a referendum. We should draw a line onto that and start going to build up the United Kingdom rather than have the rather divisive referenda.
Now, it looks from the exit poll and from the results that have come in since the exit poll that the Tories may get close to a majority government, but that they're not going to get there, on their own. That, of course, makes your party, as you well know, potentially absolutely critical to David Cameron becoming the next Prime Minister. What is your view of the figures that you're now looking at?
Well, I think I'll obviously wait until I see the final figures emerge. The Democratic Unionist Party will want to act in a responsible manner. We have to listen to what the electorate of the United Kingdom as a whole has had to say. I've always indicated when there was a lot of talk about a hung parliament that we would talk to the party that came out with the largest number of seats. That looks clearly it's going to be the Conservative Party. And it's manners, I suppose, to wait until they ask to speak to us. But obviously we want to see stable government in the United Kingdom. And we fought an election here in Northern Ireland on the basis that we had a Northern Ireland plan, and we wanted people to share our vision for the future of Northern Ireland and for the United Kingdom as a whole. And we would obviously, if we are in that position, want to see the extent to which any main party in the United Kingdom is prepared to help us realise our vision.
If you're interested in stability, how would you be interested in playing that? Is it right to say that you would rule out the prospect of a coalition, but that you might consider a confidence and supply arrangement, possibly a long-term one, or would you like to consider it vote to vote? What do you think arrangement, if the Conservatives were to pick up the telephone to you and you were to talk to them, what arrangement do you think is most sensible for you and for the United Kingdom as a whole?
Well, we have some perspective about the role that we might play in a new parliament. We recognise that we are likely to have 8 seats in that parliament, and we would be dealing with a party that has probably over 300 seats in that parliament. In that context, obviously we want to get the very best deal that we can for Northern Ireland. We look for nothing for ourselves. We don't want seats in government or to be in a coalition, but we are happy to look at an arrangement, whether it is over the 5-year period or whether it's on an issue-by-issue basis. But the arithmetic is not yet there to allow that to happen. So let's perhaps not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what happens by the time the last result is declared.
Peter Robinson, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party in Belfast, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, Ed Miliband has just arrived at his count. We'll be expecting both the counts of the Labour leader Ed Miliband and of David Cameron are turning out to be rather later than we imagined, but such is very often the case. He still looks reasonably cheery. Not sure if he can be feeling that cheery at this point in the evening. Let's go to Thurrock. Thurrock, of course, was very high on the UKIP target list. They had strong hopes of winning it, as did Labour. Let's see what happened.
Thank you. I, Councillor Steve Lydiard, Mayor of Thurrock, being the returning officer at the Thurrock parliamentary election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Tim Aker, UK Independence Party, 15,718. Jamie Barnes, Cannabis is Safer Than Alcohol Party, 244. Polly Billington, Labour Party, 16,156. Jacqueline Doyle-Price, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,692. Rodri Jameson Ball, Liberal Democrat, 644 votes. Daniel Kamal, 79 votes. Abayomi Christilolu, All People's Party, 31 votes. There were 126 votes rejected.
So there we are. Jackie Doyle-Price has done very well, in a sense, to get back in there, because not many people expected that at the start of this election. Colin and Jamie, maybe just take a quick look at this. UKIP, of course, really had high hopes of getting that. Polly Billington was Ed Miliband, former BBC journalist, was Ed Miliband's special advisor. She was down there a huge amount for a very long time, but an enormous amount of effort into winning that constituency. And boy, was it close. I mean, that's a proper three-way battle, isn't it?
A proper three-way marginal. No, absolutely.
Really not a lot in it.
Before the election, I was expecting rather more of these. You could almost call them random results. Look, there is fewer than 1,000 votes separating the first three candidates, and you can then almost begin to put that down to how many doors were knocked on, how many cars were available to take people to the polls, how efficient was the postal vote, get out the vote operation, and all those kinds of things. Jackie Doyle-Price has remained still with her nose in front.
Labour put a huge amount of emphasis on this idea of their ground campaign, the number of activists, and they do. I mean, it's a fact they have more activists, it would seem.
Well, all the data, I don't know if Jane's British election study looked at it, but all the data suggests that Labour were having much more of a ground war effort than were the Conservatives in many of these constituencies.
Jane, maybe you could just particularly talk us through. I just want to bring back up that change in the share of the vote. Where is that? I mean, the UKIP vote has clearly massively gone up there.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
But is it that it's been taken exactly evenly from Conservative and Labour? What's your assessment? More or less evenly?
Yeah, it's really difficult to say. I think what might be happening there is obviously UKIP is hugely in with a chance in this proper three-way marginal, which incidentally used to be a two-way marginal between Conservatives and Labour. So they've done very, very well there. But maybe the Conservative Party has just convinced enough of those UKIP voters, who we know in the largest majority are former Tories, to go back to the Tory fold to stop a Labour win. And I think, you know, that's part of the dynamic which we've seen leading up to tonight. It's part of the dynamic we've seen over the last 5 years, over the last 4 weeks and 6 weeks. And I should imagine that's maybe just tipped the balance.
Do you think those Liberal Democrat voters who left the party there went to Labour, or we've no idea?
So what we do know is that the majority of Liberal Democrat voters have gone to Labour, but about 11% of 2010 Liberal Democrat voters have also gone to UKIP. It's one of the really interesting things. The Liberal Democrats have always had this very broad support base, or they used to have a very broad support base. And so they've lost almost as many votes to UKIP as they have to the Greens. And that just shows the spread of the Liberal Democrats' former support, and just how the collapse of the Liberal Democrats isn't just a one-party story to Labour, that it's actually spreading amongst some of the other contenders.
I think there was a thought.
Sutton Sheen has gone as well.
Yes, indeed. I think there was a thought before tonight that the more votes UKIP got, the more it would hurt the Conservatives, and the fewer votes the Lib Dems got, the more it would hurt the Conservatives, because they would go to Labour. Neither of those things seem to have come entirely true. And we saw, I think this is the first example of a Conservative gain from Labour in Southampton Itchin, where John Denham, again, long-standing member, ex-member of the Blair and Brown governments, stood down. Royston Smith, a former mayor of Southampton who's contested the seat before, stood against him. And there was talk that this was the one seat in the country the Conservatives thought they would win. And lo and behold, they've gone and won it. Stockton South, completely the other end of the country in the Tees Valley. James Wharton, who brought forth the referendum bill and was therefore very popular amongst his sort of right-of-centre colleagues on the Conservative backbenches. He's managed to to hold on in Stockton South, I suspect because he managed to persuade people around there that he, is almost as good as having a UKIP MP, if you like.
Well, let's just carry on, but I just want to point out the obvious, really, which is that we're looking at screen there, and Whitney, that's the Prime Minister's count, Sheffield Hallam, the leader of the Deputy Prime Minister, leader of the Liberal Democrats, Nick Clegg's count, and Doncaster, which is, of course, Ed Miliband's count. So we are in leader count pile-up here, it has to be said, and they may all come at once, which will be will properly test us.
I mean, let's just carry on talking about UKIP if we can.
Sorry, Jane, 1 second. Having said that we're in leader count pile-up, we are actually going to go to Uxbridge, which is, of course, where Boris Johnson is standing. And there he is on the left of stage, presumably getting in here, unless there's something surprising.
Acting returning officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Michael Francis Cox, Liberal Democrats, 2215. Michael Doherty, Independent, 39. Jack Duffin, UK Independence Party, 6346. Gary Harbord, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 180. Howling Lord Hope, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 72. Hey! James Franklin Jackson, 14. Boris Johnson, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,511. Lord Toby Jugg, the eccentric party of Great Britain, 50. Jane Lawrence, the Realists Party, 18. Graham Lee, Green Party, 1414. Sabrina Shafika Musan, Communities United Party, 52. Chris Summers, Labour Party, 11,816. Jenny Thompson, Independent.
So he's not howling Lord Hope, but he is back. Boris Johnson is in Uxbridge. It's also worth just pointing out before we have a look, well, let's just have a look at, I suspect that will tell the story of the night. Boris has clearly comfortably got in, and let's hear what he's got to say.
I want to thank you, everybody. I want to thank the police. I want to thank everybody who's been involved in counting so fast. There are more candidates standing, as you can see, than anywhere else in the country tonight, and I think you did an amazing job to get the result in the time that you did. I want to pay a particular tribute to everybody who's been out campaigning with me in the last few weeks and months, and I think it's been a fantastic campaign in London, and we're seeing some extraordinary results come in. I think we can be very, very proud indeed of what we've achieved. I want to thank particularly all the people from Hillingdon Council, that wonderful council, who have been out with me time and time again on the streets of London. And I want to thank Marina, who has thrown herself into this campaign with unprecedented enthusiasm, and in spite of the fact that today, as I have just remembered, is our wedding anniversary. You thought, where is she? She thought I'd forgotten that one. I want to pay particular tribute to the great Sir John Randall, a wonderful servant of Parliament and of this country and of this constituency. My ambition is to follow in his footsteps, and to that end, as I've told you before, I bought 12 years ago a pair of shoes from Randall's of Uxbridge, and my ambition is to do as well as he did. My friends, the people of Britain, after a long and exhausting campaign, have finally spoken. And I don't think we need any fancy constitutional experts to tell us what they were trying to say. I think they have decisively rejected any attempt to take this country back to the 1970s. I think they have decisively rejected old-fashioned and outdated politics of division, and it is clear to me that the people of this country want us to go forward with sensible, moderate policies that this Conservative Party has produced over the last 5 years and that have led to a sustained economic recovery. And I think the people of this country want to go forward with that
So Boris there with a long and characteristically occasionally slightly rambling speech, but he may be the next leader of the Tory party and possibly the next Prime Minister. Who knows? We shall have to wait and see. You may have noticed that it went through on our screens there that Labour had held on to Edinburgh South, which means we're not looking at quite total wipeout in Scotland after all. Let's go to Martin Geisler. So Labour have won one seat, Martin.
They have, absolutely, Tom. And, I mean, the only certainty at the moment is that all the old certainties have been obliterated. Guess which seat they won? They won the seat that they had at the last election with the smallest majority. Edinburgh South, 316 majority for Labour last time round. Ian Murray has put that up to about 2,500 just now. But I was speaking to some of his team a couple of hours ago. They were very apprehensive about this seat. They thought it might go to a recount. About an hour ago, they were far more relaxed. And he has massively increased his majority. But even they were conceding that this has been done through tactical voting. Tom, I think you were at university in Edinburgh. You might still be familiar with some of the areas here. They said they were getting big votes in Morningside, which, as you may recall, is a famous middle-class area of Edinburgh where Labour don't traditionally do well. And in parts of the town where they were saying Labour used to weigh their vote, they were getting hardly anything at all. So they have got in here. They have got one MP, but I think it's fair to say they've had other people's help in doing so.
Martin Geisler, thank you very much indeed. We will no doubt be back to you. Let's go straight to Twickenham, where we will see whether Vince Cable is going to hang on. And any other night, that wouldn't be in doubt.
To each candidate is as follows. Cable, John Vincent, Liberal Democrat, 23,563. Edwards Barry, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,069. Grant Nicola Sturgeon, Labour Party, 7,129. Matthias Tanya Wynne, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,580. Thank you. Stockford, Dominic Francis, Christian Party proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 174. Wedgwood, David Dean, Magna Carta Party, 26. Williams, Tanya.
All you can really say to that is boy, oh boy. And let's be clear about one thing at this time in the morning. Absolutely nobody in politics saw that coming. Vince Cable losing his seat in Twickenham. Yes, we've got a revolution going on in Scotland, but the Lib Dems are being swept away here in a quite extraordinary fashion. We may try and hold on to see what Vince has got to say here, but if not, we're going to go on to Doncaster to see Ed Miliband's count. But that is, Vince looks immensely shocked. We had heard that the Tories were particularly trying to target Twickenham, had put a lot of resources in there. I must say that actually it was a Labour MP who suggested that the Tories were targeting there, and I didn't believe them, but maybe I was wrong. Let's hear what she's got to say.
As well. A big thanks to Vince Cable, who has been an amazing local MP, who has served Twickenham for 18 years, and that's an amazing feat of public service. And so many people on the doorstep said what a great local MP he'd been. So it's an absolute privilege to follow. There are so many people that helped me, and we'd be here all night, I'm afraid, or all morning if I went through the whole list. But thank you so much to family, friends, and supporters. There was a little boy, I think about 8 o'clock in the morning at Hampton Wick. He went in with his father. His name's Daniel. I don't know his surname. He said he was going to stay up. So Daniel, yeah, I did it. And also, although Daniel wasn't old enough to vote, That's why we're in politics. It's to make your life better, Daniel, your life better in Twickenham. And a promise I didn't say on the doorstep, but the promise I give to Twickenham...
Well, there we are. There were...
I will be as
honest.
honest.
Tanya's clearly emotional at winning there. It seemed at the start of that speech as if she was actually extremely emotional at the idea of displacing Vince. Perhaps I'm misinterpreting that. We can also tell you that, oh my lord, Bath as a Conservative gain. Of course, Chris Patton's seat once upon a time looked as safe can be for the Liberal Democrats in more recent times. We've also seen Eastbourne go through as a Conservative gain. So, really... speechless, almost.
There's a sort of dreadful symmetry for the Lib Dems now. They've got one seat in Scotland, one in Wales and one in London.
Let's stop you for 1 second. Let's just go and hear what Vince has got to say.
I want to very warmly congratulate Tanya Mathias and thank her for very gracious comments a few minutes ago. I think thanks are due to a lot of other people, to the people who've organised this event very efficiently, the returning officer, the staff and the police, but above all, to my army of volunteers who were brilliantly organised on the ground by my friend and parliamentary colleague Baroness Ducey and the rest of the local team here. No reflection on them, the result. The fact is that we were hit by a very well organised national campaign based on people's fear of a Labour government and the Scottish Nationalists, and we'll see in the days that follow what are the implications of that. But I just want to say for myself that it's been a marvellous experience and a great honour being an MP for this constituency. Unfortunately, this has been a terrible night for our party all over, but I'm absolutely sure that we're going to bounce back both nationally and locally. But thanks to everybody who's supported me through these years. Thank you.
Well, that is a piece of political history in the making, and no mistake. Colin and Jane, we're a bit speechless at this point in the evening, aren't we, in terms of what's happening to the Liberal Democrats?
Yes, and in London perhaps in particular. As I said, they're down to one seat, as they are in Wales and Scotland, and their share of the vote on the seats we've got in so far is 8%. So for all this talk of multi-party politics, in Scotland...
Which is what the polls were saying, to be fair, about the Liberal Democrats.
Two-party politics, with Labour now looking as if they're going to have 50 seats, getting up to the kind of representation in London that they had in the days of Tony Blair.
What's weird in a way, in a sense, is that the SNP surge everyone saw coming. I mean, you could see it 5 miles away, and yet, you know, Vince Cable losing Twickenham, absolutely nobody saw that. I don't think I've heard one person suggest, you know, during the campaign, before the campaign, at any point that was even a vague possibility.
It just goes to show that this assumption that we all had that the Liberal Democrats were dug in and they would benefit from their incumbency, certainly someone like Vince Cable. I really strongly feel that, you know, one of the signals tonight that we have to kind of hear loud and clear is that people really wanted to punish those Liberal Democrats. And this has been 5 years in the making. We knew their vote share had plummeted in 2010. Obviously, there was an assumption that that wouldn't all translate into seat losses, but here it is. These are Conservative candidates competing with Liberal Democrats. That's somewhat different. We're starting to see more of these seats tonight. Earlier on in the evening, we were looking at Liberal Democrat and Labour competitions. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to happen, and the differences between how Nick Clegg, his support in Sheffield Hallam and his Tory rival are much bigger than the differences between Vince Cable...
This question of, sorry to interrupt you, but this question of punishing the Liberal Democrats, do you think when you look back on it, that was evident in your research? We're just looking at Sheffield Hallam now, but do you think when you look back, it was clear there?
Yeah, we could see very clearly that in seats that the Liberal Democrats were coming first, or in seats that Liberal Democrats were competing for second, that their vote share was down more than in some of the other seats. So there was clearly this sense that where you really could have a chance of getting rid of a Liberal Democrat or stopping a Liberal Democrat, then the votes against the Liberal Democrats seemed to be especially severe, those losses.
Well, here we are. We're looking at Sheffield. I guess the big question now is whether Nick Clegg is going to hold on in Sheffield Hallam, one of the safest Liberal Democrat seats. Whilst we're waiting for that, let's go up to the opinion room where Nina has the editor of The Spectator, Fraser Nelson, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I have indeed a late arrival into the opinion room, Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator. That was a real surprise, I think, in the room, and the emotion running so high in Twickenham there. Was that a genuine surprise to you?
It was. I actually chaired the selection of Tanya Mathias as the Tory candidate in Twickenham, and at the time it was seen as being a completely unwinnable seat, one that a Tory might have a go at Vince Cable, but he was such a well-known and respected local MP, set aside any Liberal Democrats. Now, throughout the campaign, he's campaigned as Vince. His leaflets hardly had a mention of a Liberal Democrats. Perhaps he had a feeling of how unpopular his party was becoming. But no Tory ever expected to win that. He will be one of the biggest scalps to go tonight. Absolutely. And it's incredible. And also, the Tories didn't expect to do well in London. London was supposed to be their great weak point, where Labour were ahead by 12 points. It's unusual to see them, winning anything inside the M25, so it's a double surprise.
Let's take you back to the moment that the exit poll was published. The Guardians called it a shocker. I mean, as a Tory and as a Scot, talk me through what was going through your mind at 10 o'clock.
Well, everybody, I think, who saw the exit poll thought, could David Cameron really have been doing so well? I mean, we're looking, 7 seats short of a majority. No opinion poll predicted anything like that. So could every single opinion poll be wrong? It seems now that, yes, they were. I mean, the votes are still being counted. But right now, this is an incredibly good night for David Cameron, who's gaining MPs. Ed Miliband looks like he's going to finish up with fewer MPs than even Gordon Brown managed to bring back to Parliament in 2010.
You said beware the jocks, the key Tory message for this campaign. Did that cut through, or was it the economy? We saw Miliband stumble on the question time debate.
I think the great trump card the Conservatives have played is fear of a Labour-SNP alliance. What the polls did show was that people didn't really prefer Cameron over Miliband that much, but when you said to them Cameron and the SNP, then whoa, people in England way preferred Cameron to anything involving the Nationalists. So the SNP have the Tories have remorselessly played the SNP card, and it's worked very well.
OK, Fraser Nelson, and we'll be back, of course, when we hear about Nick Clegg and get some reaction to that. Tom.
We are also suggesting that Cheltenham is a Conservative gain, so it's almost a clean sweep. Now, I'm joined by Asma Mir in Glasgow. Are you in Glasgow, Asma? What's your reaction to what you've seen in Scotland tonight?
Well, I think it's interesting because at the beginning of the night, we were thinking that maybe 6 out of the 7 Glasgow seats would go to the SNP. And in the end, especially after that exit poll that said 58 seats out of 59 would go to the SNP, we changed our minds a little bit. In the end, it was a clean sweep for Labour. A clean sweep for the SNP in Glasgow. And what's interesting is that there weren't any, massive names like Jim Murphy or Douglas Alexander. There was Margaret Curran, of course. But what's really interesting is that the SNP have never won a UK parliamentary seat in Glasgow, and they did so resoundingly. 10,000 votes separating them from Labour each and every time. And remember, some of these seats have been Labour since the 1930s, which really gives you an idea of how much the swing was in these Glasgow seats. Before we knew any of the results, we were looking at Glasgow North East and thinking, oh, maybe they'll hang on there, because that would need a 27% swing. In the end, that became academic, because as you saw, other seats in Scotland had a 35% swing from Labour to the SNP. So a terrible night for Scottish Labour in Glasgow, and a remarkable one for the SNP.
As you were saying there, an extraordinary thing to watch a city like Glasgow, so long Labour through and through, swing almost as one on one night to the SNP. This is a very difficult question to answer, so I apologise for asking it. But is there an obvious way back for Labour? Is this a one-way revolution, or, ultimately what swings one way generally swings back the other?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of people were saying that many of the seats in Scotland that were Tory or Unionist back in the 1950s, it took the Tories about 50 years to lose their way. It's taken Labour just 5. And you would expect from that no, it's going to be a very long, hard road back for Labour. I think what we've heard tonight is that Labour have to stop taking, in the words of people that we've spoken to, Labour have to stop taking their Scottish voters for granted. Clearly there was some damage done during the referendum when they teamed up with the Conservatives in the Better Together campaign. But Tom Harris, who's the outgoing MP, Labour MP in Glasgow South, said that people were not listening to Labour. They didn't want to hear what they had to say because they were still angry about the referendum. So I think the lesson that Labour have to take from this is don't take people for granted, because that's what people have been telling us, and start listening to them.
An incredible night in Scotland. Asma, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us. Let's get a summary from Julie.
Yeah, it's just coming up to 10 to 5 in the morning as the number of seats being declared is rapidly increasing now. Our exit poll puts the Conservatives on the most seats, but not enough for a majority. According to the exit poll, the Tories will finish on 316 seats. Labour will be way behind on 239, 10 seats for the Lib Dems, 2 each for UKIP and the Greens. The SNP forecast to have 58 seats. Plaid Cymru will have 4. This is the state of the nation. The seats declared so far now, and the Conservatives are on 112, Labour on 139, Lib Dems on 5, UKIP on 1, Greens 0, SNP 52 and the others together 18. Well, perhaps, of course, the biggest story of the night so far is the dominance of the SNP in Scotland, unseating senior Labour figures along the way. This is how the seats are currently divided in Scotland, and it's worth remembering the SNP had only 6 MPs after the last election. Look, they're on 52, just as it disappears. They've already gained more than 30 tonight. One of those is in Gordon, where Alex Salmond has won.
It is an extraordinary statement of intent from the people of Scotland. The Scottish lion has roared this morning across the country.
We'll take you straight to Sheffield now and see our first glimpse of Nick Clegg as he arrives for his count for Sheffield Hallam. Of course, an exceptionally tense night for him now, given just within the last few minutes he's seen Vince Cable go. I saw Simon Hughes go a little earlier. A truly dreadful night for the Lib Dems. I think we can hear from Simon Hughes, actually, from the speech he gave earlier.
So the campaign for social justice, for a fairer society, will not find Liberals and Liberal Democrats wanting. We may have lost this election here and in other places tonight, but the standard is still high. Flying in this place and in many parts of Britain, liberalism will go on making the argument for freedom.
Well, let's go to Sheffield Hallam and see what fate is going to befall Nick Clegg.
Returning officer at the election held on Thursday, the 7th of May 2015, to hereby give notice. Number of votes for each candidate is cast as follows. Nick Clegg, 22,215. Stephen Clegg, English Democrats, 167. Oliver Coppard, Labour, 19,862. Peter.
So just to be clear, it was tight, but Nick Clegg has held on, no doubt about that, in Sheffield Hallam. Let's wait now until he's up and hear what he's got to say.
3,575. Carlton Reeve, Independent, 249. Jim Stop the Fiasco Wild, 97. Ian Walker, Conservative, 7,544. There were 121 rejected votes, and I hereby declare that Nick Clegg has been duly elected. Thank you.
It's a very sombre-looking Nick Clegg.
Let's
hear what he's got to say about it.
Can I thank you, John Mothersole, as returning officer, for all your work and that of your team.
and that of all the staff in the polling stations and here at the count as well, and of course to the police and all the emergency services in ensuring that the election has gone so smoothly in Sheffield Hallam. I'd obviously also like to thank all the candidates, all my opponents, perhaps most especially Oliver Coppard, for a very dynamic and vigorous contest which was held in Sheffield Hallam, though I suspect the residents of Sheffield Hallam will be quite relieved that the torrent of campaign literature is now no longer making its way through their letterboxes. I'd like to thank Andy Sangar, my agent, and my wonderful campaign team. I really couldn't wish for a better team of outstanding campaigners and activists. You believe in what you do, and you do it brilliantly. Thank you very, very much indeed. And of course, I'd like to convey my thanks to Miriam, who is here, and our three little boys who are not. It is not always easy to have a husband and a father in a family where I've been involved for 10 years now in the sometimes brutal front line of British politics. But above all, my thanks goes to the residents of Sheffield Hallam who have once again shown their confidence in me, and I'm very, very grateful and humbled by their confidence in me. I know, of course, that many voters did not support me this time and had done so previously, and my message to them is very simple. It is the greatest honour of my political life to have served this wonderful part of this wonderful city, and I will always work diligently in Westminster on all of their behalves, on behalf of all communities and all families across Sheffield Hallam. Turning to the national picture, it is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats. And I will be seeking to make further remarks about the implications of this election, both for the country and for the party that I lead and for my position in the Liberal Democrats, when I make remarks to my colleagues in the Liberal Democrats later this morning when I return to Westminster. Thank you very much.
Well, Nick Clegg there, very, very sombre-looking Nick Clegg, it has to be seen. Before we get into talking about the substance of what he said, let's just have a look at what happened there. He held on. There was a lot of talk that Tories were going to vote tactically to keep him in. Don't seem to have done that necessarily in all that many other places, but perhaps they did do that there. And I don't know, Jane, do you have a view? Did that save him, do you think?
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's very cold comfort, isn't it, when you think that the Liberal Democrats' decision to go into coalition with the Conservatives has cost them dearly, dearly and deeply. But in Sheffield Hallam, it does indeed look as though Conservative voters have switched their support, given it to the Liberal Democrats, given it to Nick Clegg, in order to stave off a Labour win.
Well, there we have him leaving. Now, that, I mean, perhaps I'm reading too much into it, but it sounded on the verge of being a bit of a resignation speech there. He would talk about the future for the party, for the country, and also for his leadership. An odd thing, I think, to raise unless he was actually seriously considering standing down tomorrow. Now, you might say that's absolutely no surprise. He's just seen the practical annihilation of his parliamentary party. Why wouldn't he stand down? That said, whatever you think of Nick Clegg, certainly a lot of people at Westminster think he is one of the most talented politicians of his generation of any party. He's a great communicator, very able in all kinds of ways. And there aren't going to be that many MPs for the Liberal Democrats left, so quite who they'll have to choose from. I can't even make that calculation in my own head as we speak, though I'm clearly going to have to when I get up in the morning.
Obviously, one of the strategies in Labour launching this, what they, this sort of not very nice word, this decapitation strategy, which they obviously haven't succeeded in. But of course, strategically, what they wanted to do was get rid of Nick Clegg because they thought that would weaken the chances of a Conservative and Liberal coalition. Now, if it is indeed the case that Nick Clegg is set or is considering resigning his role as leader of the Liberal Democrats, then that gives us, I think, more reason to suspect that the Conservatives will go it alone, and indeed they might be able to.
The strange thing, in a way, is the Labour Party and Labour activists did attack the Liberal Democrats very, very aggressively, almost more aggressively, one might say at times, than they attacked the Conservative Party. And yet it hasn't done them much good, one's tempted to say.
This is just one of the extraordinary, surprising findings of the night. Liberal Democrat voters have moved over to Labour, and Labour's been partly successful in doing that. Actually, Labour's vote share looks like it's up in England. You know, it's not going to be... I mean, obviously, we've got the kind of the broad brush figures tonight, and we're looking at an unfolding story, but when the dust has settled, you know, we'll be looking at where Labour has made inroads to the Liberal Democrat vote and so on. But, you know, the broad picture is it's a terrible night for the Lib Dems, it's a terrible night for Labour, it's an amazing night for the SNP, and it's, frankly, a really quite surprisingly good night for the Conservatives.
What's quite amazing about this evening, and we're looking at Witney now, and we're looking at Doncaster, but we've been in this studio for, what, nearly, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours, whatever it's been, and the basic truth, one of the basic truths of this evening, is that the opinion polls were completely wrong. Hampstead and Kilburn as a Labour hold. Maybe no surprise, but that was number one on the Tory target list. But Glenda Jackson's former seat, but Labour have clearly held on to it. But in everything that we've been talking about, massive events in Scotland, the Liberal Democrats sort of crashing, great, you know, drama, terrible if you happen to be a Liberal Democrat, but fascinating political history in Vince Cable going out. And yet we've basically not had that much time to talk about the fact that the opinion polls were all wrong and the Tories have actually done rather well and might well be back in government. Look as if they will.
I think where the opinion pollsters have got it wrong is the translation of those opinion poll vote shares to seat shares. It's not clear to me yet that the opinion, like the vote shares of the two major parties, are wildly outside the margin of error. Now, because there was such a narrow race between the parties, it was frankly impossible to know which party was going to be in the lead. And you have to remember that there's a 3% margin of error, and if you get a 6-point gap, you're still within that possible margin. So I'm not defending all of everybody who didn't predict that the Conservatives were going to be, you know, in with, frankly, a very commanding lead. But I think what we need to do is understand much better how the vote shares of the parties have, how that's played out in different kinds of constituency contexts. And, you know, certainly that north-south divide is something we're seeing very strongly. Certainly the incumbency factor hasn't stemmed the tide for the Lib Dems. We knew that the SNP were going to really do well in Scotland.
Well, let's just mention that the Tories have held on to their only seat in Scotland. And let's go to Wirral West, where Esther McVey, one of the few women in David Cameron's cabinet, looked like she was under threat.
18,898. James David Glynn, 274. Jones Hilary Jane, UK Independence Party, 2,772. McVey Esther Louise, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,481.
So just to be clear, that is Esther McVey out in Wirral West. And to put that into perspective, that was 49th on Labour's target list. Given everything else that has happened this evening, given the exit poll, we would have assumed that Esther McVey was absolutely safe there. There's no doubt the Labour Party were trying very, very hard to win the seat, but no doubt now that the Tories have lost it. That'll be a big loss to them. Esther McVey was one of their rising stars, one of the few women in the cabinet. Are we looking at a north-south question here again, that the further north you go, as long as you don't end up in Scotland, Labour does better?
As long as you don't end up in Scotland. And, you know, we're certainly seeing a divide, probably not as much of a divide as we thought we would. And I think with Wirral West, you know, there are always going to be seats that don't quite fall into the line of the swings that we're seeing in the general pattern. And this seat is one of those seats which I think has gone against the story that we've been seeing, which is Labour taking very bad hits from the Tories.
I think Labour will probably get round to wondering what they did right in this seat and they didn't perhaps do right in Rossendale and Darwen, or more to the point, Carlisle, which was really on paper easy for them to go to.
Rossendale and Darwen, that's where Will Straw, Jack Straw's son, was standing, and they really hoped they were going to win that.
Yes, indeed. And Carlisle was only a 1% swing, and David Cameron was there, which suggests that he thought they needed every vote to hang on, and hang on they did. One of the Merseyside factor, perhaps, you know, whether Liverpool's a sort of a mini version of London. We saw another Labour game from Conservatives in London, Brentford and Isleworth, which was an easy game, but nonetheless it was London and they gained it. So we're still with the exit poll. My hunch is that the Conservatives are perhaps a little closer to an overall majority, but we haven't yet got quite enough real evidence to change our formal prediction.
We've just got a graphic explaining what is happening in the northwest. That's seats so far. Let's have a look at the change in the seats, or the share of the vote we're looking at there, and let's have a look at the change in the number of seats, see which way they've gone. Well, Conservative down one, that's Wirral West, presumably. Yeah,
this is the northwest. Another result in from the East Midlands. Anna Soubry, quite a sort of outspoken, feisty MP for Broxtowe. She's held on. Yeah. What was the swing required there? Well, she had a majority of 389. You worked out for yourself.
The opinion polls that we saw there suggested that she was heavily under threat.
Well, you thought any kind of movement from Conservative to Labour since 2010 would have had her out. Whereas on the face of it, it looked as Esther McVey was reasonably secure.
That's interesting. Ian Austin has held on in Dudley North, which is, of course, a seat that UKIP actually thought at one stage they had a really decent chance of winning.
Yes.
Well, at least it looks as if that's what's happened. I mean, not really surprising that Ian Austin perhaps held on in Dudley North in the overall scale of things, but certainly UKIP did think, and the Tories thought they might win it, but UKIP did too.
So Labour won that, but then similar sort of seat in the Westminster Telford, the Conservatives gained from Labour, and we just heard that the Conservatives have gained Gower in Wales, which is sort of suburbs, rather attractive coastal area from Swansea. So the Conservatives done OK in Wales, actually. Wales has behaved much more like southern England than I think many Welsh people would like to admit, actually.
Well, let's come back to that, but let's for the moment go to Nina in the opinion room.
Thank you, Tom. Fraser Nelson is back with Matthew Parris. Odds of a Tory majority now are shortening. Reaction, gentlemen?
It would have been crazy to think about a Tory majority this time yesterday.
Yeah.
But when the exit poll was saying we're only, 7 seats short of it, it's entirely plausible now. The way that the seats that have come in so far are consistent with the exit poll. So it looks as if David Cameron, might be able to command the House. The question is, if he falls short, would the Lib Dems even bother to go in with him? If there's only going to be a dozen of them left, then the lesson is that going in with the Tories kills you. Why would you want to do it again? And Nick Clegg sounded so downhearted tonight. It sounds almost as if he's preparing not to be leader by lunchtime, in which case the Tories would have some more matchmaking to do.
Do you agree?
Psychologically, an absolute majority for the Tories is obviously would be very important. In practical terms, getting government business through, to be held ransom by a tiny majority of 1 or 2 Conservative MPs, which would put you at the mercy of the Tory right, would still need the Prime Minister to make some kind of an arrangement, I would have thought, with the DUP, and at least get a fair wind from the Lib Dems. But psychologically, it would look amazing.
Psychologically, what does it mean for David Cameron in terms of will he have the confidence to take the party in the direction he perhaps wanted to in the first place and has been moved off course because of the rise of UKIP?
Oh, this would be massive vindication for David Cameron. The bookmakers were saying there was a 10% chance of a Tory majority, and now it's within his grasp. So he will have incredible political capital to spend over the next week if he does emerge. I don't see the reason for any non-Tory to be in his government, the way these things are going. So he'll have an incredible chance to set government on his own terms for the first time ever. So that's his to take.
And he won't have to be looking over his shoulder at UKIP. And that gives him a new freedom as well. I think a freedom to be more generous.
What about the much maligned Wizard of Oz, the critics call him, Linton Crosby? He was everything that was wrong with the Tory campaign in terms of negative campaigning, the Michael Fallon moment. What's he thinking right now?
He's thinking he's probably the biggest winner of this campaign. I mean, the opinion polls had it, you know, absolutely neck and neck, suggesting that he was doing the wrong thing. His campaign was boring. He was being too negative on the SNP. And for my taste, it was a bit too negative. It wasn't very inspiring. As a Conservative, my heart didn't lift when I heard the sort of things that they were saying. But it was effective. Linton Crosby's job is to win elections. And right now, he's done a better job for David Cameron than anybody could have thought possible.
The public don't like it, do they? If you ask them, do you like negative campaigning, the answer is a resounding no. But it's another cliche that seems to be potentially coming true tonight, that negative campaigning, it simply works.
Well, of course, we don't know how they would have done if the campaign had been rather better natured. Linton Crosby was going to be everything wrong with the Tory campaign if they had lost. Now he's going to be everything right with the Tory campaign. The truth is, I suppose he helped a bit by knocking heads together, but I'm not sure that these strategists make the enormous difference one way or the other.
Ed Miliband, what do we think happens next? And if he does go, who's next in line?
I suspect Ed Miliband could be gone in the next few hours, actually. I mean, normally, the British public don't like to be asked twice by leaders. Neil Kinnock showed that. So he will have to go, especially if he emerges with fewer seats than Gordon Brown managed to get. The question is how he goes, and if he can do what Michael Howard did in 2005, which is to arrange a proper leadership contest in a way that puts his party in a far better stead to come back in 2020.
Matthew, give me a name.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like it's going to be Ed Balls any longer. There are all kinds of rumours about what's going to happen to him. Andy Burnham is the name I would give you.
Andy Burnham, too toxic
or chuck it a minute. I mean...
Too soon?
Well...
Too smooth.
Too soon,
it will be North versus South for Labour, really. He'll be this... Chuck will be the smooth London candidate. And you can hear in his acceptance speech tonight, Andy Burnham was already playing the Northern card and speaking about wicked London, you know?
Yeah, he's the comfort zone candidate, isn't he?
OK, Matthew Parrish, Fraser Nelson. I'll leave the Tory boys talking about the future of the Labour Party. Tom.
Nina, thank you. Well, you can probably see dawn just beginning to come up over my shoulder here in Westminster, which gives us a moment really to reflect on what an extraordinary night it's been and just how many questions are really with us as the dawn comes up. Is Ed Miliband, you heard Nina there talking about this, is Ed Miliband going to stay on as leader of the Labour Party? If not, who's going to replace him? Will Nick Clegg stay on as leader of the Liberal Democrats? If not, who will replace him? What are the Liberal Democrats going to do? Reduce to a relatively tiny rump and yet possibly still the Conservatives without a majority? What is going to happen in Scotland? Are we going to have another independence referendum? Will that be ultimately where this goes? And that's before I even get on to the question of a Euro referendum. We've alluded this evening to the fact that David Cameron has specifically said that he will not walk back into Downing Street unless he can deliver a referendum on Europe. And it has to be, he may forget that or he may not, but that is what he said, and it is by no means clear, as the dawn rises over Westminster this morning, that he has, to be brutal about it, the numbers to make that happen. We have had a lot of results through in the last hour or so. Let's go to Julie for a summary of how that battleboard is looking at this point.
Well, there's a lot happening on the battleground, but we thought also we've got another graphic that we can show you, and that is how the maps are looking in terms of what the vote share looked for the main parties back in 2010 and what they now look after this extraordinary set of results that we've seen in so far. We know, and it ain't over yet. Let's have a look then perhaps at the map. Shall we go to Scotland and have a look there and have a look at, well, let's look at the Conservative maps first of all, because that's one's closest to us. These are just the results that we had in 2010 to see what was happening to the Conservative vote. Then that's how it was left in 2010. If we go to 2015 as to how it's shifting so far, you can see that sort of resolution of the colour changing a bit. Let's have a look at Labour's map. That is take us back to 2010 and see how that was there, and we can see what we're looking at now. Look at Scotland. It's extraordinary how rapidly that map now changes in terms of the electoral heat that's left in the Labour vote north of the border. Shall we have a contemplation of what's happened to the Liberal Democrats? We'll go back to 2010, move over to the Liberal Democrat map, and that's what it was looking like. That was 2010, so that classic stronghold in the southwest of those Lib Dem seats, and, you know, a bolder coloured too in the south and around London. And let's have a look at how that colour is looking now in 2015. It is just extraordinary when you look at it in something as simple terms as that. Let's have a look. I'm just being asked by the chap in the gallery to say, can we have another look at that, please? There you go. Yes, you are a chap. Yes, that's very polite at this time of the morning. So 2010, that's how the map looked for the Liberal Democrats. And that's no laughing matter for the Lib Dems, is it? It's a bleak picture indeed. So we can check in with those, of course. We're staying on for little moments with this during GMB at 6 o'clock. We'll carry on with these pictures, but we can also have a look at the battleground and have a look at how some of the seats that we've been keeping our eyes on all night are shaping up. Let's have a look at the Labour target list, shall we? If we go to the top of their target list, places like Warwickshire North, Thurrock, Hendon. We're going to have a look at a few of these London seats. Hendon in particular. You know, the polling there really suggested that Andrew Dismore would take that from Matthew Offord and bring it back into the Labour column, but they didn't manage to do it. Other seats there like Broxton, Anna Soubry back. Amber Valley stayed Tory. Nigel Mills back. If we move a little further along and we look at something like this area of the board where things were getting slightly trickier, Labour did manage to take Brent Central. That was Sarah Tether's old seat. And Brentford and Isleworth also. Many people were looking at Mary McLeod there and wondering whether she might hang on. But Brentford and Isleworth has gone to Labour. Enfield North has gone back to Joan Ryan. There's been, I think, 4-election tussle between Nick Dubois and Joan Ryan. They've got it back in the column there for Labour. They would be very happy to take that one back in terms of the collection of London seats. And so it goes on. We're actually hearing a little further down the line. I'm hoping I'm taking us to the right part of the board. Yes, Hornsey, Lynn Featherstone, Lib Dem out there in Hornsey and Wood Green. So a key seat that they were targeting then. But up there, look, Battersea and Finchley both staying with the Conservatives. So a very interesting little selection of London seats. And I can just see there, if we bring it into focus, Ilford North, they would have been very happy to get that one to some of the Labour Party tweeters. Very happy to see that one go red tonight. So a mixed picture in London, I think it's fair to say, for Labour, but fascinating to see how it sort of calibrates around the board.
Julie, we might have to rush off because we think Doncaster is about to come up. But interesting that we haven't heard anything from Brighton, actually. Which is
indeed. And Penny Marshall, our dear colleague, is in Brighton and waiting for those results to come in. I just saw her tweeting that they're still waiting for those. But let's, just take us back to see that little section of seats, because they all fall within this area of Labour's target board. You can see the bright green icon of the Greens' only seat in the last Parliament, Caroline Lucas's Brighton Pavilion. Also, Brighton, Kemp Town and Hove, this little triumvirate of Brighton seats, watching very closely, particularly for Brighton, Kemp Town and Hove, to see if Labour can make any headway getting back in the south. But it seems we may be a little way off that result yet.
Julie, thank you. That Battleboard is beginning to fill out. Brighton, we're waiting for, obviously potentially quite critical in terms of the overall picture of...
Well, I think Brighton is critical. I mean, sometimes kind or unkindly, depending on your point of view, seen as London by the sea. And I think we want to see whether Brighton...
Except a lot nicer.
Yeah, but OK, but I think we want to wait to see whether Brighton's going to behave like London, in which case Labour might expect to win those 2 seats, or it's going to behave like the rest of the south of England, in which case Labour would expect not to be able to win them and the Conservatives will hold on, which has an overall impact. And one other thing David Cameron may not be quite so pleased to hear is the UUP have won Fermanagh and South Tyrone from Sinn Féin, which means there's 4 Sinn Féin MPs rather than 5, which puts the effective majority up from 3 to 3 to 3 to 4, which in this kind of nip and tuck situation may be crucial.
Yes, although is it possible to assume that the UUP are more likely to support the Tories in this kind of circumstance or not? I don't know, actually. I should know the answer to that, but I really don't. Didn't Fermanagh used to be Ken McGuinness's seat back in the old days?
That's right. But of course, the Conservatives themselves are putting up candidates in Northern Ireland this time. They've done pretty poorly.
Yeah.
The closeness is not there in quite the way that it was in the old days.
Let me just say one quick thing about Brighton, if I can.
Very briefly, and then come back to that we've just been told that Charles Kennedy has lost his seat in Scotland, which is to see that. He's been there a very long time.
So just a quick word on the Greens in Brighton. We're going to be watching really closely. This we wouldn't have expected. The Greens, on the results that we have so far tonight, have beaten the Liberal Democrats in more than 60 seats. And that's just an extraordinary outcome.
Well, that is, and we are looking at Ed Miliband coming in here, and I'm reminded of what an extraordinarily brutal business politics can be. When he woke up this morning, Ed Miliband must have thought it possible that he would end today heading towards Downing Street at some point. I'm getting confused with my todays and tomorrows, but you know what I mean. All the opinion polls suggested that was a possibility. As I said earlier in the evening / yesterday, you're speaking to people all day. Everyone in my trade calls each other on election day and says, have you heard anything? Have you heard anything? And usually the answer is no. But nevertheless, Labour activists did seem, by and large, pretty optimistic, felt things were going well, felt the opinion polls had been in the right direction. I don't think they thought they were going to get a majority, but I certainly do think that they felt that probably on balance the Conservatives would be out and Ed Miliband would one way or another be Prime Minister given 2 or 3 days to work things out. Now looks, I mean, we're still not at the point where we can say absolutely for certain, but it now looks extremely unlikely that that is going to happen, and that must be a brutal and bitter disappointment to him. After all, he stood against his brother and was always clear about that because he felt he represented a different vision of the Labour Party, a change from the New Labour years. He was absolutely convinced, particularly with Liberal Democrat voters, as Jane has been talking about this evening, potentially peeling off to him, that he was going to be able to get over the line. But it looks as if it is not to be. He will win this, of course, but we'll be looking here to see what he's got to say about this evening's events.
I, John Holt, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Doncaster North constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Alan David Stewart, English Democrats, putting England first, 448 votes. Baker Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,005 votes. Brick Nick the Flying, the official monster raving loony party, 162 votes. Fletcher Mark Peter, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,235 votes. Jackson Mary, Trade Union and Socialist Coalition, 258 votes. Kennedy Pete, Green Party, 757 votes. Miliband Ed, Labour Party, 20,708 votes.
So Ed Miliband back in Doncaster North, but we have just heard that Julie Hilling, one of his colleagues, is out in Bolton West. That was a key Tory target, and I think the question that we'll be grappling with over the next hour or so is whether the Tory numbers are going to creep up as we go into the morning towards a majority or not.
8,928 votes. The number of ballot papers rejected.
Whichever way you look at it, not a good night for Ed Miliband and his Labour Party. Just out of interest, let's look at the change in the share of the vote in his own constituency. Big rise in the UKIP vote, actually, interestingly, there. I mean, I guess that has been part of the pattern. Not that it's going to have any impact on him, but really, I think the key here is to hear what he himself has to say and exactly the tone he strikes in his speech here. Whether particularly it's a holding speech or something that begins to concede defeat.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking my fellow candidates. I want to thank the returning officer. I want to thank the police, and I want to thank the brilliant staff of Doncaster Council for dealing with all of the intricacies of today's count. I also want to thank, above all, the people of Doncaster North for re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. I want to thank my brilliant Labour Party members who are here today. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of the Labour Party members right across our country who have done such an extraordinary job throughout this campaign. Now, the results are still coming in, but this has clearly been a very disappointing and difficult night for the Labour Party. We haven't made the gains we wanted in England and Wales, and in Scotland, we've seen a surge of nationalism overwhelm our party. Now, I want to say to all the dedicated and decent colleagues in Scotland who have lost their seats that I'm deeply sorry for what has happened. And I also want to say that the next government has a huge responsibility. It has a huge responsibility in facing the very difficult task of keeping our country together. Whatever party we come from, if we believe in the United Kingdom, we should stand up for people in every part of our United Kingdom. Because, you know, I believe that what unites us is much, much more than what divides us. Friends, I'm now going to go to London to await the full results to come through. But I just want to reiterate my thanks to the people of Doncaster North. It is a huge privilege to be your Member of Parliament. It is a huge privilege for you to have placed your trust in me. Thank you very much.
Pretty dignified speech from Ed Miliband there. Of course, paying tribute to his colleagues in Scotland who've lost their seats, and unfortunately for the Labour Party tonight, there are a great many of them, but events are moving fast this morning, so let's go straight to John Ray, who is in Leeds. John, of course, one of the big questions that we're beginning to talk about here is what is happening to Ed Balls. Can you enlighten us?
Well, we, Tom, have waited a long time for any action here. We still don't have a result, but we have, for sure, very big drama unfolding. This is about Ed Balls. This is a man who, this time yesterday, was probably thinking about being the next Chancellor of the Exchequer. Tonight, this morning, as we speak, he cannot even be sure that he is still going to be an MP. It is too close to call, we are told, in his constituency of Morley and Atwood. The count is taking place just behind me. When you look at the piles of ballot papers, they're pretty much even Stevens between Ed Balls and his Tory challenger, a woman by the name of Andrea Jenkin, who will become very, very famous indeed if she has the upset to end a night of Labour disasters. We could, Tom, be talking, I suppose, the equivalent of the Portillo moment. People might in years to come be asking, were you still up for balls? We haven't got the result yet. It won't come till after 6 o'clock. There's even some talk of a possible recount. It is that close.
But the were you up for balls moment, John, was supposed to happen last time, wasn't it? The Tories put a huge amount of effort into trying to unseat him last time. They were even, putting around the idea, are you going to stay up for Ed Balls? He's a fighter. He held on, in the end with, not a huge majority, but just enough. I asked him several times over the last few weeks and months, as I've no doubt you have. Were you confident? You're not worried about your seat? He and the entire Labour Party brushed it off and said, don't be so ridiculous, absolutely no prospect at all. So this would be an incredible shock, would it not?
A big shock, though, not if you look at where they started from. Ed Balls began this process with a majority of not much more than 1,100, so it's a very tight, a very marginal seat. But you're right, Tom, last time round, 5 years ago, the Tories threw the kitchen sink at his seat, the decapitation strategy. My oh my, it nearly worked. This time round, they haven't had any big hitters in that constituency. The hard work has been done by a local candidate, the woman, Miss Jenkin, who has a colourful backstory. She's worked for multinational companies. She's a singer-songwriter. She's performed for the Pakistan president, no less, in Islamabad, though this, I think, would be her greatest performance if she pulls this off. But look, let me reiterate, we still don't have the result. It's not going to come for at least another half an hour, probably longer. But certainly, if you're talking to the Labour camp here tonight, confidence has ebbed and flowed. One moment there, we think we've held on. Next minute, it's sort of slightly grimmer, longer faces. As we speak now, that confidence has drained away somewhat.
John, well, we will be back to you, no doubt. Thank you very much for talking us through that. Now, we mentioned a short while ago that Charles Kennedy had lost his seat, so let's go and see what he had to say about it.
Mr. Returning Officer, could I echo the gratitude of all of us as candidates, and most importantly, all of the electors who place their trust in you, your colleagues here tonight, and your polling agents and polling representatives right across this, the largest constituency in the entire United Kingdom. You have some bailiwicks, sir, with the 3 parliamentary seats that you administer on this occasion, and we are grateful, and I congratulate you for it. And also, of course, to our police services, our local police services that do such a good job, and we hope they become more localised yet in time to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very fond of political history. And tonight, if nothing else, we can all consider and reflect in years to come, perhaps tell our grandchildren, we were there the night of the long skiing doos. I'd like to thank very much indeed my home team, who have been so energetic, so dedicated, and so absolutely selfless in the task that they have done in putting forward this campaign, and with them to thank the many over the years, the previous 7 successful general elections, who have made all that possible as well. And I do spare a thought, and this is true of so many constituencies, almost them all across Scotland tonight, for those members of staff. It's one thing for the elected representatives to find themselves at the mercy of the electorate. It is the other people who sadly in due course are now searching for employment, many in their 20s and 30s, and I wish them well, and I think that the talent and the professionalism which those who have been working around myself and with me over the course of this campaign will stand them in very good stead. I just wish to offer this one reflection, that with the great debates that are now going to proceed in the House of Commons about Scotland's future, the Smith Commission, and who knows what else, I'll obviously personally be sorry not to be a voice in the Commons contributing to that debate, although I certainly intend to continue to contribute in whatever way possible.
So that is Charles Kennedy bowing out of politics, at least for now, in terms of Westminster politics. total shock, really, from where we started in the evening, though not from where we ended up in the middle. Now, it's just gone 5:30 in the morning. If you're getting up and wondering what on earth has happened whilst you've been asleep, let's just recap on where we are. This is our seat prediction. At this point in the morning, the Conservatives will have 316 seats, the Labour Party 239, the Liberal Democrats 10, a disastrous night for them, as we've been talking about. UKIP 2, the Greens 2, SNP 58, and others 23. Now, I think, of course, the question is, just, as you can see, just over 400 seats in so far. The question really at this point is whether the original exit prediction will hold around there, or whether those seat numbers for the Tories will creep up towards a majority. Plymouth Moorview, Alison Seebeck's seat, I've just seen that is a Conservative gain, perhaps a little bit of a surprising one. But the question, as I said, we're grappling with is, you're looking at the gains and losses there, but is whether the Tory numbers will creep up and push them closer to a majority. Of course, one of the questions we've been grappling with is that given what an incredibly bad night they've had, it's hard to imagine the Liberal Democrats wanting to go into another coalition with the Tories. And quite frankly, it's hard to imagine them wanting any kind of arrangement at all, the way things are going, particularly as we've just been told that David Laws, a very close ally of Nick Clegg, has lost his seat in Yeovil again, something that would have been very, very surprising indeed had someone suggested it to us at the start of the evening. Just having a look there again at the change in the share of the vote. UKIP votes gone up pretty well, though it's not going to necessarily give them a huge raft of seats. A dramatic fall in the Liberal Democrat vote across the country. So I guess the critical question is, if he doesn't get a majority, how David Cameron is going to put together the numbers. Here is Ed Miliband leaving, just given quite a dignified speech, didn't give away a huge amount, it must be said. And I think we're going to have to wait until he gets back to London and he has a final look at the numbers to see what he's going to make of it, whether he's going to continue as the Labour leader or stand down. I think at this point, given the terrible result in Scotland and the fact that it's been a pretty indifferent result everywhere else, even a poor result for Labour, I don't think there'll be many people in politics who will really expect him to continue as Labour leader for very long. So I suspect we will see in the course of the day him announcing that he's not going to go on. Nick Clegg, I think, is a much more complex case, if only because there are so few Liberal Democrat MPs left. Let's go up to Nina in the opinion room.
Thank you, Tom. Well, we saw pictures there of Ed Miliband, but it was actually Nick Clegg keeping his seat in Sheffield that Twitter went mad for it, didn't they, Adam Sharp?
Yes, it did. As we've talked all night tonight, Twitter is where people are joining each other in conversation in real time around the big moments of this election. And tonight, just a few moments ago, Nick Clegg was nearly 80% of that conversation when he came out on that stage in Sheffield and we learned that he'd held his seat. In fact, at that moment, now around 5 o'clock in the morning, more people were tweeting about Nick Clegg than had tweeted about any single candidate at any other moment this election day.
Great information. You promised this would turn into a cocktail bar in the early hours, and so far you've failed me. Now, there's a lot of talk that this was going to be the Twitter election, the social media election. Let's check in with Facebook as well. Elizabeth, Linda, talk me through the figures here of what we've been seeing through the evening.
Yes, absolutely. This has been huge on Facebook. It really has been the first conversational election in the UK. We just crunched these numbers here in London and back in California. 78 million interactions across 12 million people. Now, for comparison, the Scottish referendum, which was the most talked about topic in the UK last year, 16 million interactions. The differential is massive. We've never seen anything like this in the UK across really any topic. And
do you think it's because the polls were so tight that it's got people motivated to talk? What do you think it is?
It very well may have been. What's important to remember about Facebook is that at this point, it's a mirror of the real world. 35 million people in the UK are on Facebook, 27 million of those people every single day on their mobile phones, accessing Facebook, talking about the issues that matter. I think what it says is that people care about politics in this country. They care about who's going to lead them beginning today, beginning the next few days, and they care about talking to their friends about these issues.
Isabel Hardman, how do you think the night is going to end, or the morning's going to begin?
Well, I've just been talking to some Tories who've left CCHQ to go to the pub to celebrate, because they think that obviously it's been a very good night for them. They think they're on track to maybe win a majority, which none of them could have predicted at the start of this night. So it's been an extraordinary few hours.
Owen Jones, do you think that is the way that it is going to go now, that the Tories could get a majority?
I think it's entirely plausible. I think Labour's total loss in Scotland, their disastrous campaign in Scotland, which has wiped them out as a political force there, their failure to have an inspiring, coherent message that resonated with people has spelled utter and total disaster for them at the polls. And now the question is, will, of course, the Tories have a stable majority or simply be the dominant party and form an alliance, for example, with the DUP? But there's no question that the Labour Party have faced a disastrous consequence, and despite the huge media campaign against them, they have to take responsibility for that.
Ed Balls, what's your hunch?
Well, it's too close to call. I've already retweeted someone saying he's gone, but now everyone's saying that he might be holding on. I mean, the fact we're even discussing that shows, of course, what a disastrous night it has been.
Yeah.
And Ed Balls, more than anyone else in the Labour leadership, has, I'm afraid, not exactly set on fire the country with the programme that he put across. And if he does lose, then I'm afraid partly it's his contribution to that campaign, which is.
And Ed Miliband, very briefly, if he goes in the morning, later on in the morning, what's your prediction for who comes next?
Well, I suppose the leading lights will be Yvette Cooper, Andy Burnham and Chuck Umunna. But look, I think it goes beyond personalities for Labour. It's their total failure to inspire people who voted for Labour all their lives, not just them, their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents in the case of Scotland, and they have abandoned a party which they no longer feel provides an alternative or offers solutions to their everyday problems.
Yeah.
So it's not just personalities Labour need to look at, it's a much more profound question than that.
Owen Jones, I've never seen you so downbeat at all.
I'm pretty upbeat, actually, and actually, just quickly on that, this is a difficult time, and lots of people out there will be feeling despair. But the politics of hope, I think, will triumph over the politics of fear. And the great struggles on housing, the living wage, for a different sort of society, they'll keep going, I promise you.
Let's hope. Tom.
Nina, thank you. We've just been trying to work out around this desk what seats the Liberal Democrats actually still hold. It's not as easy as it probably should be at this time in the morning. Let's go to Whitney. We're just waiting for the Prime Minister's account. Presumably he is there. Yes, he is. Good night for him. Whichever way you look at it. And the question, I think, at this point is where it is going to end. He still does not have a majority. We're not yet predicting that he will have a majority, but the general mood, Colin is working away on the figures right next to me as we speak here, and constantly reviewing exactly which way this morning is going. But it does look as if the numbers may creep up towards a majority, which is perhaps why he has such a big smile on his face. It has to be said, very, very, very few people in politics saw this coming. Not a single opinion poll, that's for sure. A fair few pundits, to be fair, thought there would be a swing back to the Conservatives at the last minute. But let's hear what's happening in the Prime Minister's count itself.
Turnout at the election was 73.57%. The total number of rejected ballot papers was 188, and the votes cast for each candidate were as follows. Bex, Colin Rowland, Wessex Regionalists, 110. Cameron, David William Donald, the Conservative Party candidate, 35,201. That's 35201. Enright, Duncan Shaw Thomas, Labour Party, 10,046. Graham Andy, Liberal Democrat, 3,953. That's 3953. Handley Nathan Paul, 12. Jackson Deek, Land Party, 35. MacDonald Stuart Sutherland, Green Party, 2,970, 2970. Pedell Clive, National Health Action Party, 616, 616. Saunders Vivian Inez, Reduce VAT in Sport, 56. Smith Bobby, Stop Emotional Child Abuse, Vote Elmo, 37. Strutt Simon, UKIP, 5,352. That's 5352. Thompson Chris, Independent, 94. And I hereby declare that David William Donald Cameron is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Witney constituency. Thank you.
So David Cameron back in there. Has to be said, he doesn't look exactly ecstatic at this point in the evening. Perhaps that's a deliberate strategy. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Can I first give my thanks to Hugh Keith, the returning officer, and to all the staff who've worked so hard here and around the country over this election night. I'd like to thank my agent, Natasha Whitmill, and all those who've worked so hard for me here in West Oxfordshire, but also Conservative campaigners right across the country. Above all, I want to thank the voters of West Oxfordshire who've elected me again. It's a huge honour to serve you in Parliament, to stand up for this beautiful part of our country and to be your Member of Parliament. And I will do everything I can to go on working hard for you. Today is the 70th anniversary of the victory in Europe in 1945. And I think we should start by remembering those who gave such sacrifice and service to save our country, but also to save our democracy, which we've seen in action today. Some people say, in fact, I've often said, that there's only one opinion poll that counts, and that's the one on election day. And I'm not sure that's ever been truer than it is today and tonight. This is clearly a very strong night for the Conservative Party. I think we've had a positive response to a positive campaign about safeguarding our economy, about creating jobs, about a record in government over the last 5 years, but above all, a plan for the next 5 years, based on clear values of wanting to reward work in our country, that those who put in and do their best should find the system is on their side. As I put it on the steps of Downing Street 5 years ago, those who can should, those who can't, we always help. We published a manifesto that was squarely for working people. That is what we put in our manifesto. That is what I hope we'll be able to implement in government. It is too early to say exactly what sort of result there will be at the end of this night and the end of this election campaign. But to me, this election campaign was always about the difficult decisions we had to take over the last 5 years, the foundation of a stronger economy that we built for our country, and the chance now to build on that foundation and to say to people that if you want a job, if you want that apprenticeship, if you want a home that you can own of your own, if you want security and dignity in retirement, we are on your side and want to deliver for you. Also, we should never in politics duck the big issues, whether it's dealing with our deficit, whether it is holding that referendum which we were right to hold on the future of Scotland in our United Kingdom, or indeed in the future that referendum we must hold to decide Britain's future in Europe. My aim remains simple: to govern on the basis of governing for everyone in our United Kingdom. I want to make sure that our economic recovery reaches every part of our country. I want to make sure as our economy grows that the poorest in our country can benefit from that recovery and have the chance of work and a stronger future. I want to make sure there are good schools for all our children, no matter where they live or what their background. And above all, I want to bring our country together, our United Kingdom together, not least by implementing as fast as we can the devolution that we rightly promised and came together with other parties to agree, both for Wales and for Scotland. In short, I want my party, and I hope a government I would like to lead, to reclaim a mantle that we should never have lost, the mantle of one nation, one United Kingdom. That is how I will govern if I'm fortunate enough to form a government in the coming days. Let me finish where I began by thanking the voters of West Oxfordshire for putting your trust in me again. I will make sure I do not let you down. Thank you.
So, David Cameron striking a very interesting tone there, talking about one United Kingdom, a particularly notable speech in that regard, given that Scotland has almost entirely been won by the SNP tonight. He looked pretty sombre-faced, and there may be all kinds of reasons for that. As I said, perhaps to some degree that's a deliberate strategy, striking a tone, but certainly no hint of triumphalism. We have some news of our own here, which is that we are updating our prediction, or Colin is. Colin, can I come to you and ask you exactly what you now predict will be the Tory seat numbers?
We've had about 2/3 of the results through, and looking at what we've had so far and what's to come, the Conservatives are doing better against Labour than we thought. They're doing much better against the Liberal Democrats than we thought. So it seems to be now, and there's still 1/3 of the results to come, but it seems to me now as if the Conservatives are in with a very good chance of getting an overall majority, a narrow overall majority, but an overall majority nonetheless of, say, 327 seats. 327.
OK, so it's the Bolton West and these sort of seats that are coming through for the Tories that is driving this. You were a bit worried a while ago you hadn't heard from Brighton in the sense that...
Still that's one of the things that could slightly upset this. But then you see that winning a seat like Thornbury and Yate, Steve Webb, Pensions Minister, I mean, he got up a huge majority there, similar to the majority Tim Farron having West Midlands. So Conservatives are clearly doing better. They seem at the moment to be polling above where they were polling in 2010, as are Labour, right? But the fallout from the fall in the Liberal Democrat support has benefited the Conservatives more than Labour. And in Scotland, of course, Labour have lost all these seats.
Well, let's bring up the prediction and just chew over it for a minute, because, of course, it does get the Tories over the line. But we heard Christopher Mayer and Gus O'Donnell and various others earlier on in the evening talking about how incredibly uncomfortable a very small majority is. And it has to be said that if you wanted to wind David Cameron up as a political journalist in the lobby, you would say to him, your worst nightmare is to have a Tory majority of 5, and he'd give a hearty laugh. And we weren't entirely joking because, of course, we all know that there are quite a lot of backbenchers who, to be blunt about it, don't like David Cameron an awful lot, and whom he's been somewhat able to ignore because the Liberal Democrat coalition has given him an enormous majority. So in one sense, he's got to go to work and govern with a much smaller majority is the actual basic brutal truth. That said, they will all be Tories, which will be easier in some regard. And possible still that he might do a deal with the Democratic Unionists to make life more comfortable.
And a couple of Ulster Unionists now as well. But,
indeed.
I suspect he'll have a little conversation with his friend Sir John Major tomorrow, who will give him both the pluses and the minuses of this kind of situation.
I think I know what Sir John Major is going to say about this situation,
Go
to be
watch
fair.
Some cricket, forget about it.
Go and watch some cricket.
We have a Prime Minister that might now be able to govern with this very, very, very slim majority. But the sort of UK electoral map has changed, and we've been talking for a very long time about the movement of voters away from the two major parties. And just because we're updating the prediction and suggesting that David Cameron might have a slim majority does not mean that broad picture hasn't changed. The Conservative Party look like they're going to edge ahead in terms of the national share of the vote, but hardly by anything. And Labour has hardly gone down. So that sense of those two parties being broadly neck and neck hasn't changed. But the SNP swept the board in Scotland, apart from one Lib, one Lab, one Conservative. The Greens are coming above the Liberal Democrats in over 60 seats, and UKIP has come second in over 70 seats. So that broad fragmentation of the party system is still there, despite a possible slim majority.
David Cameron just getting into his car there, looking a lot happier as he did that than went on stage. assume he is coming back to London, back into Downing Street, and as the morning goes on, I don't think there's much doubt that it will be acknowledged, be clear, however you want to put it, that he will be the next Prime Minister. It has been a dramatic night in all kinds of ways. Let's go to Julie for a summary of what's happened.
Just as we see those cars moving off, just gone 10 to 6 in the morning, ITV News is now predicting, based on results declared so far and the exit poll, that the Conservatives will have a majority in the House of Commons by just 1 seat. With around 2/3 of the seats declared, this is the state of the nation you may be just waking up to, or if you've been with us all night, this is how it stands. 195 seats so far declared for the Conservatives, 185 for Labour, 6 for the Lib Dems, 1 for UKIP, 0 for the Greens so far, awaiting results from Brighton. SNP 54, others on 21. Well, it has been a disastrous night for the Lib Dems. They've lost seats to Labour, the Tories and to the SNP, with some big names out. In the last half hour, David Laws has lost to the Conservatives in Yeovil. Earlier, Vince Cable, the business secretary in the coalition, lost his seat in Twickenham to the Conservatives, and Simon Hughes, former deputy leader of the party, was ousted by Labour in Bermondsey. Their leader, Nick Clegg, kept his seat in Sheffield Hallam, but admitted it has been a bad night for his party.
Turning to the national picture, it is now painfully clear that this has been a cruel and punishing night for the Liberal Democrats. The election has profound implications for the country. It also obviously has profound implications for the Liberal Democrats.
Other senior Lib Dems to lose their seats include former leader Charles Kennedy, Lynn Featherstone and Energy Secretary Ed Davey. He seemed to blame negative campaigning by the Tories.
And I found an awful lot of people who wanted to vote for me but didn't want to vote for my party. I found an awful lot of people who wanted to vote for me but felt that with the campaign being waged by the Conservatives, which was effectively saying a vote for Liberal Democrats is a vote for the Labour and the SNP, even though the SNP weren't standing here and Labour weren't going to win, that message unfortunately has got through.
Well, the other big story of the night is the success of the SNP in Scotland. This shows the number of seats north of the border per party. The SNP had just 6 after the last election. They now have more than 50. Labour have held a seat in Scotland in Edinburgh South. Ian Murray actually increased his vote share. He said Scottish Labour will fight back.
Well, we have social justice and equality at our core, and we have to go back to those values. We have to be on the side of Scottish people again. We have to listen to what their hopes, aspirations and dreams are, and we have to respond to that positively. The Scottish Labour Party has to be strong in Scotland. Scottish people need us to be strong in Scotland, and we will come back. The fight starts now.
It's a brutal business, politics, and up in Inverness, all the signs are that it's been very brutal for Danny Alexander.
I, Steve Barron, returning officer for the Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey constituency, declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate was as follows. Danny Alexander, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 18,029. Donald MacLeod Boyd, Scottish Christian Party, proclaiming Christ's Lordship, 422. Les Durance, UK Independence Party, 1,236. Drew Henry, Scottish National Party, 28,838. Edward Bryan, Stanford Mountain, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 3,410. Isla Marie O'Reilly, Scottish Green Party.
So that's an SNP gain. Not surprising at this point in the morning. Danny Alexander, of course, has been Chief Secretary to the Treasury, sitting right next to Nick Clegg and George Osborne and David Cameron, as the big decisions of the last 5 years have been made on tax, on spending, and yet he's fought a pretty good fight there. Ran I was going to say ran it close, but no, that's not true. I don't have my specs on and I'm misreading it. Let's just take a look at the change in the share of the vote. It's a very, as I was saying, though, it's a very brutal business politics. In the coalition, sitting next to the two senior Tory ministers taking all the same decisions, the Tories are in potentially with a majority and the Liberal Democrats are out more or less en masse. Briefly, Colin and Jane, last reflections before we go off air?
Danny Alexander, it just sums up the night for me. The SNP doing just stunningly well in Scotland, the Liberal Democrats collapse, and the story of being in coalition, Danny Alexander right at the top and walking out of government and walking out of Westminster tonight.
Colin, you've predicted, as we've come to the end of the evening, a Tory majority.
Just a squeak, just a squeak. But we came
very
here...
uncomfortable squeak it'll be for David Cameron before long, I fear.
We came here at 10 o'clock and we said the Conservatives were going to do very well compared with expectations and that David Cameron was likely to be Prime Minister. Most people went poo-poo-poo for the next 2 or 3 hours. But if anything, the Conservative position has strengthened as the night has gone on. And I'd expect that to continue in the morning as some of the rural Liberal Democrat seats continue to come in and continue to be stolen by the Conservatives.
Is shy Tories too easy an explanation? Shy Tories, is that, I mean, that doesn't necessarily explain it, but is that too pat?
The pollsters will be wanting to look long and hard at this. There's all sorts of reasons. There's shy Tories, there's the economic picture, there's the failure to be convinced that Ed Miliband would be a suitable Prime Minister. There's the fear in England of the SNP's strength in Scotland and the tail therefore wagging the dog. There's all kinds of things for the weeks and months ahead.
But it's also true that the Conservatives have not made large inroads in terms of their votes. So some of those increases could have just come from UKIP voters going back to the Tories. I think what we're going to find out when we look into the data really carefully over the weeks, months, even years ahead, I hate to say, is that it's the distribution of those votes to seats that has really mattered tonight, and it's the collapse of the Lib Dems and the surge of the SNP in Scotland.
Well, we certainly will have plenty of time to turn it all over as David Cameron may be on his way back to Downing Street. It is coming up to 6 in the morning at the end of what has been a quite extraordinary night. We've seen a Labour wipeout in Scotland and an SNP landslide. The Liberal Democrats have suffered huge losses across the country. Some of the best-known names in politics have lost their seats and more are still at risk. At this point in the morning, the Conservatives are on course to be the largest party, possibly even close to a majority. How the story unfolds from here will undoubtedly consume us all for many hours to come. ITV's coverage of the general election will continue with our colleagues at Good Morning Britain. I'll be joining Susanna in the GMB studio as soon as I can get there. And Alistair Stewart will be back here at 9:25 with more results and analysis. Susanna, over to you in just a few moments' time.